We got 2 teams in the damn fantasy playoffs. We need to win because we need money. So today's an important day because we got the waiver ads tonight, and it's just, it's the last 2 weeks where we're even doing anything, managing our team. So we want to make sure we're set up for success this week. It starts with today. Starts with today. $12-3, waiver 9. Somebody who's in the playoffs does have waiver 10, so we have waiver priority over one of the playoff teams, so that's kind of nice. Probably just going to use our waiver since it's one of the last 2 times we even get to use it, right? Alright, so first let's look at our team here. Okay. Jalen Hurts, Tyreek Hill, DK Metcalf, Mari Cooper. Chubb, Eckler, Sanders, Jamal Williams, Mostert, Dobbins, McKinnon. Maher kicker, Dallas and Tennessee defense, C.H. Waller. Okay, so the first thing we're going to have to do here is we're going to have to get Waller out of our IR because he's back from the IR. He's going to be our starting tight end. We can just drop Jeff Driscoll. He didn't have a good game. I thought he might do well as like a quarterback / tight end, but at this point, he's the one we're going to drop, right? So I think that's a pretty simple first step for what we have to do with this team. We know that we're dropping Jeff Driscoll, and we know that we are putting Waller in the tight end slot. Boom. We have one IR slot to fill now. Now that we took Darren Waller out of there. We're going to start Tennessee defense this week against Houston. I think that's a smart idea. I picked them up just so I could do this week because Dallas is playing Philly. Although now Philly has a hurt quarterback, so now Dallas's defense might actually have a good game. Houston's given up the 3rd most fantasy points to defenses, though. Philly's given up 3rd fewest, and even though they're going to be missing their quarterback, I think we're still going to go with Tennessee over Dallas this week. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we don't need to get into this right away, but the start-sit decisions this week is kind of tough. We know that we're starting Tyreek Hill. We know that we're starting Nick Chubb. Oh, is Chubb hurt now? What the fuck is this? Chubb won't practice Tuesday due to a foot injury, Mary Kay Cabot of the Cleveland Plain Dealer reports. Chubb hit the 20-carry threshold for the 5th time in 14 appearances this Sunday against the Ravens, finishing with 99 yards and 21 rushes. His DNP on Tuesday may be maintenance-related as a result, but his status will still be one to monitor as the week goes on to get a sense of his availability for Saturday's game against the Saints. So we'll just take a little note. Chubb healthy for Saturday, and he'll probably be fine. So we're starting Hill, we're starting Chubb, we're starting Eckler, we're starting Waller. We need to find a QB now that fucking Jalen Hurts got hurt. That's going to be really annoying, to be honest. Very annoying. And, like, I've got McKinnon starting now. This is the thing, is, like, 28 points against Denver, 13 points at Cincinnati, 30 points at Houston. But watch, the time I start him, he's not going to do anything. Seattle has given up the 2nd most fantasy points to running back this season. That's good, but they made a point here in the notes. Kansas City's Week 16 game against Seattle figures to be a game script that does not favor McKinnon. So, like, I kind of agree with that. Like, Seattle's defense is so bad. Kansas City could get way ahead in the scoreboard. They won't really need McKinnon to do his thing. They won't need to be throwing all these like short passes to McKinnon to move down the field. I'm a little bit worried about starting McKinnon. But I don't want to play Sanders against Dallas. And Sanders has been very sporadic. 5 points, 5 points. Then he gets 30, 10, 28. And then he's back to 1 point. Like, you don't know what this guy's going to do. I wish he had a higher floor. So we've got McKinnon as an option. I'm not going to go with Sanders. We could start Cooper and Metcalf and Hill, but I don't think so. I think we'd rather start running backs. And Cooper's got 3 games in a row here with Deshaun Watson where he has less than 7 fantasy points. He was doing better with Jacoby Brissett. So until I see that change, I think we got to keep Cooper on the bench. We also have options here like J.K. Dobbins. J.K. Dobbins has been pretty freaking good. 18 points, 13 points, 120 yards rushing 2 games in a row. They're playing Atlanta. Atlanta's in the middle of the pack when it comes to giving up rushing fantasy points. So we could go with Dobbins over McKinnon. I think we're just going to stick with McKinnon, though. I mean, he's been a big part of the offense. I mean, to me, Mahomes has been completing 10 passes to this guy every game. And he scored the game-winning touchdown last week in a close game. Like, is he really just going to drop off the face of the earth this week and not get any action at all? I mean, I hope that he would be getting the touches and stuff. So we could put here like start McKinnon, Dobbins. I mean, I think those are honestly the only 2 options. I'm not going to start Cooper. I'm not going to start Sanders. I'm not going to start Jamal Williams either. Carolina's defense didn't play very well last week, but I think overall they're decent. And Jamal Williams hasn't been doing much since they've been giving DeAndre Swift the ball more. Raheem Mostert just had a very good game, but I think Wilson's coming back from injury. I don't know that Mostert's going to be... I don't know. Is he going to be the main guy? Yeah, Jeff Wilson was ruled out. So if Jeff Wilson is ruled out, maybe Mostert. If Wilson ruled out. So we could go Dobbins or McKinnon or Mostert there. The problem with us having to find a quarterback this week is that Jalen Hurts isn't hurt enough for him to get the IR status or the out status for us to move him into IR. So he has to take up a roster slot on our team. And we might want to play him next week against New Orleans. If we knew more about Jalen Hurts' injury and they were like, yeah, this bro's done for the rest of the year, then we could just drop him. Hurts has been diagnosed with the right shoulder sprain, but he also didn't rule out the quarterback for Saturday's game at Dallas. During Sunday's 25-20 win in Chicago, Hurts picked up the injury late in the third quarter. There's a chance he could play this week. I will not rule him out. I will not put a timetable on him. We'll see what happens. I mean, it doesn't make any fucking sense for them to play him. I don't think. Against Dallas, a good defense. No, don't do it. So the problem with this is that we're going to have to drop a player to pick up another quarterback, and we don't want to drop Jalen Hurts, so who the hell are we going to drop? We're going to end up having to drop like Jamal Williams or Raheem Mostert or something. Unless I decide, fuck it, let's play Dallas's defense against Philly. Even though 4 out of the last 6 games, Dallas hasn't topped 6 points against regular teams, and the last time they played Philly, they only had 4 points, and Philly's given up the 3rd fewest points to team defenses this season. Maybe if Gardner Minshew starts at quarterback, Cowboys, do some damage on defense. Maybe I should just drop Tennessee's defense is what I'm suggesting. I could hold on to Tennessee's defense. I could drop them later on in the week, and then I could pick up a quarterback. So let me just take a note, like, drop Tennessee defense Friday, pick Up, QB. So, boom. I mean, all these players are 78% rostered or higher. McKinnon is actually the guy who's rostered least of all on my team. And he's got fucking 3 huge weeks in a row. There's no way we can drop him. I think we're going to have to just wait till later in the week. And then we're just going to have to drop Tennessee's defense. And we're just going to have to start Dallas's defense against Philly. Because we don't want to play Tennessee's defense against Dallas in the championship. Hopefully that's where we'll be, is the championship. We'd rather play Dallas's defense against Tennessee. So that might have to be the play. Wait 3 or 4 days and then drop Tennessee defense for a quarterback. Or maybe by that time Hurts is actually going to be available for the IR slot. Then we could just move him to the IR slot, add a quarterback, and then we could continue to start Tennessee's defense. Because I can't drop any of these players. If I drop Cooper or Sanders or Jamal Williams or Mostert or whatever, my opponents are going to pick them up and start them against me and beat me. I'm not doing that. What's the note on Eckler? Tests on his shoulder came back negative. Eckler should be good to go. All right. Why did this guy change his name to Death? What the fuck? Okay, now let's take a look at the free agents. So, as you can see, Tua Tagovailoa is available, and we have Tyreek Hill on our team. So, if there's a quarterback to play this week instead of Jalen Hurts, he's probably the guy we want. Although Green Bay doesn't give up a lot of points to quarterbacks. And then he's playing New England's defense the week after that, so I'm not sure I love this, you know? Oh, he played New England week 1. Okay. So Tua is out there. Trevor Lawrence is out there. I think Trevor Lawrence could be a good option for us this week. Derek Carr, Daniel Jones, Russell Wilson, Tannehill. Is Purdy still available here? I don't think he is. I think somebody picked Purdy up. Yeah, Purdy's not available anymore. We don't care about Mike White anymore either, so let's get rid of this. Okay. Alright. So, let's look at projected for this week. Where are we at? Boom, boom. Oops, boom. Yeah, so Tua's on top, then Lawrence. Those are the 2 guys we want, right? Tua and Lawrence. Lawrence Thursday against the Jets. Tua Sunday against Green Bay. I mean, I think we'd rather get Tua because Trevor Lawrence plays Thursday. We don't even know Jalen Hurts might play Sunday. If he does, we probably want to play him. So Tua's kind of the guy we want. If we can't get Tua, maybe we try to get anyone else good playing Sunday or Monday? No? But yeah, I mean, I have a bad feeling that whatever, my opponents are smart. They're going to see that I need a quarterback now, Jalen Hurts being hurt, and I feel like these guys are going to fucking snatch Tua. If we don't use our waiver, he's going to be gone, you know? And if one of these 2 teams tries to get him, they're going to get him, Delta and New York Giants, because they have better waiver priority than me. Now, New York Giants, or Delta already has Josh Allen on his team, so he might not be thinking about the quarterbacks. Is he really going out of his way to click on my team and look at my team and then decide he's going to block a quarterback from me when I'm not even, like, playing him this week and all that? Like, that would be kind of crazy. This guy's got Joe Burrow. He doesn't need Tua. He's obviously going Burrow, although he's got Burrow against New England and Buffalo, but then he got Tua against New England next week. These guys might snatch him if we don't use the waiver, you know? So it's like... And we have waiver 9, so there's only one guy that we can actually... there's only one guy that we can actually... that we actually have waiver priority over, and it's this guy. This guy's got Brock Purdy at quarterback, so you know that this guy's looking for a quarterback too. Well, he's got Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson's been hurt. So that guy might be looking for a quarterback too. Anyway, I gotta say, I don't really care what quarterback... I don't want to say I don't care what quarterback I get, because that's a little bit strong, but we need our skill players to show up. If our wide receivers and our running backs put up a ton of points, we just need a quarterback who scores something. So, like, I don't really care whether I get Tua or Lawrence, or even, like, Derek Carr or something. I don't mind who it is. We just need somebody. Alright, let's take a look at the rest of this here. How did London do this week? He had 11 targets. Yeah, London should probably be rostered. Myers, Samuel, London, Cooks, Burks. How'd Burks do? He's been hurt. Duvernay, Claypool, Scantling, McKenzie. So this guy just got in front of this guy. Rondale Moore. Oh, he's on the IR now? Yeah, so he's done. So get rid of him. Boom. Boom. Let's look at the running backs. Boom. Cordarrelle Patterson is available. He had 14 rushes, 52 yards, and a touchdown last week. This guy should not be available. James Cook is available. He really shouldn't be available either. But you can only roster so many people on your freaking team. Algier is getting the ball too, right? Yeah, he had 17 rushes. Like, these guys should fucking all be rostered. Drake, Gordon, Hines, and Robinson. Drake, Gordon, Hines, Robinson. We kind of had our eye on that Mason guy from the Niners. But, yeah, he's not really been doing anything. Okay, let's go to tight end. Higbee, did Dolchich have a game? No, fuck Dolchich, man. His offense is just too bad. I liked the idea of rostering Dolchich like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and then I remembered that his team is awful. Okay, so Taysom Hill is like a decent option for sure at tight end. Hurst, Gesicki, Conklin. Did Conklin do anything? No. Conklin and Juwan Johnson had a good game, didn't he? Yeah. Fucking 2 touchdowns. And we got Driscoll out there just in case. Alright, cool. Kicker. Dicker. Gano, Myers, Gould. Gay. That's it. We like our Brett Maher share. Defenses. Minnesota Jets. Seattle, Washington, Rams. Okay. Let's go to this week. Show my team. Projection. Boom. Boom. Yeah, so Tennessee's the best defense to have this week out of all the available defenses. That's why we picked them up last week. We're not messing around. All right, now let's look at this list of, what do these people say, people that need to be rostered. The Colts running back, maybe, because Jonathan Taylor got hurt. Okay, Tyler Algier needs to be rostered. Yep. Deion Jackson. Yeah, that's another Colts guy. Chuba Hubbard. He's not available in this league. James Cook. He's available. So, like, Cook and Algier and Patterson should for sure be rostered. Like, those guys should not be available, but we don't have really room on our team for them either. Wide receiver options. Treylon Burks, Zay Jones. I don't think Zay Jones is out there. DJ Shark. He's not available either. Tight ends, Dolchich. Yeah, I don't want Dolchich. Okonkwo. Juwan Johnson. Quarterbacks, Daniel Jones, Brock Purdy. Whoever the Jets starting quarterback is, yeah. Okay. And, shit. I'm playing this guy this week. Let's take a look at his team. Ooh. Oh, here's Jeff Wilson. Is he playing? He was close to playing in week 15, so he might play this week. He's got Brock Purdy at quarterback, okay? But he might go with Lamar Jackson this week, or he might pick up Tua or Lawrence. Just like, look at all these points that are being scored on our bench. We don't have anybody who's droppable. That's the problem with this. This is like kind of going to be a tough decision. Like, do we drop somebody tonight, use our waiver, and try to pick up Trevor Lawrence or Tua, or do we just hold pat, stand pat, wait for a few days to go by this week, see if Jalen Hurts' injury status changes, and then we can draw, like, that's what I'm saying, man. How do you... Like, this guy is starting Gus Edwards at running back. You know, look at his running backs. Gus Edwards, okay, he's got Derrick Henry against Houston. That's a good matchup for him. Gibson's not been doing great, and he's playing San Francisco. Wilson's coming off an injury. Like, this guy needs running backs. He's gonna end up picking up one of these Falcons running backs and starting them against me. That's what he's gonna do. He's gonna drop one of these shitty bench players for like Algier, and he's gonna start Algier against me, almost no doubt, you know. And if I dropped any of these running backs, this guy's gonna pick him up and start him against me. Although I guess if I dropped Mostert, that wouldn't really matter that much, would it? Since he already has Wilson, kind of thing. Like, maybe that's the play. Maybe I should just drop Raheem Mostert. Because when Jeff Wilson was there, Mostert wasn't really getting the ball much. 9 carries, 8 carries. He must have got hurt here or something. 7 carries. Then I think halfway through this game, I think Wilson got hurt or something. And he had a good week last week. But when Wilson comes back, I don't think Mostert's going to be doing that much. So, like, he could be the guy to drop. Especially since my opponent has Jeff Wilson. It's like, whatever. He's got the Dolphins running back anyway. So I guess that's an option. I think getting Tua for our team makes sense since we already have Tyreek Hill. But we don't have to do that. So that's basically the decision. Do we use our waiver 9 tonight? Which almost isn't a waiver at all. We just have waiver priority over that one guy who's got Brock Purdy and Lamar Jackson on his roster. Do we use the waiver to try to pick up a quarterback tonight, or do we wait? I'm kind of leaning towards waiting. Yeah, it would suck if all the other teams dropped all their bench players and picked up all these quarterbacks and hoarded them from me and kept me from doing it. But I don't see people doing crazy stuff like that except for me. I'm the one doing the crazy, kooky stuff like that. I think that Jerick McKinnon is just going to have to start for us when he's had two 25-point games in a row. Like, we just have to keep riding this guy. I'm really worried that 28 points and 30 points, amazing. I'm just so worried. Like, he's been on the team the whole year and hasn't done much. Now he's doing this. I'm just worried that when I start him, he's all of a sudden going to not do anything, because that's how this fantasy football shit works. But I think we'll stick him in there. And we want to start Metcalf. He's playing Kansas City. He'll probably be more throwing in the game. They're trying to make the playoffs. Could be a high-scoring game. I bet you that the over-under for Kansas City-Seattle is going to be a pretty high number. So we want to play as many Chiefs and Seahawks as we can. So, yeah, this main decision is, do we do something tonight about this quarterback, or do we wait a few days? I just don't think waiting a few days is going to really burn us that much. I mean, if one of these guys who has a higher waiver priority than me was going to grab Tua or Lawrence tonight, then they're going to get him over me anyways, even if I put in the waiver request. But I don't know. Another part of me says, get him now, dude. Get him now, because if you don't get him now and you wait 3 days, all this shit can happen where maybe they realize, like, I need a quarterback. It's a pretty awful position to be in when you've made it to the fantasy football playoffs, and then the week before the playoffs, your best player, Jalen Hurts, gets hurt on you. I mean, we were getting 34 points, 30 points, 36 points out of this guy every week. Like, holy shit. Well, what's up, Whale? Yeah, man, we're so unlucky, dude. My best player got hurt this week. So now, like, this team was all set. Like, I made all these... I picked up this defense last week just so I could start him this week. We made so many good moves. My team is so great. Except now, our main guy got hurt. So now we're having to, like, deal with this. We're having to deal with this now, but our opponents already have good quarterbacks. Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and I think Mahomes is on the other guy's team, so it's like maybe they just won't pick anyone up. Or was it Mahomes? No, it was Burrow. It wasn't Mahomes. It was Allen, Burrow, and Lamar Jackson. Oh, I wonder if Boris Chen's tiers are out already. Boris Chen. No, I think he's a week behind. It says week 15. This is week 16, right? What week is it? It's week... Oh, it is week 15? No. Week 15 just happened, right? Yeah, it's week 16 now. So Boris Chen's tiers have not been posted yet. Okay. So yeah, we're looking at picking up Tua or Trevor Lawrence. Tua's had 4 pretty mediocre games in a row. Maybe he's due for a big one. Dolphins have lost 3 games in a row. They need to win this game at home against Green Bay. Trevor Lawrence just fucking threw 4 touchdowns against one of the best defenses in the NFL, so this is a pretty attractive option here now, too. 20 points, 25 points, 33 points, 27 points. That's pretty fucking good. He's throwing the ball 40 times a game. Like, he's definitely chucking the rock. He's definitely going back there to throw the football around. But he plays Thursday, which kind of burns us, because what if Jalen Hurts is going to end up being healthy? Then we don't want to play Trevor Lawrence Thursday. We want to play Jalen Hurts Sunday. So Tua plays Sunday, so he's kind of the guy I want. I mean, we really want to roster Tua. Maybe I should just use my waiver on him tonight and just try to get his ass, because it makes sense to. Trevor Lawrence is playing Houston's defense next week. They've been very good against the quarterback. The Jets' defense has been very good against quarterbacks, so Trevor Lawrence has 2 very tough matchups in a row, but the matchups haven't been mattering to him. Tennessee and Dallas have good defenses, and he destroyed them. Denver has a good defense, though, and he had a really bad game. Look at that, against Denver. So sometimes the defense gets them. If we can't get Tua and we can't get Trevor Lawrence, then we're looking at Derek Carr Saturday at Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's giving up the 10th most points to quarterbacks. This could be a good play. 20 points, 22 points, 17 points, 20 points. We just want to make sure we get some points out of our quarterback. He's not going to score 30 like Jalen Hurts was. Kind of sucks, but I think Tua is the main play because he plays Sunday and we have his number one wide receiver on our team. So it makes sense to want the quarterback. It's just, if we use the waiver tonight on him, we have to drop one of these players, and I don't want to drop any of these players. I don't want to drop... I could drop Dallas's defense, which would be kind of whack. I could drop Dallas's defense and be like, whatever, I'm starting Tennessee this week against Houston. Who would be a good defense for next week? Let's check that out. Let's look at that. Defenses... This is week 16. What about week 17? It's a good matchup here. Jacksonville defense at Houston. Ha-ha! Okay, so we can just stream defense. We could drop Dallas's defense this week and say, whatever, go ahead, pick up Dallas's defense. They haven't been doing like that. They had a couple big games, one of which they had a touchdown, though, so that wouldn't have been as good. Defenses are kind of hit or miss. They were really more on fire earlier on in the year. They haven't been doing as good lately. And Tennessee is going to be fighting to make the playoffs. They got Derrick Henry on their team. I don't know if you want to play defense against Derrick Henry. We don't really want to play Dallas against Philly. Maybe we just drop Dallas's defense and say, fuck it. We started you guys this week and you only got us 6 points and you gave up 40 points to Trevor Lawrence. We don't trust you anymore. Maybe that's the play. We just drop Dallas defense. I think I just figured it out. We were all caught up on rostering Dallas's defense, but now I'm realizing that we probably just don't care. I think this is the play. I think we figured the play out. Just drop Dallas's defense. Fuck it. Who are my opponents' defense? Who's my opponents' defense? I'm not worried about this week. I'm thinking about next week. So, like, who's this guy's defense? His defense is San Francisco. He's got San Francisco and he's got New England. He's not going to play Dallas against Tennessee anyway. He's going to play San Francisco against Vegas, or he's not going to play. He's not going to play New England against Miami. He might pick up Dallas's defense. To be honest, he actually might. Dallas's defense against Tennessee, but I mean that's a risk I think I'm willing to take. I need to get this shit figured out. Okay, this guy's got Philly defense. Yeah, he's definitely playing Philly defense. So even if we drop Dallas defense, if New York Giants wins this week and he's in the championship against us or whatever, because I'm assuming I'm going to win this week. We're not going to miss Dallas's defense. I think I just figured it out. We're going to drop Dallas's defense tonight for Tua. If you guys want to pick up Dallas's defense, go right ahead. And then we're going to have Tennessee's defense this week, and then we're going to try to get Jacksonville's defense for next week. I do have a feeling that one of these teams are going to be smart, and they're going to try to grab Jacksonville's defense. You know, they're going to be looking ahead as well. And somebody might try to snag Jacksonville's defense this week. But if that happens, we could play the Chargers' defense against the Rams. Like, that's a really good play, too. So we've got two defenses that are super viable for the championship. We've got Jacksonville at Houston and Chargers home against the Rams, which might be even better than Jacksonville at Houston, to be honest. Yeah. So any one of those two defenses will do. Okay, I think we're doing this. We're going to use our crappy waiver priority. We're going to drop Dallas. Ah, look at that. And all the smart people are dropping them too. So yeah, they're droppable, man. We're doing this. All right. So change this to drop Dallas for Tua Lawrence waivers. You cannot add a player you dropped until the waiver period ends. Fuck. We dropped Tua this week, so they won't let me pick him back up. Fuck. I'm the one who dropped Tua the week before Jalen Hurts got hurt. You see how unlucky I am? It's like I go all in with pocket fives at a final table and somebody calls me with aces. That's what it feels like. Like, why? Why do you have aces this hand? All those other hands they could have had aces, and they would have knocked somebody else out, and I would have made money and gotten a ladder. But it's the time that I go all in that they have aces, right? Okay, so that burns us. So that sucks. So now we're looking at, now we're back to Trevor Lawrence on a fucking short week, which I don't really like. Jets have given up the 9th fewest fantasy points to quarterbacks this season. You gotta say, I am so lucky. What do you mean? We gotta turn the vibes around? I mean, dude, it's like, if more lucky things were happening than unlucky things, it'd be easier for me to say that, wouldn't it? I mean, I have been lucky this year in fantasy football, but I've also worked really, really, really hard on these teams, like, every day for 3 months, and then I lost Kyler Murray to injury 2 weeks ago on my other team that's in the playoffs, and now we lost Jalen Hurts. Like, both my quarterbacks get hurt, right? Like, what? Yeah, I know. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Well, we got to figure this out. So we can't get to it. So we can drop... What we can do is we can drop Dallas for Lawrence on waivers. If Tua clears waivers... Gotta take a note. Grab him instead. So... That's what we're going to do. We're going to drop Dallas's defense for Trevor Lawrence, okay? So we're going to get Trevor Lawrence tonight. Because we need to at least shore this up. Like, we have to prepare, you know? Like, we might not end up starting Lawrence Thursday, but we need to grab him right now because we just have to grab somebody. So we're dropping Dallas for Trevor Lawrence waivers. If Tua clears the waivers, because I can't grab him because I'm the guy who actually dropped him, and it's one of those stupid Yahoo rules. If he clears the waivers, we're going to drop Lawrence, and we're going to pick up Tua instead. And we're going to go with Tua. That's what we want. We want Tua, but now I feel like my fucking opponent, who's got a hurt Lamar Jackson, and who has Brock Purdy on his team. Now I'm worried that this guy is going to pick up Tua and start Tua against me, and that would really suck. He's not going to play Purdy. So, like, that might end up happening now. This guy might end up actually picking up Tua and then starting Tua against me. But, you know, Tua hasn't been doing that great. He doesn't have a huge arm. He's got some good weapons like Tyreek Hill, the wide receiver on my team, but... I mean, this is the best we can do. I think we came up with a pretty good plan. This dropping Dallas defense is actually the key, and then we stream defense for next week. I think we did it. I think we're almost done. I think we're about done looking at this team. It only took me 45 minutes to sort this team out. These players should be rostered, but we don't have the roster slots for them. This guy should probably be rostered, but we don't have the slot for him. Somebody's going to pick up this tight end. Somebody's going to pick up somebody. I don't know. I don't really want to play Lawrence on a short week against the Jets defense, but that might be our best option. I'm making all the good moves, well. If we play Lawrence against the Jets Thursday, it could be great. It's going to be a national televised game for Trevor Lawrence. The kid's been on fire. I don't know. He just threw 4 touchdowns against Dallas's defense. It's pretty amazing. So we shouldn't be that worried about playing him Thursday. It's just I hate these short week games. I just would rather play Tua. I'd rather play Tua on Sunday because he's going to be throwing to my wide receiver, and we could get like double points there. And then also, we'll have time if we pick up Tua to see if Hurts is actually going to play. If Hurts is going to play Saturday, we'll just play Jalen Hurts. But since Lawrence plays Thursday, we'd have to make that decision on Thursday. We're not going to know whether Jalen Hurts is playing Saturday or not on Thursday. We're not going to know. We won't have the information. So then we're just going to have to start Lawrence, even though we could have maybe started Hurts later that week anyway, right? Anyway, I think we're done with this team. The team looks good. We put in the waiver claim for Trevor Lawrence, which I'm pretty sure we're going to get, because I don't think anyone else is putting in a waiver for Trevor Lawrence. But I'm going to do it anyways, just in case. And I mean, we don't have any droppable players. I think we just are going to have to start McKinnon this week. Metcalf and Hill, Chubb, Eckler, Waller, makes sense. And then the quarterback we end up getting. I don't think we can really drop any of these guys. They're too valuable to drop and let somebody else pick them up. But I think we could maybe drop Mostert if we found out that Wilson... If we find out that Wilson's getting the start and he's back and he's fully good to go and healthy and stuff, I think we could consider dropping Mostert for someone. I'll just take a little note like Mostert droppable if Wilson returns. Just so I remember, you know, that that's going on. I think that's all we're looking at here. We're projected a lot of fucking points, although Jalen Hurts isn't going to play, so you got to take 24 points away there. That's the scary thing. I mean, we need our quarterback to put up points, man. Good thing is that a lot of quarterbacks do put up points. That's why you don't usually draft quarterbacks very high in the fantasy drafts, because they all have a pretty good floor for points. We're playing against Derrick Henry, Houston. That's a terrible match. Like, that's bad for us, man. Derrick Henry might run all over them. A.J. Brown against Dallas, and now his quarterback is hurt, so that's decent, right? Oh, I don't know if we really want to pick up Derek Carr because he's got Devontae Adams on his team, so we don't really want Derek Carr throwing to Devontae Adams, I don't think. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I want to do... Okay, we already deleted that. We don't really want Derek Carr. This guy's team sucks, man. But the thing is that his team is gonna look a lot better. His team's gonna look a lot better if he adds Tua as his quarterback, and then he has Jeff Wilson starting instead of Gus Edwards. His team's gonna be looking a lot better this week. Or if he gets Lamar Jackson back, this guy's getting people back from injuries, and I'm the one who's like getting injured right as we're meeting each other in the playoffs. But it is what it is. I have faith that I'll win anyway. My team is on a fucking 8-game winning streak. That's insane. I don't remember ever being on an 8-game winning streak in fantasy football. 1,791 points in 15 games. We've won 8 games in a row. We were 4-3 and we finished 12-3. 94 moves, man. We've been working hard. That's like a move a day for 3 months, 90 moves. I'm doing something every fucking day with these teams to get them where they're at. But yeah, we're in the playoffs. We're down to the final 4. Only 3 get money. We want to win this week and get into the championship. If you lose, then you go to the losers bracket, and then you're playing to get your money back. If you lose, and then if you win, you get your money back. If you win this week, then you're in the championship against who wins over here. We just played this Delta guy this week and beat him. We just beat Delta 106-99. I actually didn't put up a lot of points this week, but it's because Jalen Hurts... Oh, no, Jalen Hurts didn't get hurt. He scored 36 points for me. It's like our team would not have looked very good this week if we didn't have Jalen Hurts. The quarterback that we streamed had 1 point. Sanders only had 1 point, but he's on our bench now. And Cooper hasn't been doing so great. Metcalf didn't have a great game either, but he was playing a tough defense. I think he'll have a better week this week against Kansas City. And look at all these points we had on our bench. Like, holy shit. Darren Waller's back, so we got him this week. I think that's it for this team. There's nothing else. I don't think there's anything else for us to really consider or do here. This is the best way to do it. Dropping Dallas for Trevor Lawrence. He's our guy. Unless we can get Tua at like 4 a.m. tonight, I gotta check. And we'll drop Lawrence for Tua, and then we'll have Tua Sunday if Hurts can't go Saturday. If Hurts is playing Saturday, I don't know. Like, part of me says don't play him anyway, you know? Part of me says even if they clear Hurts to play, I shouldn't play him. The guy just sprained his fucking shoulder. He's playing Dallas's defense. If he gets dinged up in the game, they're gonna bench him. They're gonna protect him. So it's a little nerve-wracking playing a quarter. You don't want him to get hurt in game, and then you get no points from him. Like I was saying, you're saying be more positive. Like turning negatives into positives, right? So, like, I'm really mad that my quarterback got hurt. Oh, Jalen Hurts got hurt. This is bullshit. I'm unlucky, but him getting hurt this week before the playoffs is way better than if he was to get hurt in the game this week. Can you imagine if we started him in the playoffs and then he got hurt mid-game? Then we'd not get any points from him. We'd lose. So that would obviously be way worse. Anyways, let's go to the next team. That was the $250 league. We played in three $500 leagues this year. 500, 500, 500. This is the $250 league, and we're 12-3, and it's like people aren't even playing. I feel like there's a big skill gap between the 500s and the $250 leagues. Anyway, let's go to this team now. So we lost this week, and it kind of sucks because if we would have won, and this guy did lose, right? HS lost, we would have passed him in the standings because I have way more points. Look how many points I have. I have 1,849 points in this league, more than the last league. But instead of being 12-3, I'm 8-7. Just unlucky with the matchups somehow. Just so unlucky. But so like it kind of sucks because we were wanting to play this guy in the playoffs. This I want to be like Mike is who I'd be playing this week, and his team isn't very good. Like he's got Joe Burrow against a good defense this week. Like I don't really like this guy's team that much. I don't think this team's that good. So I wish I was playing this guy. Now we have to play the team that we just lost to. We're the 4 seed playing the 1 seed, and we just played him this week and lost by 10 points. I would have beaten him too if I would have just started Kittle over Njoku. I would have won, and then I would have the 3 seed, and then I'd be playing the 2 seed instead of the 1 seed. But you know what? I don't know, man. Whatever. Let's just beat this guy this week anyway, right? All right. So this is the team that had Kyler Murray that got hurt recently. San Francisco, Folk, Edmonds. What's the note on Clyde Edwards-Helaire? He's close to a return. Yeah, we don't care really even. All right. We've got Watson. We've got Tyreek Hill again. We've got Amon St. Brown. We've got Chubb again. We've got Josh Jacobs. We've got Eckler again. We've got Rashad White. We have Latavius Murray. We have McKinnon again. He was on the other team. And we have Dobbins, and we have Hubbard. See, this is kind of an issue, too, now, because we're starting Jerick McKinnon on the other team. This team, we're starting Eckler, Jacobs, and Chubb. We're starting McKinnon on the other team. I kind of want to start him on this team. And just hope that he has a huge day, you know? But I don't know how you bench Jacobs when the guy is like literally destroying fantasy football, like in a good way. 109 yards, 229 yards, 144 yards, 99 yards, 93 yards. Like it's insane. They're giving him the ball over 20 rushes a game, 6 games in a row, over 21 rushes a game. That's fucking phenomenal. Like there's no benching this guy. We could bench Chubb. He hasn't been doing so great. New Orleans doesn't give up a lot of fantasy points to running backs. But it's kind of weird to bench a guy who we've been riding like the whole year, but he was doing better earlier on in the year. With Watson, he's not doing as much. I don't know why. I mean, we have to start Austin Eckler. The guy catches the ball like 10 times a game. Oh, he only had 2 catches this week. He usually has more than 2 catches. Anyway, I want to start McKinnon because we're starting McKinnon in the other league, but there's no benching these guys. We could start. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just the way it has to be. We're going to start McKinnon on one team, and on the other team, we're not going to start McKinnon because we have other options. But if McKinnon scores 30 points, then I'm obviously going to wish I was starting him on the other team as well. But maybe they all have good days, you know, and the kind of thing. Maybe they all score 15 points. It's just whoever we got in there is who we got in there. I don't know. I feel like I'm starting to overthink things a little bit. We got Deshaun Watson at quarterback. We lost Kyler Murray. Deshaun Watson has not been doing very good. 17 fantasy points, 12 fantasy points. It's not great. And New Orleans defense is pretty good. So, like, I don't even know that we want to play Deshaun Watson this week. I'm worried about defense for Week 17 because San Francisco plays Vegas Week 17, and we have the running back for Vegas. So I don't really want to play my own running back against my own defense in the championship game. So we're gonna have to start Kittle this week. We want to start Kittle this week. I mean, Hubbard is definitely droppable. Hubbard's droppable. We might want to change quarterbacks. We could drop Njoku, but he's getting some good target. I don't think we really want to drop him. This guy gets over 6 targets like every game. He's tight end. Tight ends are kind of scarce. Nick Folk against Cincinnati might be okay. I'm a little bit worried that the Patriots are starting to become a team that seems like they're not going to make the playoffs, and then are they really going to move the ball down the field? You know, like Nick Folk might not get as many red zone opportunities as we'd like, although, man, he's been putting up some pretty good points. I mean, that's a pretty good run right there. 21, 17, 4, 15, 4, 11, 13. That's pretty fucking good. But anyway, I'll put this here just in case we want to switch the kicker. Because we might want to. I think we might have better options, especially since they're playing Cincinnati. Cincinnati's got a pretty good team. They might not move the ball as much on them. It's weird having McKinnon on the bench when he's starting in the other league. We could start him over Chubb. I mean, shit. Nick Chubb. But don't we have Chubb on the other team? We do. Chubb and McKinnon and Eckler. So who would we start over Chubb over here? I mean, we could start Dobbins, but then we'd be benching Dobbins in the other league. So I don't know what to say. 220-yard games in a row is pretty good, though. Chubb has got 3 games in a row under 100. Here he had 14 rushes, 19 yards against Buffalo. He hasn't been having a very good second half of the season. New Orleans is pretty good defense, too. It's just tough, though. You know, you draft Chubb. We drafted Chubb, like, in the first round or something, the second round this year. Now we're in the fantasy playoffs. Like, you should fucking start him, you know? That's kind of how I feel. He's the stud that you drafted. Who cares if he's had 3 bad games in a row? Maybe this is the game where he breaks out again. You can't predict the future, obviously. We could bench Chubb on the other team for Dobbins, and then we could bench Chubb on this team for McKinnon. And then Dobbins would be on the bench. You know, I don't know. Nothing's perfect. But, I don't know. The way that our 2 rosters are constructed, we're not going to be able to start all the same running backs, even though we think it's a little bit silly to have one running back starting in one league and he's on the bench in the other. I think we're just going to have to do that. Okay, let's see who is available. Okay. So we can get Trevor Lawrence in this league, you know. We could start Trevor Lawrence Thursday instead of Watson. Brock Purdy's available here, too. Okay, so anyway. Let's do this. So we could have 2 Trevor Lawrence shares this week. That would kind of make sense. We hope Trevor Lawrence has a big game, right? I think Aaron Rodgers has been picked up by somebody. Carr, Murray is hurt. Wilson, Hill's really a tight end. Wilson, Tannehill. Okay, and then Purdy is available too. Brock Purdy against Washington. Wide receivers, Boyd. Boyd, Samuel, Duvernay, Claypool, Scantling, Woods, McKenzie, Campbell, and then it's Tony and Rondale, but Rondale's on the IR, so it's really just Tony. Has he done anything? No. Okay, running backs. Madison, Drake, Gordon. You see how much sweatier this $500 league is than the last one? There's like no good players available in this one. The last one had all these guys. This one, it's like, fuck no. All the sharks have already picked them up. You can just tell how shark infested the 500s are compared to the 250s. We got to make sure to just do the 250s next year. Henry, Hill, Pitts is hurt. Hurst, Gesicki, Conklin. And then Juwan Johnson's available, yeah. But we already have Kittle, so we don't really care about tight ends. Kicker, okay, oh, Maher's available, yeah. We want Maher. Drop Folk for Maher. Fuck yeah. He's the kicker on our other team. Maher, Dicker, Badgley, Gay, Elliott, Suckup. Alright, let's go to defenses, but we do have San Francisco's defense this week, who we like. Tampa Bay, Minnesota, New York Jets, Seattle, LA Rams, New Orleans, that's it. Okay. Alright, so let's look at the waivers for the other playoff teams. I have waiver 6. The other playoff... Okay, so number 1 seed has a better waiver than me. The other 2 guys have a worse waiver than me. So that's cool. So. It's Washington. So. We want to switch kickers. I'm not going to put in a waiver for a kicker, but we want to switch kickers. We don't have anybody to drop. Just like the last league. Unless we drop maybe like Njoku, but I don't think we want to do that. Tight end. Week 16 projected. Show my team. Oops. Yeah, I mean, Njoku's top 2. Like, if we drop Njoku, somebody's picking him up kind of thing. Maybe not necessarily, but I guess we can look at the other team's tight ends, right? Who you got at tight end, bro? This guy's got Mark Andrews. Yeah, he's definitely going to be starting Mark Andrews. All right, who do you got, bro? This guy's got Evan Ingram and Cole Kmet. So this guy might actually be interested in Njoku, but it doesn't really bother me, though. This guy's got Gerald Everett and Jeff Driscoll. Yeah, so this guy is... Yeah, see, like, neither of these guys really have a good tight end. So if we drop Njoku and then they pick him up and then they end up beating us in the championship, we're going to be upset, but... It's unlikely. Just put Njoku droppable, because he is. I mean, we're going to play Kittle the rest of the way. We're definitely not going to be starting Njoku. Njoku is only on our roster as a pure block at this point. And I don't know that we really need to block him, because I don't think people even are going to want him. Especially with the inconsistent quarterback play lately, with Watson getting back into the league and all that. There aren't very many good running backs available, so if we drop Chuba Hubbard, he might actually get picked up. So, I don't know. I feel like Njoku is maybe more droppable than Hubbard is. Yeah, I mean, I tried to go with Deshaun Watson after Murray got hurt, but he just fucking went 18 for 28 this week, 160 yards. Like, he's just not doing great. 6 rushes for 22 yards. Fuck. And now they were at home. Now they're at home again. Saints got a good defense, though, right? Oh. Oh. So they got Trevor Lawrence projected more points than Watson. Derek Carr as well, and Purdy is close. So Purdy, 15 points, 21 points, 16 points. Not getting many yards, but he's efficient. So do we use our waiver on Trevor Lawrence like we did in the last league? The fact that I know I'm getting Trevor Lawrence in the other league and might not be able to get Tua, and I might be starting Trevor Lawrence this week on a Thursday in the other league, kind of makes me want to grab him in this league, and then we'll just have 2 shares of Trevor Lawrence in both of our teams, and we'll go, all right, son, we're putting our fantasy playoffs on you, son. Get it done. I think that's a decent idea. I think we should, damn, he's 87% rostered. I don't think anybody's going to pick up Chuba Hubbard and start him against me. I don't think that's a thing. This guy would much rather play Pollard and Etienne. Oh, he's got Patterson back too, this fucker. Even Akers would be a better play than Chuba Hubbard. So, I don't think we should worry. Oh, his Jonathan Taylor got hurt. I think Chuba Hubbard's super droppable, honestly. Panthers offensive player, like, it's not that attractive. He's definitely the most droppable player on our team. I said Njoku might be more droppable, but I don't know if that's true. Alright. Just get rid of this Njoku idea. I think we drop Hubbard for Lawrence and we use our waivers. I think that's what we do. Drop Hubbard for Lawrence waivers. I think we could keep Watson on our team. What if he goes off on our bench and then we can play him next week, you know? Trevor Lawrence is playing Houston, which is pretty good against quarterbacks, Houston. They just gave, well, the Chief, I think Mahomes had a decent game, but toe sprain. Oh my God, 13 minutes ago. We got news on this guy 13 minutes ago. Lawrence, toe, was limited practice participant. Jaguars list him as non-participant Monday. It might not mean much given they didn't actually practice. Lawrence has played some of his best football while fighting through a toe sprain the past 3 weeks. He does face another challenge Thursday night in the form of a stellar Jets defense 4 days after throwing 318 yards and 4 touchdowns in a home win over Dallas. I mean, Dallas has a stellar defense too. That's what I'm saying. He just threw 4 touchdowns. Oh, man. It's definitely a nerve-wracking play to go with this Trevor Lawrence kid on a short week with a sprained toe against a good defense. It's asking a lot of him for my fantasy playoffs, but I would have rather started Kyler Murray. I would have rather be starting Kyler Murray and Jalen Hurts, but they got hurt, so that's kind of how that went. It's not really like my fault that my quarterbacks decided to get hurt right as the fantasy playoffs were happening. The mates in the 500s know. Yeah, they do. They're all over it, dude. They are all over it in these 500s. That's what I'm saying. The 250s seem like a joke compared to the 500s. We should just play 250s from now on. I'm worried about this play. I'm worried. All right, we've put in 2 waiver claims for Trevor Lawrence today. I never thought I'd see the day. We're dropping Hubbard for Lawrence waivers. We're dropping the kicker to pick up the other kicker. Maybe I should put in a waiver claim for that too, although I don't know. I want Jacksonville's defense for next week. How do we make that happen? I don't know that we can. I think we're just going to have to cross that bridge when we get there. If we have to play San Francisco's defense against Vegas, that won't be the worst thing in the world. It's just that I can't imagine starting Jacobs against them then. Which then we could play McKinnon against Denver. McKinnon just had a good game against Denver right here. 29 points. I think we made the right decisions for this team. I think we made the right decisions for this last team. We're going to start Lawrence in both teams, I guess. I can't believe I'm saying that, but I guess if we can get Tua in the other team, we're going to try to do it. But maybe I should just say fuck that. Maybe we should just go with this Trevor Lawrence cat. He's been on fire. He's been on fucking fire. He didn't give a shit about Dallas's defense this week. He put up 4 tutties and won the game. At the end of the game, won the game. I have McKinnon starting on the other team, and I don't have him starting here, and I don't really like that, to the point where I kind of want to make some crazy move and bench Chubb and da-da-da. Last time I did that, though, Chubb went off. I benched Chubb, like, in his, I think it was his game against, I benched him in one of these games where he did crazy good. I forget which one it was. Because of the matchup or something, and he ended up scoring a shitload of points anyways. Who would that have been? I don't remember. But when you've had Chubb and Eckler on your team the entire year, and they got you this far, and you've got Chubb and Eckler on your team, and you've had them the entire year, and they've got you this far, I think you just got to start him in the playoffs, so we just have to start Chubb. I don't think it's the best matchup ever, and he's been not doing so good the last few weeks, and Jerick McKinnon's been killing it, but it doesn't mean he won't have a bad week this week. I just hate that I'm starting McKinnon on that league and not starting him in this league, because if we're rooting for McKinnon to score a bunch of points, we should start him everywhere. But you can't really force it, I don't think. Like, our rosters aren't going to be exactly the same. And so you're going to get into situations where you're starting Chubb and Eckler and McKinnon over here. And then over here we have McKinnon as well, but there's just no benching one of these 3 guys. We can't play 4 running backs, and these 3 are just so good you can't bench them. And 2 of those guys are actually already starting over here. So you're not benching them, so it would just be this guy that we're benching, and he's like literally the number 1 running back this year. Jacobs. He's like literally number 1. Pittsburgh is not a great matchup for running backs. That's what I'm saying. The matchup isn't great. These matchups aren't great for us, but we're going to have to go with these guys anyway because they're our best players. And it's a little frustrating because maybe I could do some outside-of-the-box play, drop a player that I'm supposed to start, and bench him for somebody else who we think just has a better matchup, and just go outside of the box a little bit. What was I getting ready to look at? Oh, running backs. Running backs, season average, boom, to all players, boom, boom. Yeah, Josh Jacobs is literally the number 1 running back in fantasy this year. How do we bench that guy? Nick Chubb is the number 6 running back overall. I have 3 of the top 6 running backs. Right? So, like, you can't really drop him. Or you can't bench him for McKinnon, even though McKinnon is now in the top 35 running backs, average points per game, even though he started off the year fucking not doing anything. He's put up so many points in this last 3 games, actually puts him as a top 30 running back this year. That's how hot this guy is. I kind of want to start him again this week and bench one of these guys, but how do you bench one of the top 6 running backs? How do you do that? I just don't think you can. They have a higher floor and a higher ceiling than most of these running backs do. I just have to play them, I think, and we're just going to have to start McKinnon on one team, and we're going to have to bench him on the other team. And maybe they all have good games, and it won't matter, you know? If Chubb scores 15 points and Jacobs scores 15 points and Eckler scores 15 points and McKinnon scores 15 points, then it doesn't even matter, you know? So all we can do is the best we can do. We can't do any better than that. I don't think anybody's going to care to pick up Chuba Hubbard. And if they do, I don't think I care about it. We're switching our kicker. And then we're trying to figure out something for our defense for Week 17. Over here, we have an IR slot we need to fill. I guess I should take this note too. You know what would be perfect is if Chubb was just hurt, and then we could just bench him in the other league for like Dobbins and bench him in this league for McKinnon, and then we won't have to worry about who to start. Need an IR slot. Is Chubb healthy? If Wilson's ruled out, do we start these guys? Well, I think we know we're going with McKinnon anyway. Let's just get rid of that. Note, it's kind of weird. Drop Dallas for Lawrence waivers. If Tua clears waivers, grab Tua. But I don't even think we're going to do that now. I think we're just going to go with Lawrence since we're getting him on both teams. Let's just put a question mark here. And then we're also looking at that Week 17 defense. And then we're saying, you know, is Mostert droppable if Wilson returns? Maybe. Maybe we have another droppable player. I'm guessing the Chargers defense is not available here. Yeah, he already has Chargers defense rostered. See, this guy's looking ahead. He knows he wants to play them Week 17. He might be playing them this week too, actually, against Indy with a hurt running back. It's like these guys are pros, man. Oh, he's going Denver this week against the Rams. Yeah, and then he's gonna have the Chargers defense next week against the Rams. This guy's prepared. What's up, Rob? All we can do is the best we can do. Yep. Hurts has a chance to play. I know. Mostert was great with no Wilson. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the thing with Jalen Hurts, though, man, we just looked through all this, Rob. So, like, the thing is that Trevor Lawrence is one of the most attractive quarterbacks to add this week. And Trevor Lawrence plays Thursday. So, I'm kind of in a pickle, Rob, because, yeah, Jalen Hurts might play, and then obviously if Jalen Hurts plays, we want to play him. But Lawrence is the other guy that we are trying to grab. So obviously we might have to play Lawrence Thursday before we even hear about Jalen Hurts' availability for Sunday. So now I'm going to be in a situation where I'm picking up Trevor Lawrence, but then as we get closer to the game Thursday, I might decide at the last second to just keep Lawrence on the bench and pick up a different quarterback who's playing Sunday and then hope Hurts is just playing. And then I can play Hurts Sunday. But you know what, man? It's a little bit risky, I was saying earlier, too. It's a little risky to play him anyway, you know? Like, let's say they clear Jalen Hurts to play. Is this really the week we want to play him? Like, obviously we want to play him if he's going to be all systems go, but as soon as somebody hits him and he hurts his shoulder again, he's out for the rest of the game, we're going to get 0 points. That's risky. It's risky starting a banged-up player that, you know... And then he's playing a good defense, too. It's a bad matchup anyways, exactly. So, like, I think I'm just going to, like, try to listen to what Whale's been telling me and be positive, and let's just fucking say that Trevor Lawrence has a fucking game Thursday night against the Jets defense on TV, national television. Yeah, he didn't do that great against Dallas last time anyway. Exactly. So it's already kind of a sketchy play, and now he's got a sprained shoulder. Tua is available in this league, but unfortunately I dropped him this week, so I'm not able to pick him up on waivers. So I'm dropping my Dallas defense for Lawrence on waivers, but if Tua clears the waivers, then I was saying that I could drop Lawrence for Tua, and then we'd have Tua Sunday, and Hurts Sunday or whatever, and then we'd have more time to decide. We'd have more time to decide if we want to play him or not. Hurts, right? Tua hasn't been doing so great. I think we might rather play Trevor Lawrence on Thursday against the Jets than play Tua. I don't think Tua is very talented. Trevor Lawrence is very talented. There's a lot of talent on Tua's offense. I mean, 4 games in a row, this is just so underwhelming, you know? He's supposed to be the dude on a team trying to make the playoffs with Tyreek Hill on his team, and he's got 16 points, 16 points, 13 points, 18 points. I mean, it's not great. So I don't know that we should be that excited about Tua anyway. But yeah, we're gonna get Trevor Lawrence, and then he plays Thursday, so we're not gonna have any time to see if Hurts is gonna play Sunday or not. So you know what I'm saying? That's kind of the way it is. But I think we're doing the best we can here. I think that this is it. I think we're done looking at these teams, to be honest. We're in the playoffs in 2 teams. Our teams look good. We're going to try to pick up 2 Trevor Lawrence shares and start them both on Thursday and hope for a big game. And we're going to switch out our kicker here, and then we're looking ahead to, there's some defenses we might want to get for week 17. And that's pretty much it. My teams are projected 125 points and 124 points. Now, they have Jalen Hurts starting here, projected 25 points when he might be hurt, so obviously we'd have to fill in somebody else. But even if we filled in a different quarterback who was projected 17 points or something, my team is still projected to crush because of our running backs and wide receivers we've assembled here. The quarterback isn't the most important thing in fantasy anyway. Bad matchup against the Jets, D. Yeah, I know, but Trevor Lawrence just threw 4 touchdowns against Dallas's defense. You just said that Philly had a bad matchup against Dallas's defense this week. Trevor Lawrence played Dallas's defense last week and had 4 fucking tutties and won the game for him. You have to admit, Trevor Lawrence is pretty hot right now. He's the hottest quarterback in the league right now. Literally. Like, the last 10 games, he's like the number 1 quarterback or something. Look at these 5 games here. 20 points, 24 points, 16 points, 33 points, 27 points. These are like Jalen Hurts numbers. Trevor Lawrence cards. Cool. Like, if we go to average fantasy points scored by quarterbacks this year, Trevor Lawrence is number 7. Right now, Trevor Lawrence is QB 7. And he's available in both leagues. It's actually kind of crazy. Now, only 4 teams make the playoffs, so I had Jalen Hurts, this guy's got Josh Allen, this guy's got Burrow, and the other guy Lamar Jackson, so that's why Trevor Lawrence didn't matter, but he's literally QB 7. All that matters is this week. No, that's true. It makes it tough, though, you know? It makes it tough with matchups and stuff. Like, I kind of want to bench Nick Chubb on both teams. Chubb's playing New Orleans, and he hasn't been doing that good, and apparently he's banged up. I mean, look at this output. This is terrible. 4 out of his last 5 games have been no good. And we have other options, you know? The other team, we could start McKinnon over Chubb. And we have McKinnon starting here. So, like, why wouldn't I want to start him over there? But if we bench Chubb here, then we'd have to start, like, Dobbins and Chubb. What just happened to this guy 5 minutes ago? J.K. Dobbins, rest, knee, didn't practice Tuesday. The decision list him as rest, knee, suggests this is just about maintenance. Okay. There's player notes, like, coming in out the wazoo right now. Anyways, I think we're in good shape. I think we just say, let's go with Trevor Lawrence against the Jets. I know that the Jets have a good defense, but Dallas had a good defense too, and Trevor Lawrence didn't care. He's the number 7 QB on a team that nobody thought would even be any good. He's throwing to fucking Zay Jones and Marvin Jones and Travis Etienne, and somehow this guy is the number 7 QB throwing 4 touchdowns against Dallas. Yeah, we got Deshaun Watson over here. Who would you rather play, Trevor Lawrence or Deshaun Watson? You know? If we can't get Lawrence here because somehow somebody actually grabbed him, then we have to go with, I don't know, maybe we'd go with Purdy or, I don't know, we'd be kind of fucked. We'd probably just stick with Watson, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, we need our running backs and receivers to show up. If Chubb and Jacobs and Eckler and Hill and Amon St. Brown have a big day, then we don't need our quarterback to be some world crusher like Jalen Hurts. We just need 15 points, you know? We just need a normal output from our quarterback and we can win. We can beat anybody. I have to play the first place team over here who I just lost to last week, and I don't really like that. It says I'm projected to win. Why? Because my team's awesome. Why did this guy pick up Aaron Rodgers? I guess he just wanted some insurance. Like he's making sure, you know? Like if Mahomes were to get hurt or something, he knows he has another quarterback he could play for the week after. It's just like insurance here. He's got Philly defense, Dallas defense, and New England defense. Fucking hoarder. He's hoarding them. Pollard against Philly. We like that. He's playing Philly. I think we can beat this guy, man. How did we even lose to this guy last week? Freaking Patrick Mahomes. Or maybe since we got McKinnon on the bench in this league and my opponent's playing Patrick Mahomes, maybe I should just bench McKinnon in this league. You know? Just start Dobbins over him. McKinnon kind of is a sketchy play. Like, he didn't do anything all year. Now he's got 3 big games in a row. Most of it is him catching the ball. It's not him running, you know? 6 rushes, 22 yards, 8 rushes, 51 yards. He did okay running the ball here. But really, he's like a wide receiver for them. Seattle's defense is so bad. Kansas City could get up so big in the scoreboard, they don't even need to give the ball to McKinnon. We maybe could just go Dobbins over McKinnon here. And then, obviously, Dobbins would have to stay on our bench over here because we've got Eckler and Chubb and Jacobs, but it's kind of hard to sort out which ones we want to start, but I think we're just going to have to go with our best guys that we drafted high. That's just the way you got to do it. Chubb and Eckler. Well, I don't know. We could, we could start Miles Sanders against Dallas. How did he do against Dallas last time? 18 rushes, 71 yards, and a touchdown. Dallas has given up the 3rd fewest fantasy points to running backs this season. That's not good. But if Jalen Hurts is going to be hurt, it might mean even more touches for Sanders. So maybe we should say fuck it and just start Sanders over McKinnon, leave McKinnon on the bench in both leagues, and just say the game script is going to go against McKinnon. The Chiefs are going to get ahead in the scoreboard early. The Seahawks suck. And the Chiefs are at home, and the Chiefs are just going to blow them out. And Kelsey's going to have 2 touchdowns in the first quarter, and the Chiefs aren't going to need McKinnon. The Chiefs are just going to hand the ball off to Pacheco and run the clock out and win the game. They're not going to need to they're not going to need to do 10 short passes to McKinnon to win the game. Too many running backs is hard to pick. Yeah, McKinnon, that's the thing about, and I have a lot of experience with this stuff now, and I'm telling you, it almost seems like in fantasy football, when a guy has 3 fucking amazing weeks in a row, that's when they get ready to have a bad one, you know? That's what it fucking means. And it actually says here in the notes that he might have a negative game script this week. Kansas City's Week 16 game figures to be a game script that does not favor McKinnon. But he's got 5 touchdowns in the last 3 games. He's hard to bench. He's hard to bench, but we might just try to predict the future and bench him. Since Jalen Hurts is going to be hurt and they've got Minshew, what do you think the Eagles' plan is going to be on offense? Don't you think they're going to want to hand the ball off to Sanders and whoever else a bunch of times? But obviously Dallas could be ready for that. Dallas is going to stack up against the run and then dare the Eagles to throw it with Minshew if Ertz isn't playing, right? I know, Dobbins looked good too. The big problem is that we have a lot of these guys on the same team, so it's like, which ones do we bench, which ones do we start? I kind of want to start the same guys, but you can't do it because over here we have Chubb and Eckler, and over here we have Chubb and Eckler, so we can start them. But here you have Jacobs, Josh Jacobs. We have to start Josh Jacobs, so we can't start McKinnon or Dobbins over here. We have Jacobs. But we have to start one of these guys over here because we don't have Jacobs over here. Unless we go with Sanders. See what I mean? Leave Dobbins and McKinnon on the bench. Start Chubb and Eckler and start Sanders. We'll just put here, which RBs do we start? Same thing here. Which RBs do we start? Yeah, it is a tough question. And you know, we maybe shouldn't worry about it so much. Start your best players with the best matchups, you know? I mean, they might all score the same amount of points and it doesn't matter, right? Jerick McKinnon's matchup, they're number 2, second for running backs. Chubb's matchup is 18th for running backs. I almost want to, if we're talking matchups, say like Sanders 30th for running backs, so we don't want to go with that maybe. If we're talking just matchups, I want to bench Chubb probably. Hell, we could start Mostert. Mostert had fucking 136 yards against the Bills. And he's playing the team that's 9th best for running backs. I know Wilson might be coming back, but if not, we might want to start Mostert. We could start Eckler, Chubb, and Jacobs, and we could start Eckler, Chubb, and Eckler, Chubb, and Mostert. But Chubb is kind of the guy that I'm trying to bench. So if we bench Chubb over here, then we'd have to go with Eckler, Jacobs, and then now McKinnon's back in there, you know what I mean? Or Dobbins is back in there. They're the guys that we have on both teams, and we can't start in both teams. So either way you scratch it, no matter how you slice this, we're not going to be able to start McKinnon in both leagues. We're not going to be able to start Dobbins in both leagues. It's just not really a thing. And it's hard to pick. I'm worried about Chubb. The offense hasn't looked as good with Watson there in general. I don't know that they're even like in playoff contention. It's one of those things where like you want to play the people who are in playoff contention too. Like the Browns aren't going to make the playoffs. He hasn't been doing that well. Imagine if Nick Chubb twisted his ankle in the first quarter or something. They're just going to bench him for the rest of the game. His ass is going to be on the bench, man. He's their future. But when you talk about like the Dolphins playing Green Bay, the Dolphins have lost 3 games in a row. The Dolphins are trying to make the playoffs. Mostert could you know, they could amputate one of Mostert's legs at halftime and he'd be out there trying to run around. You know what I mean? Like they need to make the playoffs. If he gets hurt, he's still going to play. There's no risk of like, you know, benching him, saving the guy's health if they're in playoff contention. It's hard to bench McKinnon when he's been on fire and he's going against the team that gives up all the points to running backs. But McKinnon isn't really a running back either. He's more like a wide receiver for them. But yeah, it's hard to bench McKinnon. That's been their game plan. McKinnon's been a big part of their game plan. I just have a feeling this week he's going to not score 30 points because it's going to be the week that I start him. The last 2 weeks he was on my bench, he scored 30 points. This week I start him, he's not going to score 30 points. It's kind of how it goes. But yeah, this quarterback situation is throwing us for a little bit of a loop. It looks like we're trying to go for Trevor Lawrence now, and that makes me nervous. It does make me nervous against the Jets defense. And yeah, just like which guys do we start? But I think when you know Chubb's getting 21 carries, 14 carries, 17 carries, 26 carries, 14, 11, 23. I mean, he's getting like 15 carries a game. Sanders is not as good. Although, fuck, he had a good little run in here. What happened to him against Chicago? They gave him a loss of 13 yards on this play? What the fuck? Sanders lost a fumble on the only reception of the day. Because the ball tumbled backward, he was credited with a loss of 13 yards on the play. That's fucked up. I know. Where's Chubb been the last 3 weeks? You would think they'd want him to have good games with Watson getting reincorporated in the offense and stuff. Houston's defense is like number one for giving up the most fantasy points to running backs this year, and he only had 17 rushes for 80 yards. What the fuck? What happened there? Like, why didn't he have a big game against Houston? Let's see if our boy has put out any running back tiers. That's what we kind of need to look at too. 5 hours ago, he put out the running back tiers. That's great. He just put this video out 5 hours ago. It is hard.
We have a couple horrible matchups this week. We got Philadelphia playing against each other. I mean, we are going up against
this is what we need to know.
The freaking New England Patriots for Joe Mixon. Got a decent amount to talk about, but before we get into any of it, make sure you go down there, drop a like on this video. If you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the comment section. And if you want to check out any of these player props, if you want to get in a draft with us on the live stream, you can find the link to Underdog Fantasy.
Yeah, I love this guy. I don't necessarily agree with all of his rankings. I don't necessarily agree with all of his advice, but it's really, really freaking helpful to have all the players in a little list like this. Is just nice. And to hear the pros and cons of playing them, you know. I don't necessarily agree with all his picks or takes, but it's nice that he puts this all in a organized list for us.
But I think that should be it.
He got a haircut.
Dive into these RBs, starting off tier 1.
He left his house for the first time in months. I'm playing against this guy in the playoffs, Derrick Henry. Houston has got the worst rush defense, I told you. So why didn't Chubb score against them?
And he gets to play the Houston Texans this week, where the Tennessee Titans are 7-point favorites. A lot of people were very excited about Isaiah Pacheco a week ago, but ends up Jerick McKinnon is scoring all the fantasy points against Houston. Regardless, running backs score points against the Houston Texans. It should be a great game environment for Derrick Henry. I think it's easy to put him at 1. And then at 2, we are going to be going with Austin Eckler, who at this point,
right, so we got 2 shares of Eckler. That's good.
Running back 1 from a fantasy points per game perspective in a full PPR league. Right now, the Chargers are favored by only 3.5 to 4 points based on the sports book that you're looking at. Honestly, I kind of figured the Chargers would be favored a little bit more here based on the debacle that you had from the Indianapolis Colts a week ago. I mean, Dalvin Cook had a great week, and the Indianapolis Colts have had a soft run defense all year. And then at 3, we are going to be going with a Mr. Josh Jacobs as 3-point.
We got Jacobs too.
Going up against Pittsburgh. May not necessarily be the best game environment for the Raiders to run the ball over and over and over again, but a much better matchup than he had a week ago going up against the New England Patriots. You know, we've had Josh Jacobs as that tier 1 running back. I mean, my most drafted player in fantasy. We ranked him lower than usual last week, but that was because it was a very tough matchup against New England. Now our next guy is going to be Christian McCaffrey going up against Washington. With CMC, you don't love the matchup. It doesn't really matter if Washington has a good front 7, though, because the 49ers will be winning this game. They're 7-point favorites, and CMC's number 1 trait is he is involved as that pass catcher out of the backfield. If Deebo Samuel were to miss again this week, then CMC probably would bump up, definitely ahead of Jacobs, maybe ahead of Eckler. Now, dropping down to our next tier, we're going to be going with Saquon Barkley at 5, playing the Minnesota Vikings. With Saquon Barkley, I mean...
So he's got Eckler and Jacobs in the top tier. We have Eckler on both of our teams. We have Jacobs in that second team. So we're looking at Chubb and yeah, we're curious to what he's going to say about Chubb, because Chubb hasn't had a few good games, and now he's playing whoever he's playing. I don't fucking remember. We're curious about Chubb, McKinnon, Dobbins, and Sanders. And I guess Mostert. We're curious about a lot of these guys.
It is just so hit or miss. You know, he has all the ceiling in the world. He does have a pretty low floor, but you do know in that full PPR format, he will be involved as a pass catcher. And then at 6, we are going to be rolling with Ramondre Stevenson at home against Cincinnati. With Ramondre, I don't really care about the matchup because the man's dominant. The man looks like, I don't want to say prime Alvin Kamara, but pretty damn close to it. He leads the New England Patriots in receiving more weeks than not. Yeah, man, I mean, hell, he was very good this past week. And then going to 7, we are going to be looking at Dalvin Cook, favored by 3.5 points against the New York Giants. I mean, Minnesota obviously has just a horrendous defense, but their offense can put points up at will. Now, dropping down to our next tier, we're going to be going with Kenneth Walker going up against the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, you don't love the game environment playing the Chiefs here, where we assume that the Seattle Seahawks are going to be playing from behind. I mean, if we are going to be looking at this right now, you actually have the Kansas City Chiefs as 9.5-point favorites. Not that good of a spot if we were wanting Kenneth Walker to have a ridiculous workload. And then at 9, we're going to be going with Nick Chubb. Don't love the matchup going up against New Orleans.
Don't love the matchup going up against New Orleans.
But hell, I mean, Tyler Algier, Cordell Patterson just combined for 1 million points.
That's true.
Nick Chubb, he's been significantly worse as of late. Where
Yeah, why?
Really just has been very disappointing with Deshaun Watson. I thought Deshaun Watson was going to come in and
I thought it was going to give him a spark. Yeah, me too, man.
I was for sure thinking Deshaun Watson was going to be a massive upgrade over Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, how could it not be?
Flat out wrong.
Fuck.
At 10, we are going to be going with.
So yeah, I mean,
Connor. I would love
out of all the running backs he's talked about so far, this is the guy who he's like, man, I don't really know if we should have him in this tier, you know?
Connor higher than this. I mean, if you're looking at the pure workload, the fact that he gets, I mean, a ton of targets out of the backfield, he gets almost every touch in the red zone. Hell, he gets every touch out of the
yeah, he hasn't had Stevenson rated very high all year, but
Tampa, however, and
he's a new player.
Potentially going to be on their 3rd string quarterback. For this reason, you actually have the Arizona Cardinals at home as 4.5-point dogs. I think this will be a very bad offense. And now going over to 11, we're going to have Aaron Jones. I am recording this right before the Monday night game against the Rams. So if Aaron Jones drops 40 points, we may be moving him up. If he drops 4 points, we may be moving him down. We'll continue to monitor this situation and, of course, give you updates later in the week. But going over to 12, we are going to be looking at Joe Mixon against the New England Patriots. Hell, people were worried about Samaje Perine maintaining a large role after he was very impressive in the absence of Joe Mixon. And, of course, I mean, Mason the idiot, Mason the clown came out and said, oh, no, don't worry. Last time we saw Joe Mixon, he scored 5 touchdowns in a game. He's still going to be used as that 3-down bell cow. Well, that hasn't happened. They're using a 3-man running back by committee. I mean, they're throwing the ball over and over and over again. And it's a tough matchup for Joe Mixon going up against the New England Patriots. Obviously, Cincinnati has an elite offense, though.
Yeah, we're watching this dude's video on our channel, whatever. I want to know what the tier list is. You guys should probably follow his channel, too.
I don't really care. I think if you're looking at this...
The Fantasy Flock Network.
One thing is for certain...
Oh, there's Sanders. Hold on.
They're using a 3-man against the New England Patriots. Obviously, Cincinnati...
So he's got Sanders fucking... He only has Sanders fucking... He's got 1 tier lower than Chubb, but, you know, 3 players away...
13, we're going to be looking at Miles Sanders in a tough matchup against the Dallas Cowboys. I know Sanders took a step back this past week. I don't really care. I think if you're looking at this Philadelphia Eagles offense, one thing is for certain.
They're going to run the ball.
They're going to score a lot of points. They are going to be putting points up at
They're going to be in the red zone. So the chances of him having a 3-touchdown game are high compared to a lot of other people.
Miles Sanders, we don't know.
See, that's kind of a good point, except if Gardner Minshew's there, maybe they won't, like, he didn't know that Hurts was hurt maybe when he made this video, or I don't know, is he going to say anything about it? They got Minshew at quarterback, though. Doesn't that change things? If we think Philly is going to get into the red zone 10 times, if we think that Philly is going to get into the red zone 10 times in the fucking game, and we think that Cleveland is only going to get into the red zone 3 or 4 times or something, right? Those numbers aren't exactitudes. I'm just saying, you know. If the Eagles have more if the Eagles end up producing more red zone opportunities than the Browns, then Sanders could just automatically be a better play than Chubb because it's just math. He didn't know Hurts was hurt. Well, he put this video out 5 hours ago. He has to know. We all knew 5 hours ago that Jalen Hurts was hurt. He should at least comment, oh, see, look, Minshew set to play. He's about to talk about it, I guess. Let's just back this up. We're cutting him off. He's about to talk about it.
Sanders took a step back this past week. I don't really care. I think if you're looking at this Philadelphia Eagles offense, one thing is for certain. They're going to score a lot of points. They are going to be putting points up at will. I think this Dallas and Philadelphia game is going to be a shootout. I mean, with Miles Sanders, we don't know if the Eagles are going to be putting points up through the air, on the ground. I just want him in my lineup. And then going over to 14, we are going to have Alvin Kamara. I mean, you thought, at least I thought he was going to smash against the Atlanta Falcons a week ago with no Mark Ingram in a great matchup. I mean, hell, they are not using him as much as you would like to see as a pass catcher, and you still
He didn't say anything about it.
Getting involved, stealing.
Maybe when he made the video, he didn't know, and then he just threw those articles up there later. I don't know. He didn't say anything about it.
He goes over 100 total yards, but he doesn't score a touchdown, so it's not like it's a phenomenal performance.
People think he's underrating McKinnon.
If Travis Etienne is seeing 90% of the snaps in this backfield, which he would have last week, but he left the game just for a small stretch with an injury, he's still seeing 90% of those snaps in this backfield.
Have you all watched any of the Darrell Brooks trial shit? As you can see, I've been watching a lot of it. Like, obviously the guy is like a murderer, it's nothing to laugh at, but like, holy fucking shit, there's some crazy shit going on in that courtroom.
In what looks to be a very, very good
It's
offense,
very,
he's still someone you have to play. Even
it's very easy to get trolled by it.
And then at 16, we're going to be rolling.
The guy's representing himself in court, and
I mean, like we said, I think there are
it's just bizarre. It's beyond bizarre.
I'm going to be a little more excited about Miles Sanders, however, because he's going to have a larger percentage of his own backfield compared to Tony Pollard.
He's more excited about Sanders than Pollard because he's going to have a bigger percentage of the backfield, which might be especially true if Hurts is hurt because Minshew's not going to run it like Hurts does. Who's going to get the ball? But Dallas might know that and then play defense against it. There's Dobbins.
Go out there and rank him as that true running back one. I think you really just want to see Lamar Jackson back in. I mean, right now you have the Ravens.
That's the thing. If Lamar Jackson's not back in, less red zone opportunities.
And then at 18 and 19, we're going to be going with two running backs that kind of look the same in my opinion. We're going to go Najee Harris, David Montgomery. I mean, they are the cheap discount Walmart version of bell cow running backs. I think that's a safe assessment. They are going to get evolved a little bit.
I think we might go with Sanders over Chubb and
however, I mean, if they were in
somebody else over Chubb. We might bench Chubb. This Browns offense is fucked up right now.
Kind of is what it is. We're going to go Najee over Montgomery because Montgomery does have a tough
McKinnon over Chubb, and then just play Dobbins in one league and not in the other.
14 points in this game, but it is 8.5 or 9. Now going over to 20, we are going to be looking at Leonard Fournette, who played the majority of the snaps over Rachaad White this past week, but they split the touches damn near 50-50. Now, Leonard Fournette looks like he's going to draw a few more targets.
I mean, he only has 11 running backs in those top three tiers, and Chubb is one of them, you know? Chubb is top 10. It's hard to bench a top 10 running back that you drafted in the first round in the playoffs, no matter how bad he's been doing, how bad the offense has been doing. You can almost say Chubb is due, right? Chubb is due. Yeah, Fargo, it was just a maintenance day, though, they were saying. But yeah, it's definitely something we need to look into. I wrote down that is he healthy? Yeah. We saw he's got some sort of health issue. What's up, Fargo? We have a couple of days to sort out who we're actually going to start. You know, this isn't like an immediate thing. We already took care of all the immediate. We already took care of all the immediate needs.
I don't know what to do, ladies and gentlemen. He played the most snaps in Detroit this past week.
I've already had so many decisions this year, man, where I've benched somebody and then they scored 30 points. Let me put it this way. Most of the decisions this year, I've just played the best players. You know what I mean? I have not made too many outside of the box roster decisions this year. Normally, I'm starting the best player. I have made a couple of decisions this year, though, where well, this week I started Njoku over Kittle, and Kittle had 23 points. And Njoku had like 6 points. But Kittle hasn't been scoring for the last 4 weeks. I thought he was out there blocking. Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt. So I benched Kittle for Njoku, but Kittle scored 20 points. So that was one decision I made that was a little bit, again, outside of the box. And then also there was a week where I started Jamal Williams for Detroit over like Miles Sanders 2 weeks ago, and Sanders had like 30 points on my bench. But I had Jalen Hurts on that team, so I didn't having Hurts and Sanders, they kind of like take each other's points. And Jamal Williams was doing so good, so I decided to do that and it backfired. Yeah, almost every time this year, honestly, that I've started the like guy you wouldn't normally think would get started over the normal starter, anytime I've made a move like that, it actually has backfired. when I think about it, which could just be a coincidence. But, I mean, we're gambling, you know? I think I benched Chubb some week early on, week 6 or 7 for somebody for a better matchup, and Chubb went off. It's already happened to me like 5 times. You usually just go with the studs. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe you should just go with the studs.
Move him up. But there's a little thorn in the side. There's a little leech. There's a little...
Fargo, here's the thing. We got 2 teams in the playoffs. It's a little complicated, okay? Because we have similar running backs, but they're not all the same. So, in this one league, we've got Chubb and Eckler, as you can see, right? And in the other league, we have Chubb and Eckler. We also have McKinnon and Dobbins over here on the bench, which, as you know, they've both been doing very well lately. The other team has McKinnon and Dobbins on the bench. The thing that's fucking us up is that as of right now, we've got Chubb and Eckler and McKinnon starting over here because we were starting McKinnon over Sanders, Jamal, Mostert, and Dobbins. And I actually just said to the stream before we cut this video on that I was thinking I might just go with Sanders anyway. Because Hurts is hurt, so Sanders is going to get even more volume. How about this? How about this? The Eagles have been getting all those red zone opportunities this year, and Jalen Hurts gets how many rushing touchdowns? Can you imagine if all those went to Miles Sanders? Well, this week, Gardner Minshew's the fucking quarterback. So anytime the Eagles get on the 2-yard line, Gardner Minshew's not going to run it in like Jalen Hurts did. They're going to give it to Sanders. Sanders is more valuable if Hurts is out. I kind of agree, but at the same time, if you're the Dallas defensive coordinator, aren't you saying to your team, all we got to do is fucking make Minshew throw the ball and we win? So I'm worried that Sanders is going to be out there with a stacked box. Exactly. What do you mean exactly? Well, no, I think Sanders is going to get more touches, but is he going to produce? Because Dallas's defense is going to be really ready to stop Sanders. But if Minshew's okay, we don't know how Minshew's going to be. That's a wild card. So, like, if the Eagles can continue to get themselves in the red zone like they've been with Minshew instead of Jalen Hurts, then I feel great about starting Sanders because of the reason I said about Hurts not vulturing touchdowns. I'm just worried that Philly's going to, like, get beat. They're going to get crushed. What if they don't get to the red zone? Yeah, I know what you mean. We're on a slight delay, but I got you. McKinnon's been balling, I know. So as of right now, we had Chubb and Eckler and McKinnon starting, and then over here we had Eckler and Chubb and Jacobs starting. But then I was talking about how I wanted to get McKinnon in the lineup over here, if we got him in the lineup over here. And then I started thinking about how Sanders might be a better option, McKinnon. And you know what I think I want to do right now, which sounds crazy? I think I want to bench Chubb. I want to bench Chubb because the Browns' offense is all out of sorts. Deshaun Watson doesn't even know the fucking plays, hardly. And they're just not clicking. And how about this as well? The Browns don't have anything to play for. The Browns don't give a shit about giving Chubb his carries. How about this? If Chubb twists his ankle, they're going to put him on the bench. He's their future. They need to win next year. The Eagles are fighting for playoff seeding. The Eagles are fighting for the division. The Eagles are fighting for things. Sanders gets dinged up mid-game. They're still going to hand him the ball 20 times. You know? They need to win the game. So now my crazy ass is thinking about starting Eckler, Sanders, and McKinnon here and benching Chubb. We go Eckler, Sanders, McKinnon, and down here we go Eckler, Jacobs, McKinnon. And we start 2 McKinnons. But then we'd be benching Chubb, and if I do that, then he's going to score 4 touchdowns. But I don't think he's going to, because their offense looks shitty right now for some reason. They're just not clicking. Yeah, and they have another running back, and Deshaun Watson could run the ball in. What if Nick Chubb got all the rushing touchdowns he got because Jacoby Brissett wasn't ever going to run anywhere, but Deshaun Watson might run it in. So he's like a Jalen Hurts type guy now. Kansas City plays Seattle. Seattle has one of the worst defenses against running backs, but here's the catch. And Yahoo told us this, the game script could be bad for McKinnon because the Chiefs could just blow the Seahawks out. And when the Chiefs get up 21-0 in the second quarter, do they need to be throwing all these screens to McKinnon and shit and trying to scrap and win the game? No. McKinnon doesn't really run the ball as much as he catches it. So the game script might go against McKinnon. McKinnon's gone off the last 3 weeks, but he played Denver, who has a really fucking good defense. So you know that the Chiefs were fucking like trying to do that to Denver. And then they just played Houston, that has a really good defense against quarterbacks this year. And they did the little thing to McKinnon. They did McKinnon all day against Houston's defense. But I think against Seattle's defense, that's super porous. The Chiefs are going to be able to do whatever the fuck they want. They might not feature McKinnon as much. Wales going to work? Yo, have a good day, man. Rob, you're right. The Eagles don't have a ton to play for. To counterpoint my point there, I agree. I'm glad you brought that up. But the Browns really, like, the Browns shouldn't be that motivated out there. You know what I mean? The Eagles are excited. They're a winning team. They're 11-1 or 12-1 or whatever. They're trying to win. Like, yeah, you're right. If Sanders gets dinged up, they might sit him down. But it's more important, I feel like, for the Eagles and the Browns to win this game and to give the ball to their stars type stuff. What do you think, Fargo? It's a tough one, right? So then we started looking at this guy's rankings, and he had Chubb here in the top 10. There's Jacobs and Eckler. Obviously, they're getting started. We already know that. He's got Chubb right here, but you could, when he was talking about Chubb, he was very like, you know, he was like, damn, Chubb hasn't been doing anything. New Orleans has got a pretty good defense. This Browns offense hasn't looking like it's been clicking. And that's all the things that I'm saying. And the only way that we're going to be able to start, if we want to start 2 McKinnon shares, which I'm the type of guy who likes to do that. I like to bet on it working out. You know what I mean? So, like, I don't like the idea of starting Chubb and Eckler and McKinnon here, and the idea of starting Chubb and Eckler and Jacobs here, because the whole reason why we're starting McKinnon in the fucking playoffs is because we want him to score fucking 30 million points. So if he's going to do it here, then he's going to do it here. So why the fuck would I start him in one league and not in the other? But I know at some point your roster construction isn't going to be exactly the same. You got to just start your best players. And technically, they can all score the same amount of points. Chubb and Eckler and Sanders and Mostert and McKinnon could all score 16 fantasy points this week. And then it won't even matter which one we started and which one we benched, right? When that ends up happening. And we can't predict the future. But to me, we should try to predict the future, you know? So it's like, let's just bench both Chubb shares. They haven't been doing great. How about this? Let's say Chubb has a better game this week. Oh, well, he just had 3 bad weeks in a row. He actually does score... He does score a touchdown, has 100 yards this week. I still think he's capped. Like, I don't think he's going to have a 3-touchdown game. I don't think Chubb is going to have a 4-touchdown game. The Saints defense is too good for that shit. The Saints defense ain't going to give that shit up. And the Browns ain't that good right now. So he's capped. He's fucking capped. And McKinnon is fucking uncapped. And you know what? Their floors, I feel like, are similar. Chubb's floor and McKinnon's floor right now, with what McKinnon's been doing the last 3 weeks, they're definitely going to feature McKinnon in the offense. He's definitely going to get the ball somewhat. He's not going to go from being the guy who scored the game-winning touchdown last week, and Mahomes was looking to him every second he could get, fucking 10 targets or whatever he had, to just falling off the fucking face of the earth. So I feel like McKinnon and Chubb's floor are similar, or the same, and I think McKinnon is uncapped, and Chubb is capped. McKinnon is a big part of the offense. Clyde Edwards-Helaire is still hurt. They got this rookie Pacheco. They trust McKinnon. They don't trust Pacheco, maybe. He's a rookie. They trust McKinnon around the goal line. They trust McKinnon to take care of the ball. They've been playing with McKinnon the last few years. I don't think you can bench McKinnon when he's getting 8 to 10 targets a game. That's actually a really good thing to pick up, to bring up. How many targets in the passing game has this guy been getting lately? Let's look at his game log. We should look at this. Yeah, he had fucking 8. Okay. Yeah, so 8 targets in the passing game, 9 targets in the passing game. Here, for some reason, he had 2. I mean, I don't know why that is. Why did he only have 2 targets in the passing game here? He had 6.4 yards per carry. They lost the game. Wow. Should have handed them the ball more, huh? I guess he was hurt. Oh, is he coming back from injury here? He was hurt here. He got hurt in this LA game. Is that what happened? And then he didn't play against the Rams. He was dinged up. He had 8 targets this week before and 8 targets this week before. So for some reason, in the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games, they didn't really target him in the passing game. You see this? Look at this. 4 targets, 2 targets, 1 target, 1 target, 3, 3, 3. They didn't target this guy hardly at all in the passing game. But then right here, it's like they flipped a switch. And it's 8, 8. He gets hurt. Oh, he did play in the Rams game. He didn't get hurt. He just didn't run the ball at all. They didn't give him any rushes. Why? They didn't let him rush the ball at all. It's almost like they're experimenting. It's like the Chiefs are experimenting. They're like, do we want to hand the ball off to Pacheco and throw it to McKinnon? They're like, do we want to target McKinnon 10 times? Do we want to target him 3 times? Maybe at the beginning of the year, the Chiefs were trying to figure out who their wide receivers were. And they were like, all right, let's throw the ball to Scantling. Let's throw the ball to Juju. They were trying to, like, they got all these new receivers. So maybe they weren't testing McKinnon, or they weren't throwing it to McKinnon as much because they wanted the receivers to get reps and they wanted whatever. Another thing that I notice about the NFL watching over the years is that typically when you get towards the cold months, the running backs get more involved. I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's because of the weather. I mean, a lot of times these games are indoors, so I don't think that necessarily matters. I don't know if it's the weather or I don't know why. Or is this a bad observation or an incorrect observation? I feel like that's always been that way with fantasy football. There'll be all these running backs like McKinnon that come out of the woodwork in like week 13 that weren't getting the ball at all. And then all of a sudden towards the end of the year, these teams are utilizing the running backs out their ass. Like, I don't know. They want to use their running backs. They want to run the ball. They want to protect the ball more. I don't know. Maybe teams are trying to get on the same page with their wide receivers early on in the year. And then later on in the year, it's more about controlling the clock and being more efficient or something. I don't know. Chubb isn't capped. I mean, I'm capping him because the Browns' offense has looked pretty terrible and the New Orleans Saints' defense is pretty good. I mean, yeah, he could have 150 yards and 2 touchdowns, but I still think he's somewhat capped. I don't think his ceiling looks the same as Sanders' ceiling for this week does, for a myriad of reasons. I could be wrong. It's hard because you have a lot of running back depth, I know, and like I said, if I'm going to start McKinnon in one league, why don't we bet? That means we're betting on McKinnon. That means you don't go to the roulette wheel and bet on black and then also bet on red. That's dumb, right? You just bet on black and then you bet on a black number or something. Like I don't want to bet, or I don't know. To me, you bet on the thing happening. You bet on the thing happening. You tell a story. But a lot of my gambling friends will say, you're overthinking this a little bit. You're being very high variance. You should just start your best players. You should just start Chubb, Eckler, and Sanders here. And you should start Eckler, Chubb, and Jacobs here. And you shouldn't start any McKinnons. That's what they would tell me. Fuck McKinnon. You drafted Chubb and Eckler in the first 2 rounds of both of your drafts. You made it to the playoffs with these 2 guys starting every week. And even though Chubb's in the situation he's in or whatever with the last 3 weeks, it shouldn't deter you. And they would say start Eckler and Chubb, start Jacobs, and they'd say over here to start Sanders. And McKinnon would be on my bench in both leagues. But obviously it's tough. Recency bias, right? Recency bias. The fact that this kid has put up... It shouldn't matter. It is. It's recency bias. Oh, well, he's got 30 points, and he's got 28 points in the last 2 weeks, and Chubb only has 8. Okay. That doesn't mean that Chubb can't have 20 this week and McKinnon can't have 8. That means nothing. It's just one trial. It's an independent trial. I mean, back here, McKinnon scored 5 points. Chubb probably scored 30 that week. So why do we care, right? It's about this week. It's all about this week and evaluating the matchups and the players. Your share. It's about evaluating your stocks this week, right? I think that's the most important thing. My observations are telling me that the Browns' offense doesn't look so fluid right now. Also, he's got the questionable tag. Also, the Saints have a good run defense. 3 games in a row under 10 fantasy points. 4 out of the last 5 games under 10 fantasy points. And this was even with Jacoby Brissett still in there. I mean, other teams are running on Buffalo. McKinnon had a big game against Buffalo last week, didn't he? Buffalo Bills. Oh, no, that wasn't McKinnon. That was, somebody did. I'm not making this up, am I? Somebody had a good game against Buffalo. Rob doesn't want me to bench Chubb. My question for you, Rob, is the Browns are fighting for playoff contention. The Browns got Deshaun Watson back on their team. This is when Deshaun Watson came back. If Chubb is this fucking good, why the fuck didn't they give him the ball 30 times then? Deshaun Watson's getting back incorporated in the offense. To me, the Browns don't care about... To me, my opinion, and it could be wrong, is that the Browns don't give a fuck about this year. Even if it's better for the Browns to run it 30 times with Chubb this week against the Saints, they're not going to do it. You see what I mean? They want Watson to learn more of the playbook. They want Watson to get more incorporated into the game, NFL speed. It's all about getting Watson ready for next year. It's all about getting the team ready for next year. It's not about winning football games. It's not about giving Chubb the ball. It's not about getting in the red zone. It's not about beating the Saints. It's just about getting Watson these runs and these throws and do these which plays is he more comfortable with, getting the receivers timing. It's all bullshit with the Browns right now. It's fucking bullshit. They're not really playing like the other NFL teams are right now, I don't think. They have a lot going on in testing this Watson guy out that they just paid $300 million for. They invested in him. And since he's been back, these are Chubbs' numbers. And if the Browns are trying to win right now and didn't care about those things that I just said, then they probably would have handed the ball to this Chubb guy a lot more because they know that Watson was going to be rusty. And they maybe Chubb would have more fantasy points. But obviously they're doing something else. Nobody flaked. Wolfie and I talked cards together and studied. We never said we were going to do it on stream. You're making that up, dude. We said we were going to study. We never said we were going to study on stream. We did it off stream. No one's flaking. Feel like Dobbins is going to have a huge game this week. I kind of feel like he is too. Against Atlanta? Overaggressive fish. I'm just playing with you, man. No, we studied. Oh, Mostert did good against Buffalo. Yeah, he did. That was the guy. Mostert last week. Yeah, he ran on Buffalo. 17 for 136. Why couldn't Chubb do that? 14 for 19. What the fuck is his problem? And they lost by 8 points, and they're trying to win before Deshaun Watson comes back in 2 weeks. So this is when they were trying to win the playoff, make the playoffs. What the fuck happened there? What the fuck? And like, if the Buffalo's going to do that to them, I think the Saints could do that to him too. He might have a 4th bad game in a row. Did he look that good? He was like hobbling the whole game. The announcers were actually mentioning that the announcers in the Baltimore game were actually mentioning how they had never seen a running back with a limp run as well as Dobbins was running. Like, you can clearly see that he's like, as Dobbins is running, he's like favoring one leg. Are the Browns still eligible for the playoffs? Yes, but you have to keep in mind that they've added more teams to the playoffs since last year, so there are additional playoff teams than it's usually been, and also the season is 1 week longer than it's always been. So every team is still eligible for the playoffs right now, mathematically, except for just a few of them. The Browns are still alive, but I mean, it's like they would need a miracle probably, you know what I mean? Like, they probably have a 1% chance or something. Yes, they added playoff spots like 2 years ago. I know it's kind of lame in a way, but also it's kind of awesome because more football. Yeah, they added one more wild card team from each conference. Like, just last year was the first year they did it, I think. And then this year is the first year where there's been 17 games, right? Yeah, and there's no more pass interference anymore either. Baltimore offense worries me. Yeah, red zone appearances, right? So, like, that's what I'm saying, is that I think I think that's what I'm going to do, honestly. When you think about red zone looks, we have to play Eckler on both teams. Everyone knows that already, okay? We don't need to go on and on about this. We have to play Eckler on both teams, and we have to play Jacobs here as well. We have to. He's the number 1 running back in fantasy football this year, Jacobs. We're playing him. We're playing Eckler, and we're playing Jacobs. The only question is with this Chubb guy who hasn't been doing anything on this offense that's being weird, and we have these other options, right? So, I mean, think about it. Red zone opportunities. The Eagles. That's a team that gets red zone opportunities. Obviously, we got a little bit of a wild card this week with Minshew instead of Jalen Hurts. Maybe they won't get in the red zone as much, but they're still a good team. Red zone looks. The Eagles. Red zone. McKinnon plays for the fucking Chiefs. You think they're going to get in the red zone? The Chiefs at all this week? What do you guys think? Against Seattle. You think the Chiefs will score? Since the Chiefs are going to fucking be in the red zone all day and they're going to score, then McKinnon's got a better chance than a lot of these other players to actually score a touchdown, right? And that's 6 points. You need 12 catches to equal 6 points in half-point PPR. So, the more and more I think about this, I think I'm actually going to go with Chubb on my bench. Eckler, Sanders, McKinnon, Eckler, Jacobs, McKinnon. But I'm going to be so sad when Chubb scores 2 touchdowns and McKinnon doesn't do anything. The Browns can get a wild... They cannot win the division. The Browns can get a wild card spot if, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other teams that have a similar... Yeah, I mean, I guess they could still make the playoffs. The Browns would have to, like, win the rest of their games while, like, the Patriots and the Jets and the Steelers and the Jags and the Raiders lose the rest of their games. Type deal to make it in this year. It won't be easy, but I guess, yeah, it's for sure possible. I think that the Chiefs were doing this thing earlier on in the year where they knew that they had McKinnon in their back pocket. They knew they could do what they could do with McKinnon. McKinnon's been there. They weren't targeting him in the passing game. They were testing out the receivers. Scantling, how's he looking out there? Is Hardman going to step up? Who's going to step up? Who's going to step up at the wide receiver position with Tyreek Hill gone to go with Juju and whoever else? And they were throwing to the receivers and they weren't throwing to McKinnon. And then some, like this, 8 targets, 6 targets, 9 targets, 8 targets. All of a sudden, it's like they changed their game plan. You know? It's like, or maybe it's game to game. Maybe it just so happened that this was a good game plan against Tennessee's defense. Maybe it just so happened that this was a good game against Jacksonville, a good game plan against Jacksonville's defense, when maybe that was not the plan that they wanted to do against Indy or something. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just game to game. I don't know enough about football, you know, to know. Your order of the guys we have left after Eckler and Jacobs, the ones that we have to start, are as such. So you don't have Chubb up there. Well, come on, let's admit that you're kind of in love with J.K. Dobbins. Which I am too, because he's a great running back, but the Ravens don't even have Lamar Jackson back necessarily. Like, I don't know.
Tick, whatever you want to call him.
Let's watch the rest of this.
Probably rude for me to do so. Name Justin
I want to see what he says about McKinnon.
Jackson
He hasn't gotten to McKinnon yet. The guy that we're thinking about starting, he hasn't even listed yet.
From both DeAndre Swift and Jamal Williams, where it's almost turning into a pseudo 3-man running back by committee.
Well, Fargo, he mentioned Sanders, though, too. I thought you liked Sanders, Fargo. Fargo, here's the question. We've got Eckler and Jacobs. See, you guys aren't really answering the question, because you see what's happening is that if we end up starting Chubb, then it's going to be Eckler, Chubb, Jacobs with McKinnon on the bench, and it's going to be Chubb, Eckler, who? McKinnon, Sanders, or are you saying... Is Fargo saying that he's starting Eckler and Sanders, and he's choosing between Chubb and McKinnon? Fargo is starting Eckler and Jacobs, and he's choosing between Chubb and McKinnon. Is that what you're saying? Fargo, you have Sanders starting up here no matter what. Is that what you're saying? I mean, there's a lot of recency bias going on with all of us. That's why I said it's good to think about this week. And you know what? If you don't think about last week, and you don't think about next week, and you just think about this week, it sounds pretty good to play McKinnon on that Chiefs team and that Chiefs offense against Seattle's crappy defense. And it doesn't sound that good talking about starting Chubb against that Saints defense on that Browns offense that's been doing what they've been doing. If we just talk about 1 week, McKinnon sounds better, doesn't he? Fuck last week. McKinnon might not score 30 points this week. Fuck last week's game. Just think about this week, what the Chiefs are going to go out there and try to do. The red zone opportunities. The fact that Mahomes is going to deliver the ball. That we know that's going to happen. I like all these players. I think we all do. So it's not like we're saying one guy sucks and the other guy's good. They're all good. It's just for this week's matchup, for this week's game plan, for this week's game script, for this week's everything, home field, away, weather, playoff implications, whatever. Who's got the floor? Who's got the ceiling? I like picking the ceiling guys. Everyone's got the floor, man. Everyone on all these teams is going to have the floor. Let's try to hit a home run. I think Sanders is our home run. He gets 4 touchdowns. Minshew just keeps throwing him 3-yard passes all game, and Sanders kills the Cowboys defense, scores 5 touchdowns. Eckler crushes him. McKinnon does his thing again, 3 weeks in a row now. Holy fuck. I think Dobbins is a little capped in that offense, and he's coming back from injury, and there's other running backs on the team, and the receivers aren't that good. The offense isn't that good. Lamar Jackson's come back from injury. I think he's a little capped. Same for Chubb, for the reasons we've already mentioned a million times. I think he's a little capped. I just think he's a little capped. Chubb could have a better game than Sanders. Chubb could have a better game than McKinnon. I'm not saying he won't. I'm just saying if we rolled the dice 10,000 times on who would have the ceiling game out of these guys, Eckler and Sanders and McKinnon are jumping out to me out of these guys. Jamal Williams ain't the answer. We all know we're not starting him because he doesn't have the ceiling. He's not getting the touches as much with DeAndre Swift back. He's so touchdown dependent, and he doesn't catch the ball. Mostert has Jeff Wilson coming back, where we'd probably all be considering Mostert more too, but Jeff Wilson's coming back. They have other weapons on the team. He's not the only guy, right? McKinnon is the scary choice, and he hasn't even ranked McKinnon yet. He has McKinnon ranked down here, so I can't wait to see what he says, because he might say that we all have recency bias with McKinnon and that the game script's going to be terrible and the Chiefs are going to be up 21-0 in the second quarter against Seattle because Seattle sucks and the Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl. And they don't need to throw the ball to McKinnon. McKinnon doesn't need 8 targets. They'll do something else. They'll just hand it to Pacheco. They'll kneel the ball. It doesn't fucking matter, you know? It's not a lock for Sanders. Okay, so you like Eckler as a lock up there, and you like Eckler and Jacobs as a lock down here. So then we have 2 spots here and 1 spot here, and if Chubb is filling the spot down here, then we're not going to be able to play McKinnon. So that's kind of the thing. Or Dobbins, because then it's Eckler, Chubb, Jacobs. And then when we go Eckler, Chubb here, we could go... Well, that's why I said we could just start Chubb. Those are the options to me. My 2 favorite options are go Chubb, Eckler, Sanders, and Chubb, Eckler, Jacobs, and just go with the guys who got us here, and that's it. Don't overthink anything. Chubb, Eckler, Sanders, Chubb, Eckler, Jacobs. That's an option. And I think the other option is bench Chubb and go Eckler, Sanders, McKinnon, and go Eckler, Jacobs, McKinnon. I think those are going to be my 2 lineups. It's just which do I go with. I'm not going to pick any other configuration. Do you see what I mean? Those are going to be my 2 configurations. Chubb's in there with Eckler and Jacobs and Eckler and Sanders, or Chubb's out of there and McKinnon's in there instead. For me, I'm making Eckler and Sanders a lock at this point, and I'm making Eckler and Jacobs a lock at this point. So down here, I need to say, just put start Chubb or McKinnon, and then here put start Chubb or McKinnon, right? And then we'll just go back here, and then we know we want Sanders to start, right? We'll just put Chubb on the bench. We know we got Sanders and Eckler starting, but do we want Chubb or McKinnon? And you know what? We could look at the Boris Chen rankings that are going to come out, like probably any minute now or tomorrow sometime. That guy is supposed to know some things. He's probably waiting. He might be waiting a few days. Sometimes it takes longer than others. It still says week 15. He's still a week behind. He's working on them as we speak, probably. And then over here, we'll do... We know we got Jacobs and Eckler, and then are we going to start Chubb or McKinnon? So that's the question for me. I know you guys are debating Dobbins and debating these other guys, but to me, we're starting Eckler and Sanders. We're starting Eckler and Jacobs. It's about, do we do Chubb or McKinnon? Do we bench Chubb when normally we wouldn't because of this and because of McKinnon being so hot? But obviously, it looks this way, and then this week Chubb could have 30 points and McKinnon could have nothing. And it could just be the game script. It could just be luck, right? Chubb finds the end zone this week for some fucking reason. McKinnon doesn't find the end zone this week for some fucking reason. And you guys know that with poker, a lot of times, when you win with your pocket aces 3 days in a row, that fourth day, you lose with your pocket aces, you know? It's not... That's how life is, you know? Even the best running backs and the best receivers in the world have variance, and there's a touchdown luck factor, right? And all this. Anyway, let's see what he says about McKinnon.
And then at 23, we're going to be going with Ezekiel Elliott, sliding him in here.
Still doesn't have McKinnon up there.
Over Zeke, knowing that Zeke's not really going to
He doesn't have any Chiefs running backs up there, and the Chiefs have one of the best offenses in the league.
The Dallas Cowboys favored in this game.
It's actually kind of interesting. The Chiefs have one of the best offenses in the league, and there's no Chiefs running back up here. The Bills have one of the best offenses in the league, and there's no Bills running back up here. I mean, the Bills running back, Cook, could have a better chance to have 3 touchdowns this week than Chubb does, you know, just for red zone looks alone, unless the Browns improve what they're doing.
Game by about 3 to 2.5 points. I don't know.
I'm not saying that this guy is picking the right things. I still like to hear what he says about the players.
25, you're going to be going with Raheem Mostert. This is a running back that can 100% move up these rankings.
He likes Mostert.
We are going to need to know the status of Jeff Wilson.
If Jeff Wilson's benched, he loves Mostert.
Is to be out, then 100% move Raheem Mostert up. Probably goes up to the Dobbins tier. Probably around running back 19.
Oh, he's only moving him up 1 tier.
But I'm going to be operating under the assumption that Jeff Wilson comes back in.
Yeah, no, it's my team. I'm not going to just listen to what this guy says or what Boris Chen says, but I like to take it all in, you know?
A running back that we ranked, I believe.
When I am kind of picking where I'm picking, and I watch this guy's video, and he has him about in the same spot, and then I look at the Boris Chen list, and he has him about in the same spot, it makes me feel good about my own assessment. I feel like it helps me improve my own evaluations. But yeah, obviously, I mean, anything can happen. Derrick Henry could do nothing against Houston, too. He's got him ranked number 1. Doesn't mean this guy's an idiot. He's just doing the best chance he can to rank him right now. I think these rankings are pretty good. I think he should have listed McKinnon by now, though. He's got Zonovan Knight over McKinnon. This is worrying me. Maybe this guy hates McKinnon. What's going on? And then it's going to make me curious to see where Boris Chen ranks McKinnon. I think these guys know stuff, you know what I mean? You're saying this guy isn't always right. I agree he's not always right, but I think that he knows stuff, you know? I think this Boris Chen guy knows stuff. I think they get more into the, like, actual construction of the teams and like what plays they're going to actually be playing in their playbook this week against the defense they're playing against. I don't know enough about football to know all that stuff off the top of my head, you know?
You have Zach Wilson in here, not going to be a great offense. I don't think Bam Knight's a great running back, and he's split in the backfield. But now at 27, we are going to be going Jerick McKinnon. I told people to bench Jerick McKinnon last week because I thought the Kansas City Chiefs were going to boat race the Houston Texans, and I was completely wrong.
So there you go. If you think that the Chiefs are going to fucking destroy the team that they're playing, he doesn't want you to play McKinnon. And that's exactly what fantasy football was saying here. The game script. They're going to kill Seattle, and they're not going to be in some sort of situation where they're in a tie ball game in the third quarter or the fourth quarter, and they need to fucking throw the ball, they need to move down the field, and they need more points, and McKinnon's out there because McKinnon is their pass-catching back. Pacheco is their running back they hand the ball to when they're wanting to kill the clock. So what this guy is saying, and what the Seahawk and what the Yahoo Fantasy people are saying, is that the game script is going to be that the Chiefs are blowing out the fucking Seahawks, and then in the third quarter they're just going to hand the ball to Pacheco. And they don't care whether Pacheco even does well. They're just like killing the clock and getting the fuck out of there with a win. They're not going to need to drop back, have Mahomes drop back, risk getting sacked, risk getting hurt, throw the ball 50 times and throw it 10 times to McKinnon. If we don't get the game script to go that way against Seattle, then we're in trouble. But you know what? Seattle's been a pretty scrappy team all year, and the Chiefs don't have the best defense ever, right? So, I mean, it could just be a really high-scoring game. This is another thing I think we should look at, too, and we haven't done it yet. What's the other thing that we should look at, fam? What do you think? What's the other thing we should look at? We should look at the over-under for these games. Because the mob is never wrong. And if the Vegas mob says If the Vegas mob says that the over-under for the fucking Seahawks-Chiefs game is way higher than the over-unders in all the other games, then we know there's going to be a lot of points. Now, obviously, we don't know which team's going to score or whatever, but to me, I think that just my gut tells me that the over-under for this Seahawks-Chiefs game is going to be pretty high. Jags Jets. Wow, that's a low total. Fuck. We were talking about Trevor Lawrence. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Vegas ain't gonna make any mistakes on this. Fucking shit, man. That's not good. That's not good at all. This over-under is 38, and we're trying to fucking use our waiver on fucking Trevor Lawrence. Shit. Bills, Bears, over under 40. Lions, Panthers, 43.5. Seahawks, Chiefs, 48.5. It's the highest one. I don't think it's going to get higher than that. Bengals, Pats, 41.5. Giants, Vikings is pretty high, 48. I don't have any Giants or Vikings players on either of these teams, though, right? So, it doesn't really apply to us. Texans, Titans, 37. That's the lowest total we've seen so far, which makes me happy, actually, because I'm playing against Derrick Henry in one of my leagues, and I was afraid he's just going to have a huge game against Texans' defense, but Texans have been playing pretty inspired ball the last month or two. They might not want Derrick Henry to run all over them. That's the lowest over-under. That makes me happy because I'm playing against Derrick Henry. We don't have any Texans or Titans players, right? Saints, Browns. Holy fuck. Look at that. Look at that. 32. They don't think that both teams are going to score more than 4 touchdowns. So how's Chubb going to score 4 touchdowns? Chubb is benched at this point, you guys. He's straight benched. He's just benched. That's all there is. That's the deciding factor. We figured it out. Falcons, Ravens, which has Dobbins on the team, 37.5. Commanders, Niners. We don't really have anybody, right? We got Niners defense on one team. We should look at these individually here. Jags, Jets, we're worried about Trevor Lawrence now because the over-under, so that's something to think about. Fuck, we have Trevor Lawrence. This is not good for that. We need Vegas to be kind of wrong. Bills, Bears, and they're never wrong. Bills, Bears, I don't have anybody, right? I have a lot of the same players. Lions, Panthers, I have Amon St. Brown. I feel good about that. And that's... Oh, no, I have Jamal Williams on my bench. So I have 1 share of Amon St. Brown. I have 1 share of Jamal Williams. Seahawks, Chiefs, we have a Metcalf share starting. And we also have McKinnon, who I think at this point we're just going to start McKinnon, man, over Chubb. This is what's happening. Now that we've looked at this, especially. I mean, it's a 2 touchdown difference in the game. And you can almost say that the Chiefs are going to get both of the touchdowns over here. And I don't know that the Browns are going to be the ones doing all the scoring. I think the Saints are going to score, so I don't know, man. Bengals, Pats. I don't have anybody, right? Giants, Vikings, I don't have anybody. Texans, Titans, I don't have anybody. Saints, Browns, we have a ton of Browns players. Amari Cooper is on my bench as of right now, though, and I think he's staying there. Njoku's on my bench as of right now. We benched him for Kittle, and I think he's staying there, and I think we're going to bench these Chubb shares, too. And we have Deshaun Watson, and we're going to bench him for Trevor Lawrence, I guess. But you know what? I'm not so sure about that now. Shit, I might rather go with... Oh, my God, man. That's the thing that's fucked up, too. Not only have I lost both of my quarterbacks in the last 2 weeks leading up to the playoffs, on both of my teams that were eligible to make the playoffs, but also I stocked up on these Browns players thinking that they'd be even better when Watson gets back, and it's been the opposite. The offense has gone downhill. Well, I'm sure there's a myriad of factors that go into deciding what the over-under is going to be, but the fact of the matter is that Vegas is saying there's not going to be that many points, then we probably don't want the offensive players for those teams as much as we'd want them for the teams that have the high over-under, Fargo. Saints, Browns, 32. Falcons, Ravens, we have Dobbins. And that's it. Commanders, Niners, we have Niners defense. Okay, Eagles, Cowboys. Okay, so the over-under is higher than a lot of the over-unders in Eagles, Cowboys. The only over-unders that are higher than the over-unders in the Eagles-Cowboys games are Seahawks, Chiefs, which we knew was going to be the highest one, and Giants, Vikings. Which makes sense because the Vikings honestly, anyone who's playing the Vikings is going to have a high over-under because the Vikings offense is so fucking good and their defense seems to be so bad. Yeah. Eagles, Cowboys, 46. So we're thinking about Miles Sanders again, right? And so even though the Cowboys have this amazing defense that we're so scared to play the Eagles against, and we're so scared that Jalen Hurts is hurt, and maybe the Eagles won't get into the red zone as much, and there's not going to be as many points, they're still listing the game at over under 46. So that's nice to see, right? They're saying there's going to be scoring, and we're about to drop Dallas's defense, which I was worried about. Now I'm not as worried about it. And we're about to start Sanders, which I was kind of worried about. Now I'm not so worried about it. Vegas knows that Hurts might be hurt. Vegas knows that Dallas has a good defense, and it's still over under 46. Philly has a good defense too. Raiders, Steelers. So I have Darren Waller at tight end, and I have Josh Jacobs. So I guess we wish this over-under was a little higher, but to be honest, the final score, it could be 30-9, Raiders win kind of thing. And I mean, the Steelers aren't a very good team, although they just beat the Panthers. What's the spread? Maybe they know that Hurts is playing. What? The Cowboys are favored 4.5. What do you think? What does that make you? Tell me, Rob. Talk to me. Cold weather, going to be lots of running and less throwing. The clock will move faster, so the over-unders will be lower. I think there's more running in these winter months in general. I'm not really sure why. Teams seem to use their running backs more in these later part of the season. You know what it could be, too? Maybe the teams come out throwing because they don't know what... it's the first... Think about it. Like, you're a coach. You're a team. It's your first game of the season. You don't know what you have. If Kurt Warner drops back there and throws fucking 5 touchdowns to Torrey Holt and Isaac Bruce, you might win yourself a Super Bowl that year, Sonny Jim. You know what I'm saying? So maybe these offenses open it up in the beginning because they're like, we don't know. Is this the year that fucking Kirk Cousins throws fucking 50 touchdowns? Is this the year that, fucking Trevor Lawrence throws 50 touchdowns? I bet you these teams open up their offenses in the beginning and to see what they got, to see what their strengths and whatever. And I think what ends up happening for a lot of the teams towards the end of the season, towards the winter, and it happens to coincide with the weather too, but like we said, a lot of these games are indoors anyway, or it's not that cold out there right now in some of these places. I think a lot of the teams end up saying, well, shit, our quarterback isn't a world beater this year. We need to be running the ball, protecting the ball, right? And then it just starts happening more. It makes you think that Hurts is actually... so Vegas is in the know, and this is where they have the line. So it makes you think that he's not playing, by the way. I can't believe they have the line posted, to be honest. Why would Vegas even have you bet on it if they weren't sure? Or is that your point? Vegas is posting the line because they are sure. They are sure, and what they're sure about is that Jalen Hurts isn't playing. So I wish the Raiders-Steelers over-under was a little bit better, but whatever. We can't bench Jacobs and we can't bench Waller. It's just the way it is. Packers-Dolphins. Dolphins favored by 4 in Miami, and the over-under is higher than all the other over-unders that we've looked at so far. 49.5. So we want Tua. We want Tua, not Lawrence, don't we? But we can't get him because I just dropped him. We want Tua in the first league. I don't think we're going to be able to get him. God, I think my opponent is going to actually pick him up and play him. That's what's going to happen. My opponent's going to use the waiver on Tua, who I just dropped last week,
I have Tyreek Hill on my team, so he's going to negate some of my Tyreek Hill points by having Tua. And it's going to be me being upset that we dropped Tua 1 week before Jalen Hurts got hurt. I know, but I can't pick up Tua because I just dropped him. They won't let me use my waiver on Tua. I can pick up Tua if he clears waivers tonight, but I bet you he does not clear waivers. Somebody else is going to use their waiver on him. They're going to get him. I'm going to check, but I'm 90% sure that one of these strategists is going to pick him up. Well, Rob, what I'm basically saying to you now is that I made a move to pick up Trevor Lawrence in the other league, and now that I see that the over-under of this game is so low, I think I kind of want to ditch him. So now I might actually end up ditching him and backing the move up, but we'll see. We're going to try to get Tua, but we're not going to be able to get him. But I'm going to try in that one league. He's available in one league, but he's not available in this league, so we can't get Tua here. This league is sweaty as fuck. It's a $500 league. No one's available. We got Trevor Lawrence, Derek Carr, Russell Wilson, Ryan Tannehill as the highest owned quarterbacks. And then I also wrote down Brock Purdy because I think that he's an option since I have Kittle on my team. And Purdy might improve, right? He's young. We don't know what we get with Purdy. He's a little bit of a wild card. See, he's got a higher ceiling than a lot of these guys do. Because Tannehill's been throwing the ball for the last 5 years, and we know what his ceiling is. Purdy's new, so we could actually go with Purdy. But the thing with Purdy is that his floor is going to be lower than everyone else's, too. And the variance is going to be higher than everyone else's. See, Purdy's no good. Purdy's too risky. He's at the biggest risk to just lay an egg. We don't want to lay any eggs this week. We want points. Rob, exactly, but he's not going to clear waivers is what I'm telling you, because the team that I'm playing this week has Brock Purdy starting at quarterback. And, he has Lamar Jackson on his team, so he might be planning on starting Lamar Jackson this week. But if you're in the playoffs and you have waiver priority on me and you see that I need a quarterback because Jalen Hurts just got hurt and you have Brock Purdy in your starting spot and Lamar Jackson coming back from injury, if you were him, wouldn't you use your waiver on Tua? So, he's obviously going to do it, right? And if he doesn't, somebody else is, just to block him. But if they don't because they're morons or whatever, or because they're not morons but they have other moves that are more important than that one, then yes, I'm going to grab him at 3 a.m. Eastern, Rob. I'm going to be all over it, man. I promise you. I appreciate your advice, man, but I don't need as much rah-rah coaching I feel like it should give me. I'm definitely going to be, on the computer at 3 a.m. trying to pick up Tua. There's no, that's not debatable. But we're not going to get him. Pull up the QB list. Again? Lawrence in a short week on the road in the cold. Who's available? In the league where Tua is available, where we have Jalen Hurts on the team, it's Tua, Lawrence, Carr, Jones, Wilson, and Tannehill. So we can get Daniel Jones. This is what we're about to look at. Let me do this in a second, Rob. Let me take it one by one. Anyway, high over under here. We wish we had Tua now. We don't know if we can get him. We have Tyreek Hill, so that's good. We're scared about Trevor Lawrence because of this over-under and the Thursday game and the Jets defense. So we might want to look at one of these other quarterbacks. Let's do that in a second. We only have a few more games to look at. Broncos, Rams. So I don't have anybody, right? Broncos, Rams. Why would we want any Broncos or Rams on our team? Buccaneers, Cardinals. I don't think we have anybody, right? Chargers, Colts. The over-unders for these games are... This one's really low. This one's in the middle. Chargers, Colts. We don't have any. Oh, we have Eckler. We have Austin Eckler, and that's a high over-under, so we like that. And that's it. All right, so let's look at these quarterbacks. That's what we were heading to next, Rob. We're on it. We're on the case. So Daniel Jones is available. Oh, no, I shouldn't have X'd that out. Fuck. Okay. All right. So Daniel Jones is available. He's got an over-under of 48 with the Vikings. Should we go with Daniel Jones instead of Trevor Lawrence? That's what we're going to end up doing, right? Daniel fucking Jones? Am I really going to put in a waiver claim for Daniel Jones, Rob? All right, here's the Week 16 projection for quarterbacks that are available, Rob, and everyone else who's hanging. Appreciate all the... whatever, the conversation. I have to sit down and do this anyway. It's nice to have you guys here to hang with, and... You're making me think of deeper and deeper strategies, and we're bouncing things off of each other. It's pretty fun. Hopefully it helps everybody's teams everyone's teams out in some capacity. Lawrence and is it going to be cold in Minnesota? No, Daniel Jones is playing in Minnesota. That's a dome, right? It's a dome in Minnesota. Lawrence and short week on the road against a cold. Oh, and they're going to be outside too this Thursday game. Yeah, we're ditching. No, well, this is what I'm suggesting. Not only are we trying to get Tua, but what I'm saying is that even if we can't get Tua, we're ditching Lawrence. We're ditching the Lawrence play. We don't want him. I'm suggesting that. We might still want him, but the fact that he's on a short week and we can't see if Jalen Hurts is really hurt or not because he's playing Thursday is a negative. All the things that Fargo just mentioned that you guys have been mentioning are all negatives against Lawrence this week. I think he is normally a good option, but all that stuff, the fact that he's playing Thursday and we've got Hurts on Sunday, we kind of want to pick up a quarterback who's playing on Sunday. Wait, what the fuck? I'm looking at the wrong thing here. Sorry, you guys. We're going to this team. Defense Wins Championships is the name of the team because I drafted 3 defenses and everybody on the stream made fun of me. And I'm rostering 2 defenses right now. So I named my team. Everyone made fun of me, and I'm 12-3. I just realized this. This is the one team where we did good, and everyone in chat was like, "You're a fucking idiot." So I named the team Defense Wins Championships. What did we do here? We got Austin Eckler with the 5th pick. This is the only team out of my 4 teams this year that had a top 5 pick. All of my other teams were a bottom 5 pick. I'm pretty sure. Shit, I could be wrong. Maybe I had the number 4 pick in one of these. Anyway, we never get the top fucking pick. Who did we get? Then we got Chubb. Chubb was it's crazy we're saying we might bench Chubb because everything Rob said about his speed, the fact that they can just hand the ball to Chubb once and he can just break a touchdown, is definitely attractive, but you got to make the same decisions. Yeah, let's figure it out, man. We're going to figure it out. Oh, you're having to go Hurts to Daniel Jones too? Oh, yeah. Isn't this great? I might not do that, though, Rob. I haven't made my mind up yet. Next pick is going to be Tyreek Hill. Beautiful. Then we got Cam Akers. Oh, yeah, that really worked out. Then we got Darren Waller, who's been hurt the whole year. And then we got Metcalf. That's a great pick right there in round 6. Holy shit, man. How was he a 6th-round pick? I actually couldn't believe that he was, there that late. I'm like, I don't care who his quarterback is. This guy's a freak. And he is a freak. Jalen Hurts we took next. Amari Cooper, Miles Sanders. Those are some good picks. 4 good picks in a row. We won this league in round 6 through 9. Metcalf, Hurts, Cooper, and Sanders. Who was round 10? Darrell Henderson, yeah. So we got both Rams running backs, which wasn't a bad idea. It just didn't work out. The Rams went from winning the Super Bowl to being dog shit. Then in round 11, I took a kicker, Justin Tucker. Everyone made fun of me. And we ended up dropping him during his bye week, but whatever. He was a great kicker for a long time. We were able to get Maher. So that's the only reason why we were willing to pivot from Tucker, is because I think Maher was coming off of his bye when Tucker was going on his bye. So we swapped him and just stuck with Maher. It just ended up working out. But I still made sure that I've had an elite kicker this entire year. Everyone makes fun of me for caring about the kickers, and I just think you guys are wrong. If you're tussling between some random ass kicker on some random team, the chance you want a kicker to score you 10 points every week, man. Then we took New England defense, Derek Carr at quarterback, in case Hurts sucked, which obviously ended up not being the case. Denver defense, and then New Orleans defense. And we're 12-3. All right, we're looking at the quarterbacks for this league, where we have Jalen Hurts, and we were going to use our waiver for Trevor Lawrence, but we had just now decided, after looking at the spread being so low and all the things we've been thinking about, and the fact that he plays on Thursday, and we could maybe have the opportunity to just play Hurts this week if he plays. Why the fuck would we want the Thursday guy? So now we're kind of saying we don't want this guy, but our only other options are Tua Tagliavola, who I cannot add because I just recently dropped him. It's a Yahoo rule. You cannot add a player that you dropped until the waiver period ends. If you don't pick them back up after you drop them before the waiver period hits, you're not allowed to pick them up on waivers. I want to say it's a pretty dumb rule. I don't understand what it protects. I don't understand what it protects at all. Like, sometimes you don't have enough room on your team to roster everybody you kind of want to roster. You have to drop a guy before the weekend, and then you drop him, and he ends up having a big game, and you want to add him on waivers, and then they're like, no, you can't. You're the guy, because I'm the guy who most recently rostered him and then cut him. I can't pick him up on waivers. I guess they're making it like the NFL. Like, if you owned players in the NFL and then you put them on the waiver wire, you don't claim them off waivers. Other teams claim them off waivers. Then if other teams don't claim them off waivers, then they hit free agent. They're making it like we're a real NFL team, but this is not anything like owning a real NFL team. It's a fucking points game. We need these players. But anyway, it's a cheesy Yahoo rule, and we're not allowed to pick them up. And it's dumb, but that's life. So our only other options were Trevor Lawrence, who we decided was going to be the guy that we got, and we were just going to move on with our day. But since this is very important to me, and we're this far along in the season, and I'm not playing poker today because I desperately need a day off from the craziness, and I just had a Bitcoin withdrawal go through, and I feel a little bit better about my money situation, we're taking the day off from poker. And we're focusing on this, and now we realize that we don't want to do this. We don't want Trevor Lawrence. So this is what I want to say out loud. Oh, he said the best available: Minshew, Zach Wilson, and Pickett. I was just going to say, well, let's start naming quarterbacks that we think that we might want to start besides Trevor Lawrence. I'm going to say Zach Wilson's a no-go for the same reason we're not doing Trevor Lawrence, because it's a Thursday game. But immediately who I thought of was Minshew. Is Minshew a viable option? If I get Minshew, now I have Minshew and Jalen Hurts. I have the Philly quarterback. Minshew was pretty good with the Jags. I mean, he's a backup quarterback, not a starter mainly, but do you remember how much energy Minshew had? And, like, how much the Jags fans loved Minshew? And how he played outside of what you thought he could actually do, like in a Taylor Heineke sort of way, right? And it's like, the Eagles have a winning record. Jalen Hurts is a little banged up. We all think they're going to go with Minshew. Why don't we play Minshew? I'm sure he's been a positive person around the team all year. They're the team that has the best record, and Minshew is on the team. He hasn't been playing, but he's in practice, playing, hanging out with these guys every day, throwing them the ball, learning the playbook. I think Minshew could actually be the play here. We take the Eagles QB. We want the winning team. We want the red zone looks. Dallas's defense is scary, but Minshew's played in the NFL. It's not like Minshew is Brock Purdy playing against Dallas in his first game. We don't know what we're going to get. Minshew's played in the NFL for 2 years. He knows what a good defense fucking looks like. He's taking a hard hit. He's fucking throwing an interception. He's probably throwing a pick six. He ain't going to be scared out there. He doesn't give a fuck. You like Tua and Jones more than Minshew. Bro, I'm not trying to be rude to you, but can you please stop talking about Tua? We all know we want Tua. I'm telling you I'm not going to be able to get him. I just dropped him, and I'm not happy about it, that I got so unlucky and dropped him, and now this cheesy fucking Yahoo rule won't let me add him on waivers. We'd obviously just be adding him on waivers and moving on, Rob. And if he clears free agency tonight, he's obviously the guy. That's not anything that's a debate, so we don't need to talk about it. That's already a given. What we need to talk about is who we're going to get if we can't get Tua. And that's important because I'm going to put in a waiver claim for that quarterback right now. And we've decided that we don't want to put in a waiver claim for Trevor Lawrence anymore. So we're going to be dropping Dallas's defense for whatever quarterback I decide right now, hopefully within the next hour or two. That's what we're doing. We're dropping Dallas defense, and we're putting in a waiver claim for the quarterback that we want, not named Tua. If Tua clears waivers, then at 3 a.m. tonight, I'm going to drop whatever quarterback we put in the waiver claim for. We're going to drop Dallas for this quarterback, and then we're going to drop that quarterback to pick up Tua if Tua's available. But I'm telling you, he's not going to be available, Rob, okay? That's everything everything I can say about it. No, it's fine, man. It's just we're talking over the internet. I'm not trying to be... Just don't interpret me as being mean, please. I really enjoy hanging out with you guys a lot. I've been doing this for years. It passes the time. It's something to do on the internet. I don't mind being the guy on camera. I don't care, you know? Like, it's fun for me in some way. It's no big deal, Rob. I'm just saying, we know we're doing the Tua thing, man. It's obvious. We know we're playing our pocket aces. We don't need to fucking run the sim on pocket aces, man. We know we're doing that. But who do we want to get? I think the answer is Minshew. You're telling me you like Jones more than Minshew, so that's the conversation that you and I need to have right now. Why the fuck do you like Daniel Jones more than Minshew? Give me the reasons. I think Minshew's got the higher ceiling already just by looking at this. Who had the higher over-under? Vikings Giants is 48. Eagles Cowboys is 46. And you know that Vegas is a little unsure and everybody is a little bit unsure because we don't know what we're going to get with Minshew. So maybe they actually don't have that as high as they want it to be because they're worried about Minshew. So it could be even higher. That's probably like a conservative estimate on that over-under. And they're already pretty close. Minnesota has given up the 6th most fantasy points to quarterbacks this year. Dallas has given up the 7th fewest. And Minshew hasn't been the quarterback all year. They might not have him throw it 30 or 40 times. That might never be in the cards. Where Daniel Jones throws it 35 times, 44 times, 30 times, 37 times. And Daniel Jones does get some rushing. Out of all these quarterbacks available, who has the best chance to get rushing yards and who has the best chance to get rushing touchdowns? Rob, do you think that answer, besides Tua, because we know we're getting Tua, do you think that if we can get him, people not named Tua, do you think that answer is Daniel Jones? Probably is, right? Tua has 306 rushing yards this year? Really? What? I didn't think Tua had rushing yards. Did you know Tua had rushing yards? I didn't think he ran the ball much. I see him getting sacked and concussed, but I'm actually surprised by this. Let me look at all quarterbacks' rushing yards. Wait, this isn't right. Something's wrong. All players. I have it on week 16 projection, so... Oh, that's passing. I'm looking at passing. Oh, now I'm looking at a weekly projection. Okay, hold on. Okay, all available players. Season average, sure. Whatever. Rushing yards. Okay. Daniel Jones. Out of all the players available, not named Tua, available quarterbacks, Daniel Jones, 41.6 rushing yards a game. Kyler Murray, we know, is hurt, and Ritter just played last week, so there's not a lot of sample size here. He had 38 rushing yards last week. It's only one game, so he doesn't count. Tyrod Taylor isn't playing this week. Taysom Hill isn't really a quarterback. He's more of a tight end / guy. We can't start him at quarterback. Marcus Mariota's not playing. Trey Lance is not playing. Tyler Huntley might be playing, but it's probably going to be Lamar Jackson. And that's the next best guy. And there's no this guy, and there's no that guy, and he might not be playing, and that guy's not playing. And then we got Russell Wilson at 18 yards. So Daniel Jones has twice as much rushing yards as the next best guy for rushing yards. He gets 41 a game, which is actually 5th best in the NFL this year. Fields is number 1, Lamar Jackson number 2, Jalen Hurts is number 3 for rushing yards per game on average. Josh Allen is number 4, and Daniel Jones is a clear number 5. More rushing yards per game than Kyler Murray. Philly goal against Dallas is going to be control the game. He'll be capped because of that. Yeah, maybe. I was just thinking about the red zone opportunities, Fargo. I mean, what if they run the ball all the way down the field and then they get in the red zone, they do a play action, and he throws a touchdown, but I guess it's just one touchdown. Lots of quarterbacks can throw touchdowns. This rushing floor seems more attractive. Yeah, Jones might be the guy, but dude, to start this Daniel Jones guy to me, it scares the shit out of me. Like Danny Dimes. You know, that nickname is kind of like sarcastic in a way, right? Like, he hasn't thrown that many dimes, man. How many dimes have you seen this guy throw? Like, to his own team, you know? Like, let's be fucking for real here. Yahoo Fantasy Football has Trevor Lawrence projected 18.85 points this week. Daniel Jones projected 17.09. Minshew 15.41. The thing about click on who so I can see, click Danny Dimes to see how much he scores a week. Oh, well, I mean, we can see all that. I mean, we can go to season average. Daniel Jones 16.86. Was there a game where he was hurt or something and it's skewing it? He wasn't hurt any of these weeks, was he? 9 points against Seattle's defense. 9 points against Washington's defense. Which Washington has a good defense. On the year, Danny Dimes is 16.86. We'd rather have Tua, but we're not naming him because we already know we want to get him. Kyler Murray's hurt. Jets quarterback's hurt. Wentz is out. Winston's not playing. There's Derek Carr. Daniel Jones is less than 1 point better than Derek Carr. And Trevor Lawrence is better. 19 points a game for Trevor Lawrence. This is the thing that's interesting, is that I think, Rob, that I'm enjoying this discussion. I'm just trying to sort it all out. I think I'm doing the same things you're doing as well. We're trying to evaluate this, and sometimes we're given pro and cons for something, but sometimes we're not doing it for something else. So, like, you were saying go with Chubb. He's got the breakaway speed. Chubb's got the breakaway speed. Chubb's a better player. Chubb's the guy you drafted. You're getting a little recency bias with Chubb, and shit, where was I going with this? Basically what I'm saying is that Trevor Lawrence looks like the better player. Like, he just does. I know we're talking about Trevor Lawrence's matchup. I was talking about Chubb's matchup, right? I don't like the matchup of Chubb against the Saints. I don't like that they haven't been doing anything on offense. Blah, 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 blah. I want to go with this other guy. But now with Trevor Lawrence, but you wanted me to go with Chubb. But now with Trevor Lawrence, you're bringing up the fact, and Fargo is too, and I am too. We're all agreeing that he's on a short week. He's playing the Jets defense. It's going to be cold out there, etc., etc. Now we're using all these reasons to bench Lawrence in kind of the same way that I was giving all these reasons to bench Chubb. But if we're being honest with ourselves, just like we agreed that Chubb is just the dude, Chubb runs for those 80-yard touchdowns. Chubb is a freak. Chubb is a supreme talent. Chubb is my second pick of my draft, 16th pick overall. Chubb can bust it for 80 yards at any moment. He's got that fucking elite talent. Anytime Cleveland hands him the ball, he can fucking just take it to the house. That's all true. And I think that in the same way, that's what's going on with Trevor Lawrence right now. Fuck the fucking snow. Fuck New York. Fuck the Jets defense. Lawrence doesn't give a fuck right now. He's like on another level. He just threw 300 yards and 4 touchdowns and 1 pick against Dallas. And since this game here, after this Denver game, like, if we look at these weeks right here, he's like literally the number 1 quarterback in the NFL. Literally. The number 1 quarterback in the NFL when you look at many stats, like touchdown to interception ratio. He's probably up there in passing yards. Like, out of any quarterback. Can we look at quarterbacks since week 9? Can we do something like that? Last 4 weeks average. But you can't like pick a specific week. Let's go to all players. Out of all the quarterbacks the last 4 weeks, Trevor Lawrence is the number 3 quarterback in fantasy. Which obviously quarterbacks throw the ball a lot. They score a lot of points. There's going to be Jared Goff can throw for 5 touchdowns in any given week, right? 4 touchdowns, Jared Goff against Seattle's shitty defense. Right? Jared Goff can do it. They can all do it. They're all quarterbacks. But man, oh man, number 3 quarterback in fantasy the last whatever. Why are we so worried? Why are we so worried about the short week and so worried about the Jets defense? He just did this to Dallas' defense. In the same way, like, why am I worried about the Saints defense when it comes to Nick Chubb? Why am I worried about those things when it comes to Nick Chubb? We need to decide, like, we're being inconsistent, all of us here a little bit. What matters to us? Is it playing the best player in terms of their talent level? Or do we factor in the defense they're playing? Do we factor in the matchups? Oh, well, this cornerback is guarding that wide receiver this week, so even though Tyreek Hill was my number 1 draft pick, they're playing this team that has a shutdown corner, so now I have to bench Tyreek Hill? Or do we not do that and we say Tyreek Hill's a fucking freak, who gives a shit who's defending him, Tyreek Hill's going to win? Or is it just, maybe it's situational, maybe it's week to week basis. We can say that Trevor Lawrence on a short week, being a young quarterback, playing this defense could be trouble, but don't you think it was tough for a young quarterback to play against Tennessee's defense in Tennessee and then play Dallas's defense? And he put up 7 touchdowns and 1 interception against Tennessee and Dallas's defense, 2 of the better defenses this year, right? Like, if you looked at who's playing Tennessee this week? Who's playing Tennessee this week? Tennessee. Houston. Okay. So Tennessee has given up the third so Tennessee is not good against quarterbacks. Okay. I thought Tennessee's defense was good. I was wrong, I guess. Anyway, like, after looking at all this right now with you guys, if we can't get Tua, I don't know who else can be on the list for people for us to get other than, I mean, I guess Rob already dropped the list on us right at the beginning. It's Lawrence, Danny Dimes, and Minshew, which I guess, I don't know. What do we think about Derek Carr? Do we have any thoughts on Derek Carr? Are the Raiders going to be bombing it out at Pittsburgh? He throws the ball 38 times, 36 times, 38 times. Oh, I don't think we want Derek Carr, though, because I think I'm playing against Devontae Adams. See, we should look at that, too. I think I'm playing against Devontae Adams, so, like, fuck that. I don't want Derek Carr if I'm playing against Devontae Adams, right? Jalen Hurts just went from projected 25 points to 0. That just happened a second ago. I talked you out of Chubb? Okay. Well, let's talk about how we weigh these things. It'll make us all get better at this. Fargo likes Jones more than Minshew. Right, I'm catching up on chat. Poor defense. Minnie has a poor defense lead offense. Giants going to have to score. So, yeah, even if he throws a couple picks, it's like whatever. It's going to be a lot of points. The over-under on the Giants-Vikings game is a lot higher than the over-under on the Jaguars-Jets game, and that's why we were going to pivot to Daniel Jones. I mean, this kind of means more to me than anything else we're talking about, because Vegas isn't going to be wrong. Their livelihoods are on the line over there in Vegas. 10 points higher, the over-under, the Giants-Viking games than Jags-Jets. Now, obviously, in this game, the Jags could do all the scoring, and in this game, the Vikings could do all the scoring. And Trevor Lawrence could have a huge day, and Daniel Jones could have an awful day, and Vegas would still be right. See, there's that, too. What if that's the specific setup? Lawrence has a 30-point fantasy football day, and the over-under is correct. Daniel Jones has a 15-point fantasy day, and the over-under is correct. Barkley, 3 touchdowns on the ground. So everything could still be correct. We don't know what's going to happen. We can't predict the future. We have to make our best decision, just like poker. Jones offers some rushing yards. Yeah, that's true. I think if Lawrence is playing Sunday, we'd go, oh, yeah, we hated the Thursday factor, too, because we were going to go with Jalen Hurts. But now Yahoo hasn't projected 0. So now maybe the news has come out that he's done. 3 hours ago, Sirianni not ruling him out. 1 hour ago, estimated non-participant Tuesday. Could sideline him. Yahoo Sports put something out 57 minutes ago.
Never let the team feel too at home. Great things happen when you spice it up.
Wouldn't blame me for starting who? Starting Chubb? If I ended up going with Chubb? Well, how did I talk you out of Chubb? Shefty said last night they were playing with Minshew. Well, is Shefty ever wrong? if they're ruling Jalen, if we know that Jalen Hurts isn't going to play this Sunday, then we don't really care that much about playing the Thursday guy because, whatever. We know we can't play Jalen Hurts anyway. I guess, like, I don't know what to say, you guys. Like, I've been watching football a long time. I've been watching sports for a long time, and sometimes some players are just better than other players. And I think we're all going to agree that Trevor Lawrence is doing something right now. If you guys have been paying attention at all, that, like, I don't want to say that he looks like a superstar in the making, but this Jags roster doesn't exactly look super sexy. He doesn't have Justin Jefferson on his team. He doesn't have Tyreek Hill on his team. He doesn't have those guys. He doesn't have Devontae Adams on his team. He doesn't have Travis Kelce on his team. He doesn't have Nick Chubb on his team. He doesn't have a Nick Chubb. He has some random guy. He hasn't proven anything. Etienne. Who gives a shit about that guy? Nobody. He's got no one on his team, and we're starting to learn all their names because he's putting himself in the fucking papers. He's getting himself on the front page of the papers every day. This Trevor Lawrence guy recently. And they're winning games, and he just threw 4 touchdowns against Dallas's defense. And in the last 6 games, he's the best quarterback in the NFL by a lot of stats you can measure and this and that. And obviously his team hasn't been winning as many games as some other teams. And obviously there's going to be some quarterbacks that are obviously like Josh Allen's like better at whatever, running and throwing and more talented in a lot of ways. This Trevor Lawrence guy is doing a lot with a little. I do think it's a lot to ask of him to have a big fantasy week on a short week at the Jets against that defense in the cold. I do think that's a lot to ask. But we don't have a lot of good options here. It's not like we have 6 good quarterbacks to pick from and we're deciding to pick Trevor Lawrence. We have like only a couple of guys that we can even consider right now. We know we want Tua, but we know we're not going to be able to get him because we're getting screwed by the cheesy rule. And then like Tannehill against Houston, no. Houston's good against quarterbacks. Russell Wilson against the Rams, no thanks. I'm not playing Russell Wilson in my fantasy playoffs, man. This is the fantasy playoffs for money. For fucking money. The team you're playing is like everyone I got on my team. Who's T Law? Oh, Trevor Lawrence. If you don't have Mahomes and you don't have Josh Allen and you don't have one of those elite guys, this is one of the best guys right now. This 9-week, what's this point average right here? Or whatever, this 6 weeks. I want to know this. I want to know this number. This is going to be a good number, you know? Look at these last 2 weeks, too. Is he going to have 2 weeks in a row like this, and then this week he's going to go out there and forget how to play football? 23.36 over the last 6 weeks. Let's go to average for the whole season. Average, all players for the whole season. This guy is averaging 23.6 over the last 6 games in a row. 6 games. That's a lot of games. So that would put him at 4 on the year if it was over the course of the whole year, which obviously it's not. But we're talking he's one of the best quarterbacks you could possibly have. And he's already here for the whole year anyway, 19. He's quarterback 7. And if we're talking the last 6 games, he'd be up here. Quarterback number 4, above Burrow, and above these guys who run the ball a shitload of times for a shitload of yards and get all that rushing 6-point rushing touch. These guys are getting 6-point rushing touchdowns. Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts are getting 6-point rushing touchdowns. They're getting, Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, and Fields and Jackson are only up here because of rushing. That's not even throwing the ball, which is fine. I mean, we'll take the points any way we can get them. But, like, we're talking now, if you're just talking about football, not talking about fantasy football, Trevor Lawrence is literally establishing himself as one of the best throwers of the football in the NFL right now. And he just threw 4 touchdowns against Dallas. He was the number 1 pick overall. He's been a freak his whole life. And he's got a good coach this year after having a crappy one last year. And he's got to be up there in passing yards, right? No? Not really. Passing touchdowns, 1.7 a game. Okay. How's he getting all these points? Or is that just all it takes? Huh. How many rushing touchdowns does this guy have this year? Are we getting flummoxed by his sporadic rushing touchdowns? Oh, he does run the ball a little bit, though, doesn't he? He has 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, he only has 4. So that's not really skewing anything. He has 4 rushing touchdowns. Which does put him up here. So that's 24 points over. So that is giving him like 2 points a game to where he wouldn't really have it if he didn't get those touchdowns. So that's a little bit fluky, probably, you know? Like Mahomes could easily have 5 rushing touchdowns and Lawrence could have 2 or something. It's just one of those things where if you're just looking at the talent of the player and he's kind of coming on strong and like we knew he was the number 1 pick and he just threw 4 touchdowns against Dallas, why does the defense matter? Why do the elements matter? The kid's got Etienne and Zay Jones on his team and he just threw 4 touchdowns against Dallas. That didn't seem like a very good setup for him and he put up a shitload of points. He just did it. He just did it again. This week matters so much. If you lose, you make 0. Yeah, I know. It's so important, man. And, like, you're wanting me to go with a Giants quarterback, Danny Dimes. Like, I just can't do it. Like, okay, I think this should be the decider. This is what we're going to do. Let's look at Daniel Jones's highlights. Look at Trevor Lawrence's highlights. It's not gonna. They're not gonna let us do it. Who'd the Giants play last week? Giants just played the Commanders. No, I like the discussion. I ain't picking nobody because of you. I'm making the final decisions, Rob. Shit. Well, what do you think? What do you think, though? Don't pick anyone because of you. I'm not. But, are you making the same decision I am? Or no, you're picking between Daniel Jones and, Minshew and a few others. You don't have Lawrence available, right? It's crazy that I had Tua on my team last week, and then I dropped him because... I was like, well, fuck, who did I end up... Oh, I picked up Tennessee's defense because I knew I wanted to play Tennessee's defense this week. And I knew I didn't want to play Dallas against Philly. And I was like, God, I really want to do this. And I was like, well, but you don't want to drop any of these guys. I had nobody who's droppable, as you can see. And then I had Tua on this team. And I was like, well, why do I need 2 quarterbacks? Like, I'm never going to play Tua over Jalen Hurts. And Tua, I don't even think is very... when we're talking about the eye test, I don't think Tua is very talented. He's only doing good because he's got Waddle and Tyreek Hill on his team and a great offense, a great coach, and he's got great running backs too. He's got speed all over the fucking field. I don't think he's got very good arm talent at all, and you can see it in the games. And he had just put up 12 points, 15 points, and 15 points. Okay? 12, 15, and 15. And he was playing Buffalo this week. And then he's playing Green Bay, and then he's playing New England. And those teams aren't any slouches either. So I was like, I don't even want this guy. To be honest, I almost don't even want him this week. Because I don't think he's very fucking good. But I think he'd be the obvious play because he plays Sunday, and because I have Tyreek Hill on my team. He's the more attractive play than Trevor Lawrence and Daniel Jones and Minshew, obviously. Because there's easy, obvious reasons. But to be honest, Trevor Lawrence could have a better week this week than Tua. He could. Minnesota is super bad against the pass. Aren't they pretty bad against the run, too? I mean, they're just bad in general, bro. I mean, I don't think that means that Daniel Jones is going to have 4 passing touchdowns. Okay, Minnesota's middle of the pack in terms of giving up fantasy points to running backs this season. But they're playing one of the best running backs that there are, so it's going to be a tough test for them. I mean, this is their fucking guy. It's not Danny Dimes. Trevor Lawrence is the Jags' fucking guy. That's their guy. When they go to war with the Jets on Thursday, it's not about fucking Travis Etienne. It's about Trevor fucking Lawrence. That's who it's about. So, like, when you're talking about teams are going to want to be running the ball to make sure that they keep the game close and blah, 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 like everyone's talking about, which they're right, etc., etc., that's probably what the Giants are fucking doing. Brian Daboll's smart. He's not stupid. He knows that Daniel Jones is his quarterback, and he knows that Saquon Barkley's his running back.
NFL start number 24. 7 on first down for Robinson.
They're probably going to run the ball every fucking play.
Tons of space.
And then we'll look at the Jaguars game.
Just his ninth reception of the
And it's
year.
going to be hard to start Danny Dimes
25-yard.
over Trevor Lawrence after we look at this. I'm pretty sure.
Heineke out quick. McLaurin, his best receiver.
It's going to be tough for us to do that.
First down. Jason Pinnock leads.
And Daniel Jones has been in the league. We know what he's got. We know what he doesn't have. Trevor Lawrence is newer, and he's uncapped. He's got ceiling.
Powering forward for the first down.
These defenses don't have a lot of tape on Trevor Lawrence. These defenses don't know what to do against Trevor Lawrence and this Etienne and this Zay Jones. They know what to do against Danny Dimes.
Looking to take off. Cannot escape. He's brought down.
They got tape on Danny Dimes.
Pocket quickly. And let's see if they'll go for the long field goal attempt here. To go after Evans.
Let's see what they do here on first down. Well, they're not showing the down and distance.
Throws. Incomplete. Like it covered by
Who's Daniel Jones even throwing the ball to either? Like, nobody.
Come on,
Slayton?
late. Inside.
I guess he's throwing it to Barkley sometimes.
Run on the edge. And a first down. He's followed along. There he is to the outside. Good blocking in front of him. Gibson to the 25-yard line. Washington. 2 penalties back them out of field goal range. See if they try to get some to get back in. They do. And Samuel inside. Smart play call there. Give them about a 41-yard field goal attempt. From 41 yards for the first points of the night. And Sly is having a good season. 21 out of 24 now. From 41 yards for the first points of the night. And Sly is having a good season. 21 out of 24 now.
I
Number
just
7 overall this
simply don't think I can go with Daniel Jones, man. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, I don't know how to put it into words, I don't think, but I've watched Daniel Jones play football for the last 3 or 4 years. I don't trust him. I've seen him make so many dumb mistakes. I've seen him go to run for a 70-yard touchdown and then trip over his own shoelaces and fall. I've seen him fumble it and throw picks more than any quarterback. Like, this year he's doing better at it probably, which is why he's like an actual rosterable quarterback for the first time in his like 4 or 5 year NFL career, because the first 3 years you could not roster this guy. Why didn't we play Daniel Jones last year on our fantasy teams? Why wasn't he an option in week 17 for us last year? Why wasn't he a week 17 option or week 16 option for us the year before? Because he fumbled the ball fucking 4 times a game. So I just in a nutshell, for me to be in the situation I'm in, playing for thousands of dollars in these fantasy leagues, and then having Jalen Hurts get hurt, and I need to play a guy this week, I can't believe, maybe I have to do it, but I just can't, I don't think I can bring myself to start this Daniel Jones guy. I just don't think I'm going to be able to fucking do that and live with the decision.
pass draft.
It just doesn't seem right. Trevor Lawrence is a stud.
25.
It's his first year with a fucking feasible coach.
Saquon Barkley is the most
The coach who actually cares and is doing the right things. And they're coming on strong, and I don't think you come on strong like they've been to just lay a complete egg. He might not have one of his better games, but I still think he can get me 15. Honestly, all I want is 15 fantasy points. That's all I want. I'm not looking for anyone to score me 50 points as a quarterback. Am I going to miss that I don't have Jalen Hurts, who is getting me 30 and 28? Yes. But I don't need Trevor Lawrence to get me 30 this week. I just need him to get me 20. I just need him to get me 18. Who's my best chance at a quarterback to get me 18 points or 17 points? I think Trevor Lawrence is their guy. I think he's going to throw the ball 40 fucking times. I think that's going to happen. Is he going to throw a pick to Sauce Gardner? Maybe, but he's probably going to throw 4 touchdowns too. He's just going to keep throwing it. He's their guy. They're riding on Trevor Lawrence. That's the guy. He's the guy. You know, Barkley is the Giants guy. It's Barkley. Barkley is the Giants guy. He's their superstar. Daniel Jones is a great quarterback. He can produce fantasy points for your fantasy team. He absolutely can. You can roster him, but I don't think I'm going to do it or want to do it. I don't think I want to do it.
Got to Heineke's arm. He gets the grand slam. He gets the sack, the forced fumble, the fumble recovery, and the touchdown. Heineke.
I don't even see the Giants with the ball in this game. What the hell's going on? I'm also ordering some food. Need to eat some food.
Second and 10, John Dotson was the move man. Robinson turns the corner and gains 11. Lost it out of bounds. They'll mark him at the 44. Third and 6, empty backfield again. Heineke throws. It is incomplete. From the back end, Jason Pinnock there to break it up. Giants looking for anything to get some offense going. Zone end zone. Jones will turn and flip and towards a Nick Van at the tight end. Get out to the 20-yard line. Just his second grab of the season. Third and 9. Washington bringing 5. Jones gets rid of it. It's caught for the first down by James.
I mean, that was a good play.
Third and 9. Washington bringing 5. Jones gets rid of it. It's caught for the first
He scares the shit out of me. I mean, I don't know. He just scares the shit out of me, man.
Second and 5. Surveying is Jones in traffic and is caught. Was he touched? Hodgins says no.
He's so much more capped than Lawrence is. I can't believe we're going full circle on this, and I'm just going to stick with Lawrence anyway. It is kind of nuts. But I feel better about going with Lawrence now that I'm feeling more confident that Jalen Hurts is definitely not going to play Sunday. The whole attraction was having an option on Sunday. And a lot of the attraction to that was having an option on Sunday. Oh, direct snap to Saquon Barkley. The quarterback's not even on the field. They don't even put him on the field. That's how much that their quarterback sucks. Fuck that. I mean, I think that might be all we need to see. They just did a direct snap to Saquon Barkley at the 10-yard line. Why am I going to roster Daniel Jones if they're not even going to give the quarterback the ball when they're about to score? What do you think about Danny Dimes, Joff? The way I think about it is that he's an average quarterback at best. He's improved a lot from how he was doing, because he used to fumble the ball 10 times a game. Now he's a lot better, but... Huh? Yeah, he's mediocre. They got Saquon Barkley.'s the guy. I don't know. I think we're going to go with Trevor Lawrence, boys. I think we're going with Trevor Lawrence. I do think we're doing that.
And limited the Commanders in the air. Heineke, first down pass is complete to the 28-yard line with Terry McLaurin. That's what they need to get going. 18 for McLaurin. 27, they'll go back to the air again on first down. And this throw is caught by McLaurin at the 40-yard line. We had a chance to visit with him, and he got paid around $70 million. He is the guy in this Washington team. They get it to De'Ami Brown. Around the edge, Brown to the 45-yard line. 3 crisp, good plays to begin the second half for Washington. Crowd chanting his name from the 30. Heineke throws underneath, caught by Jahan Dotson. Dotson threw the nice block on the last play, rewarded here with a catch.
Obviously, this wasn't one of the Giants' better games, but
For the end zone.
the fact that we just saw them do a direct snap to that guy is just like shit. You know, like fucking. They think so highly of their quarterback that he's literally not even on the field when they're in scoring position.
A 43-yard extra point
They
try
put
for Joey Slott.
11 different guys out there.
And he missed it.
It is a scary play, though. I think the thing we just need to remember is that we're doing a lot of thinking and overthinking and extra thinking right now because we have the time to do so and it's important to us and this and that. And this is the investment that we're trying to get paid on, so this is where we're spending our time.
Second and 4, Barkley running up the inside. First down.
Really, it's going to end up probably being a negligible difference. Trevor Lawrence is going to have an 18-point game and Daniel Jones is going to have a 17-point game, or Daniel Jones is going to have 20 points and Trevor Lawrence is going to have 16. I don't think it's going to necessarily make or break our week.
3rd and 15, bringing 5. Barkley stays in the block. Jones
There he goes.
can't get the first down, gets to the 32. From there, a field
Daniel
goal.
Jones has definitely improved his rushing this year and also doesn't turn the ball over near as much as he was. So, I mean, it makes him better to play.
To extend the lead, hit it well.
But maybe, I don't know what to say, like maybe since
The players
the Thursday, Sunday thing is kind of cool, maybe I should grab Jones and whatever. At least we got him Sunday. We don't have to play him on a short week. At least we have a full week of preparation and we're not playing in the cold.
3rd and 1. Heineke
And we're playing against a bad defense instead of a good defense. Like, that's the thing that's crazy about this, is I think Trevor Lawrence is clearly the guy who's been averaging more fantasy points lately, and he's clearly the guy who's scoring more points lately. And we would all say is the more talented quarterback and has the most potential to be like a Super Bowl champion 5 years from now,
gets there.
or
51.
throw for 5,000 yards in a year. Trevor Lawrence is that guy, but
Well,
all of the other factors that would make you want to pick Jones over Lawrence exist. Jones is playing the weaker defense. He's got a longer week of preparation. He's going to be in a dome instead of in the cold.
almost like a punt return. That's what he is, a punt returner.
All that is true.
4-man rush, doesn't get there.
Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. So yeah, we got ripperoned there. I guess, I don't know. Don't play any NFL audio, I guess. It's the first time I've ever gotten some copyright notice from them over some football stuff. But yeah, we back. We're not really sure what to do. The Daniel Jones, Trevor Lawrence decision's probably close. It's probably a close decision. It's tough to know what to do. Seems to be a lot of pros and cons either way that make a lot of sense. It looks like the options for quarterback in the other league. This is another reason why we should probably just grab Lawrence. I wish I would have thought of this sooner, possibly. Daniel Jones is not available in the other league. And well, we have Deshaun Watson, so we could play Deshaun Watson. But we have Deshaun Watson, but there actually is no Daniel Jones available over here. So we can get Daniel Jones in that one league, but we can't get him in this one. So maybe we shouldn't get him in that other league because, you know, then it's like, who are we rooting for? Brock Purdy is available in this league, and he wasn't in the other one. So Brock Purdy is an option here. Another thing we should do is we should add more people. So I didn't really think about this till now either, but we should do more than just one waiver. Oh, did we get rid of the Lawrence waiver? Like, we should put in a waiver for Lawrence and for Daniel Jones, just so we make sure we get somebody. Lawrence, Dallas, waiver claim. I'm just gonna go with Trevor Lawrence, you guys. I'm just gonna trust. I'm just gonna trust my gut or my whatever on this one. I think that Lawrence might not have a 30-point game, but I don't think he's going to have a 5-point game either. The guy throws the ball 40 times a game. He's their best player. You know, so. All right, so we put a waiver claim in for Trevor Lawrence, and then we got a waiver claim in for Daniel Jones. And we can't get Tua, but we're hoping we can just get Tua. And then in the other league, we're dropping Chuba Hubbard for Trevor Lawrence, but then we can put in another one for Purdy. Right, so then we got our bases super covered here. Chuba Hubbard. And honestly, we could probably just do another one for switch out our kicker instead of waiting to see waivers clear in case somebody snags him up or something. Because nobody uses waivers on a kicker. And like, we're not going to use waivers anymore. Next week would be the last week you can use waivers. I'm not even really worried about using them at all. I don't think there's going to be some player that pops up out of nowhere. You know? So we want Maher here. We'll drop Folk for Maher. Boom. So this way we don't even have to look at anything when it hits 3 o'clock, technically. We're going to get somebody. We don't care about losing our waiver. It's the end of the year anyway, and our waiver priority already sucks. So it's just going to continue to suck, and it's the end of the year, so it doesn't really matter. It matters a little bit. If we had a better waiver priority than the championship team did next week, and there was somebody to pick up, and we wanted to get him, we didn't want him to get him. What's that like? How blue does the moon have to be? Is this blue moon that's going to come around every once in a while? So we're just going to use him this week. This is the important week, right? I drop in Chuba Hubbard for Lawrence or for Purdy, whoever we can fucking get. And we're probably starting whoever that is over Watson. We're going to drop Folk for Maher, because we'd rather have Maher, because we have Maher on the other team, and we feel like the Cowboys are more in playoff contention than the Pats are, and the Cowboys can move the ball better than the Pats can. So we want the Cowboys kicker. And we're picking up Lawrence or Jones over there. We're picking up Lawrence or Purdy over here. And hopefully we get 2 Trevor Lawrences and we play him Thursday and he scores us at least 15 points. That's all we're asking. I know the Jets defense is good. I know it's a short week. I know it's going to be cold or whatever. But I don't think Trevor Lawrence gives any fucks. I think he's a freak. And that's it. And that's who we're going to try to get. We're going to try to get him on both teams. Now the question actually becomes, if we get Lawrence on both teams and Tua clears waivers, should we try to get Tua? And I think the answer is yes, because I think we prefer playing Tua than Trevor Lawrence, and we have Tyreek Hill on our team, and we already want Tyreek Hill to score points. We could go with Tua. I mean, I think he would be better than Lawrence, I guess, but we don't really know. I mean, if we look at remaining games projected between Tua and Trevor Lawrence, it's going to be close, right? Look at that shit. Tua's projected 57.7 points. Trevor Lawrence is projected 56.41. And he's playing Houston's defense, which isn't good either, though. It's not good that he's playing them. Who's Daniel Jones play next? Indy. Colts have given up the 12th most fantasy points to quarterbacks. Jones is playing Indy. Houston's given up the 4th fewest. Daniel Jones's matchup against the Colts is supposed to be better than Lawrence's matchup against Houston. And Lawrence is on the road, and Daniel Jones is home. This is fucked up, man. We're not going to have Jalen Hurts for either of these weeks, I bet you, either. We lost our guy. We lost our main guy. It's really fucked up. It's a messed up decision. This is so fucked. It's way worse than I thought it was going in. Thinking about how this is the championship weeks and we're shuffling quarterbacks in. Who does Brock Purdy play the next 2 weeks? Washington and then Vegas. Don't really love any of these matchups. Alright, I gotta order some food. I got some pasta dish that I don't even think I'm gonna eat right now. I'll eat that at a later time, like tonight. Maybe. Shit. I'll get it. I'm like really hungry, but I don't know what to order. It's like I'm so hungry I don't know what to do. Damn, this menu is so fucking big. No fried mushrooms. Oh, man. I'm going to double check everything, but I guess this is it, man. I mean, these are the decisions we have to make. There's only 2 weeks left in the season. Jalen Hurts isn't going to play this week. We decided that we didn't want to roster Dallas's defense anymore. We didn't need to. We're going to get Tennessee defense starting this week against Houston. And then we want the Jags defense next week against Houston. We can't drop any of these players. They're not droppable. And we're going to switch Jalen Hurts out for either... Or we're going to drop Dallas's defense for either Trevor Lawrence or Daniel Jones to start this week instead of a hurt Jalen Hurts. And I don't know what we're going to do at quarterback for next week. It's going to be a whole other decision, because then it's going to be, is Jalen Hurts coming back to play against the Saints? Or are we going to go with Trevor Lawrence against tough Houston Texans defense? Or are we going to go with... Like, what are we going to do here? We're not going to really know what to do. Potentially. We also have to decide this week which running back we want to start. Do we want to start Chubb, or do we want to start McKinnon in this slot? I'm pretty convinced that I'm going to be going with Sanders, and I'm pretty convinced that I'm going to be going with Eckler. Actually, I'm certain about Eckler. It says that if you're doing a standard league or you're doing half-point PPR, that all the experts are wanting you to play Nick Chubb. But if you're playing PPR, then they're more split. Some people actually like McKinnon in full-point PPR over Chubb. So it's kind of close. Chubb hasn't had a rushing touchdown in 4 weeks. Does that mean this is the week that he gets one, you know? He could just seriously be due. How is a guy who's been this good all year not had a rushing touchdown for 3 weeks? He's probably going to have one this week, right? McKinnon's been doing good, but it doesn't mean he'll do good this week. It's Chubb or McKinnon. I'm pretty sure that I'm going with Sanders. And then over here, pretty similar setup, except instead of us having a hurt Jalen Hurts, we have a struggling Deshaun Watson. And Daniel Jones is not available, so we're trying to get Trevor Lawrence or Brock Purdy instead of Trevor Lawrence or Daniel Jones. We're dropping Chuba Hubbard. We don't mind dropping him. We don't think anyone's going to really want him. We're switching out our kicker. And we also have a decision on who to start down here. Are we starting Chubb or McKinnon? It's the same decision as the other league. We're starting Jacobs and we're starting Eckler. The other league, we're starting Sanders and we're starting Eckler. But do we go with Chubb or do we go with McKinnon? I have a feeling that the Chiefs are going to blow out the Seahawks. They're not really going to need McKinnon. They're going to score in so many, however they want, and then they're not going to need McKinnon. And I think I might end up just going with Chubb. The Browns haven't been doing well, and maybe they'll start leaning on the run more this week, and maybe Chubb will have a big game, kind of thing. It's tough for me to decide between this Chubb or McKinnon. It's tough for me to decide. I guess we're not going to listen to any audio of anything that could be copyrighted, even though we're just streaming for like 5 people at most with friends talking fantasy football. That's right. We're not exactly trying to make a living off these guys. We're just trying to get through the day. So that's pretty much it. I don't think there's any other decisions. We can't drop anybody here either. I mean, these players are just not droppable. San Francisco defense against Washington is great, and then we're kind of worried about next week. We're thinking we want to go with Jacksonville's defense next week. We really want Jacksonville's defense next week in both leagues against Houston. But it's funny because we're going to have potentially Trevor Lawrence on both of these teams. I don't know that he'll do that good against Houston's defense. And if we have Jacksonville's defense, then we're kind of saying that the Jags are going to win and they're going to hold the Houston to very few points. And if that's the case, then it's less likely that Trevor Lawrence will have to throw the ball 50 times in that game. And they might just, it could mean that Trevor Lawrence isn't going to have a great week next week. So are we going to really play Trevor Lawrence this week and then not play him next week type thing? Like, I don't know what to say. It's actually a very confusing situation we're in here. We don't feel great about Deshaun Watson. We don't feel great about Trevor Lawrence. We don't feel great about Daniel Jones. We don't feel great about Brock Purdy. And we're not going to feel great about having Jalen Hurts play for us next week either. If he doesn't play this week and he was hurt and banged up, whatever, like, we're not going to feel that great about playing Jalen Hurts next week either. So it's just one of those things where we don't have a lot of good quarterbacks to choose from, and we've been thrust into this position. We're just going to have to choose the best of all the evils. We really wish we could just be starting Jalen Hurts and Kyler Murray in these two leagues like we've been doing all year, and just we wouldn't have spent any time on these teams today at all, except to say that we weren't sure who we wanted to start at running back. That would have been the only thing to talk about, because everything else would be just obvious. I don't love what's happening here. I don't love playing Trevor Lawrence on a short week, but we looked at the stats. He's one of the best quarterbacks overall in the season, and he's one of the quarterbacks over the last 6 weeks. And I mean, he's literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's in the top 10 along with Tua for just projection for this week. So even though we're all worried about his matchup with the Jets, that's already been factored in. Like, to everyone's rankings, to everyone's projections, they've already factored in that it's going to be at the Jets against that defense on a short week, and they're still projecting Trevor Lawrence to be the number 9 best quarterback that you can start this week possible in fantasy. So I think he's our guy. The question, I think, actually becomes if we can't get Lawrence, or I'm sorry, if we can't. I think the question becomes that if we can get Tua, do we get Tua now? Do we want Tua if he's available, which I don't think he's going to be, but if he is, should we get him? I think the answer is yes, because he has a better matchup we like that he has a better matchup next week than Trevor Lawrence does. And we also like that Tyreek Hill is the wide receiver on both of my teams. So we're hoping for Tyreek Hill to have a big game. And Tyreek Hill can have a big game without Tua having a big game, but obviously they kind of go hand in hand, so it makes sense for us to have Tua. The only reason why I dropped Tua this week is because I fucking had Jalen Hurts. Now Jalen Hurts is hurt. It's such a shame. I mean, I had the depth in case somebody got hurt. I was doing it that way, you know? I had 3 quarterbacks on this team. I think I had Dak Prescott too, I'm pretty sure, 3 weeks ago on this team. You know? Like, I was getting ready to, like, hog all the quarterbacks for my opponents and stuff like that, but Tua hasn't even been playing that well. I thought I had Dak too. That must have been the other team. The other team, I think I had Dak and Deshaun Watson and Kyler Murray. And then Kyler Murray, I ended up dropping Dak Prescott, and then Kyler Murray got hurt, and now Deshaun's been sucking. And then in this team, I had Hurts and Tua for like 6 weeks in a row, 8 weeks in a row. I had Hurts and Tua, Hurts and Tua, Hurts and Tua. And I was starting Hurts every game. Like, why am I rostering this Tua guy anymore when now I'm really trying to block tight ends? I was trying to block tight end. I had Waller, and then I also had like Driscoll and Taysom Hill and Dolchich. And I was trying to block all these tight ends for my opponent so I could fuck them over. Was dropping, people like Tua, my backup quarterback, and then Hurts gets hurt. So you can't predict the future. You can only do the best you can. I didn't have a ton of droppable players and players to maneuver around. If I did, then I would have kept Tua and I would have dropped one of them. But I just happen to have so many good players that it felt dumb to roster 2 quarterbacks. If my roster wasn't as strong, then I would have rostered 2 quarterbacks and I would have dropped one of the skill players that weren't as strong. I wouldn't have cared about it. I am pretty worried, though, that the over-under for Thursday's game is so low. And the Thursday games have seemed to be pretty shitty games all year, too. But I think Trevor Lawrence is just so good that we don't worry about it. The guy's been up against adversity the last few weeks. Good defenses, and he hasn't given a shit about it. I think we're done with this. I've looked at this for way longer than I thought I would. 4 hours. We looked at the first team for 45 minutes. I thought we were going to be done in like an hour or an hour and 15 minutes doing this, but then we went down the wormhole of, wait, which quarterbacks are actually out there, and then Trevor Lawrence on a short week and all this. And I think we're kind of going back to our original idea, which is we're getting Trevor Lawrence, but now we have a better idea of our overall strategy. We have backup plans like Daniel Jones and Brock Purdy. And we're thinking about defenses for next week, and we kind of evaluated everything I feel like we need to evaluate, and that's what we needed to do. We needed to exhaust that thought process. This is our day to do that. It's the most important day, one of the most important days of the damn fantasy year, and we've been at this for 3 months. So, 4 months. We were drafting in August, right? Yeah, it's been 4 months now. And we're on the cusp of possibly raking in thousands of dollars here. We're in the final four of both of these leagues. And this one gets $1,250 for first. We're on an 8-game winning streak. We have a hurt Jalen Hurts. And we don't know who we're going to start at running back, but when we had those guys plugged in, we were projected like 120-something points, man. This guy is not going to be projected 120 points. The thing that's really freaking me out is I feel like this guy is going to pick up Tua. This is going to be the guy who gets Tua. It's going to be the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the guy that I'm playing this week, who just snuck into the playoffs, who played Brock Purdy at quarterback last week with a hurt Lamar Jackson. This guy is going to pick up Tua. And if he starts Tua against me with my Tyreek Hill, I'm not going to be happy about that. The Marvel Cinematic Universe has only made 25 moves this year, though. So, while he is making moves, he just recently picked up Brock Purdy to fill in for his Lamar Jackson. It seems like he's making moves more so when he has like an immediate need type of deal. I don't know. Maybe he's not looking at Tua. I mean, I have a feeling he sees Tua as available. I mean, if you go to the player list and you look at rostered percentage, Tua's 94%. I mean, Cordarrelle Patterson is also available, which is kind of nuts. He hasn't been doing that great, though. But the thing I think you got to think about the player roster percentages on Yahoo towards the end of the year is that some of the teams that had Tua on their team knew they were mathematically ineligible for the playoffs like 6 weeks ago, and they were never going to make some creative play to drop Tua or something, you know? Like, there's so many people who had Cordarrelle Patterson on their team in the beginning, and then their team was out of contention, and now maybe you wanted to drop them, but they just didn't drop them. So this percentage number isn't super accurate, because not everyone's still playing. These people were obviously rostered, so they'd still be on somebody's roster. Tua wasn't even drafted, was he? Nobody gave a shit about Tua in the draft, right? Like the actual draft. It was when he had that week 2 against Baltimore that everybody picked him up. You know? If you look at it, he's not even had a very good year, fantasy-wise. Like, he shouldn't be 94% roster. Like, this week is a huge outlier. 6 touchdowns against the Ravens. He did have 3 weeks in a row here that were very good. Detroit, Chicago, and Cleveland, though, their defenses aren't the best. And he had 3 touchdown, 0 pick games. That's pretty impressive. But everything else has been, like, worse than average. 2 touchdowns, 2 picks, 1 touchdown. Well, those are good defenses, though. Chargers, yeah, that's 4 good defenses in a row, though, to be fair. Green Bay's defense is decent, too. He doesn't do so great against the bad defenses, and he does good against the bad defenses. Ravens' defense wasn't looking so hot at the beginning of the year, either. He got hurt in the Cincinnati game. Yeah, I mean, Trevor Lawrence is throwing the footy ball 40 times this Thursday. I know that. I mean, he's got 11 touchdowns and 1 pick in 4 games. Although I guess you would have expected his game against Detroit to be a bit better than that. Oh, I'm worried. I think that I need to, like, more than ever just be playing it for this week. Trevor Lawrence has had an alright year. Derek Carr has had an alright year. Daniel Jones has had an alright year. Well, which one do we play this week? What about this week, though? This is the week that matters. The Eagles' 2-game edge over the Vikings for the number 1 seed in the playoffs. Okay, so they have a 2-game lead on the Vikings for the number 1 seed, and there's 3 games left. The Eagles' 2-game edge over the Vikings for the number 1 seed in the NFC playoffs could be enough for the team to err on the side of caution and hold them out this weekend. According to Tim McManus of ESPN.com, Minshew was excused from today's practice. Yeah. Personal stuff, funeral services for Leach. Okay. Got to be back. Should have time to get ready. All of his snaps have come in garbage time scenario. He shined in 2 starts for Philly last season. 7.4 yards attempt, 4-1 touchdown interception game. Let's look at that. Can we look at the game log for 2021? Oh, here you go. Started two games. So we started these 2. 20 for 25 at the Jets. 242, 2 touchdowns, 4 rushes. Fumbled it, but didn't lose the fumble. 2 sacks. So what was that? That was 4, 8, 10, 18. So that's like 17 fantasy points against the Jets. It's pretty good. And then Dallas last year, home, they lost 51-26. He had, instead of 17 fantasy points, he had 7.5, 11.5, 9.5, and more like 10 with the rushing too. Yeah, the other one was like 17.5, and then it was like 10. Or wait, did I do that wrong? I did that wrong, didn't I? 4, 7, 7.5. This is 15.5. 15.5, 13.5. Okay, so more like 14. So it was like 18 and 14, 17.5 and 14. Which is really all we need. That's what I'm saying. Like, if Minshew's not going to go out there and suck, if Minshew isn't going to be terrible, if we're not worried about Minshew turning the ball over 5 times, if we're not worried about Minshew doing that, this is a way better Eagles team than last year. And he had like 15 fantasy points in both games last year. Threw the ball 25 times and 33 times. Threw it 33 times in a loss. So they're obviously trying to run it in both games. He had rushing attempts in both games. He might get a rushing touchdown if he's going to run it 5 times a game. How often do quarterbacks usually rush the ball a game? Season average. Rushes. Attempts. No, quarterbacks only. What the fuck? There we go. Okay, so Minshew ran it 5 times a game last year. I mean, that's like, he's like a running quarterback almost here. Burrow runs it 4.9 a game. Okay, I guess every quarterback tries 3 or 4 times. Minshew is 5. Could just be a little variant. Yeah, I don't know. Watson's rushing at 6.3 so far. Watson's trying to rush that ball a little bit. So, like, part of me says just stick with Watson, too, you know? Like in that other league. This league, we don't have Watson. We have Jalen Hurts. He's hurt, so it's a different situation. We got to get somebody else, Lawrence or Jones. Or I don't know. Like, I'm still considering Minshew. I feel like I should take a little note here, like, consider Minshew? Let's just do that. Because I don't want to look at this for much longer. We've been doing this for hours. But whatever. We got to keep that thought in our head. We got to not forget that thought. We could just go with Deshaun Watson over here and say, fuck it, we're playing Deshaun Watson. He had 17 points and 12 points and 6 points in his first 3 games back. This is the week he scores 30 fantasy points. Deshaun Watson finally gets his legs under him. This is the week where he gets the timing down. We could just go with Deshaun. We could start McKinnon in both leagues, bench Chubb in both leagues, and start Deshaun, and hope Deshaun does it all for Cleveland somehow. We're not dropping Deshaun over here, by the way. We're dropping Chuba Hubbard, because I knew that Deshaun might still be an option for us. So we're dropping Chuba Hubbard for Lawrence and Purdy. We could just decide to go with Deshaun. We really need these Boris Chen tiers. That's what we need, is the tiers. We need Boris Chen. He hasn't released them yet. And this is the day we need him, Boris. This is the day we need him. Week 16 player rankings fantasy football. How do we find that? I want more tier lists. Fantasy pros. Scoring. Half point PPR. Quarterback. Here we go. Tua Tagliavola, 6th overall. See, somebody's going to grab him. Somebody's grabbing this guy. We're not going to get him. Trevor Lawrence is 10 overall on this particular list. Daniel Jones is 12. Very close in points. The matchup is better for... See, that's the thing. The matchup is better for Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones has the better matchup. Trevor Lawrence is in a shittier matchup. But they still project him to have more points because Trevor Lawrence is a better player. There's Brock Purdy at 15. And there's Deshaun Watson at 17. And there's Minshew at 21. That was cool to see. There's another site. Tiers. Wait, this is just... This looks like it's just running backs. Or is this overall... Okay. They're not talking about quarterbacks. This is like overall skill positions. It's like basically just saying it's a flex slot. You can start whoever you want. It's half point PPR. This is the list for this week. Eckler is number 4 overall. Tyreek Hill is number 3 overall. We got him on both of our teams. And Austin Eckler's number 4 overall. We have him on both of our teams. That's fucking good. We got Josh Jacobs on one of our teams. He's number 7 overall. We got Metcalf starting on the other team that Jacobs is not starting on. He's 10 overall. That's insane. I didn't think Metcalf would be ranked that high. Is this right? This isn't even the right year, is it? Is this 2022? No, I guess this is right. 3 hours ago. They have Metcalf as the 10th overall skill player. What? What's up, beer and poker? Oh shit, we both ordered food, huh? At like the same time. What's up? I mean, I could cook tonight, whatever. I just finally got a little bit of money in my account. I'm like, whatever. I've been working my ass off and trying to make money, and it's Christmas time. I'm going to order food tonight one time, and then I'll go back to... I'm hoping we can maybe go to Target over the next few days or something, man, with one of my Target gift cards, if it's a possibility. Is there a Target nearby? There is, right?
Yeah, there's one about to go.
Are you off work for the week and shit?
Yeah.
Nice.
Going on.
Nice. Yeah, dude, I'm just chilling too. We should play some zombies or something soon. I played a zombie game online last night with some randos. Usually there's nobody on. And then last night I went on Steam and there were these people just waiting. And they were good, you know? And they did the Thompson strat where I'd never done this, but they leave the stairs closed at the top of the Thompson room. So it kind of sucks because the only way you can get Jug is by going the long way around through Animal Labs and up there. But it's awesome because one guy had a window in the back, the other guy had the other window, and then the two of us were shooting out front, and the zombies couldn't do shit. We got to round 37. Yeah, it was nuts, dude. Anyway, we got to spin a few games later this week or something. They got Metcalf, number 10. Okay, I have Amon St. Brown on the other team. So I've got Tyreek Hill, and I have Tyreek Hill and Metcalf starting on one team, and then I have Tyreek Hill and Amon St. Brown starting on the other team. I have Eckler on both teams, and I have and I have Eckler on both teams, and I have Jacobs on one of the teams. So like, it shouldn't even matter who the fuck our quarterback is. We should just win. Anyway. Well, you're saying that, but I don't know. I think the quarterback maybe doesn't matter that much. That's why I'm struggling so hard with this decision today, is because the decision is close automatically because all the quarterbacks score. Who's going to score more fantasy points this week? Minshew, Daniel Jones, or Trevor Lawrence? Nobody knows the fucking answer. They're probably all going to be within a couple of points. So it's not going to matter that much. What matters is that I've got fucking Austin Eckler, and this other guy is going to be starting, Joe Schmo at running back, and that's what's going to get us the win. But I need to make sure I start a quarterback that's going to score. No hurt quarterbacks, no quarterbacks that are in bad situations. We got Mahomes, autopilot Mahomes. Yeah, no, that's good. I had Jalen Hurts and I had Kyler Murray, and then they both got hurt in the last 3 weeks of the season, so I'm having a scrap. But you know what? That's life, and that's gambling, and that's fantasy football, and that's poker too, we got to overcome these obstacles. I'm just putting in the best effort I can today to get the best setup I can, They've got Chubb at 16 overall. Who's the other guy I was thinking of? Oh, McKinnon. Oh, they got him at 21 overall. So they do have Chubb rated higher than McKinnon. Oh, what about Chubb and McKinnon over here? Oh, we just looked at quarterback rankings over here. Yeah, what do they have between the running backs here? Eckler's 3, Jacobs is 4. Wow, they have McKinnon all the way down at 16, and they have Chubb at 8. I'm going to have to start Chubb over McKinnon, huh? The matchup against Kansas City is superb, but he's only projected 12 points. Chubb's projected 14. Here it's a lot closer, right? 21, or, what do they have him as the running back here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They have Chubb as the number 8 running back, and McKinnon as the number 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So I have him at 8 and 13. And here they have him at 8 and 16. Raheem Mostert's right here, right behind McKinnon is Mostert. Wow. There's Miles. They got Miles Sanders all the way down here. No fucking way. They want me to start McKinnon and Mostert over Sanders. Oh man. See, that's making us. But that's going to make us start McKinnon on one team and not on the other team. That was the whole issue for me. We're going to start Eckler, Jacobs, and Chubb on one team, and the other team's going to have Eckler and Chubb and McKinnon, and the other team's going to have McKinnon on their bench. Why don't they have Sanders rated higher? Because Dallas defense and the Phillies offense isn't going to be as good without Jalen Hurts. Oh! There's Dobbins. There's Kittle. Anyway, I like that these are actually ranked by position better anyway. So this doesn't have Sanders rated as low, does it? This has Sanders rated higher than McKinnon. The other list had him lower than McKinnon. Yeah, so this one likes Sanders more than the other one. There's Mostert. There's Dobbins. Chuba Hubbard. We got Tyreek Hill on both teams. We have one Amon St. Brown. We have one DK Metcalf. We're good to go. That's all you need. Quality receivers, quantity running backs. It's always the plan. I like these teams. I think we're just going to end up having to go with Chubb because he's the guy that we drafted in the second round of both of these leagues. They were big buy-in leagues. He's the guy we fucking drafted. He's had 3 bad weeks in a row. And maybe this is the week that, I don't know, maybe this is the week they do better. I don't know what to say. We could play McKinnon. We're excited about McKinnon's recent big weeks that he's had. We're excited about McKinnon's recent big weeks that he's had. And we know the Chiefs are going to get into scoring position, but the Chiefs can score with anybody. And I don't know. I don't know what to say. McKinnon went undrafted. Nick Chubb was the second pick. It doesn't mean we should necessarily start Chubb over McKinnon. Just because McKinnon's had a good last 3 weeks and Chubb hasn't had a good last 3 weeks doesn't mean that this week isn't going to be the opposite either. Let's just get Chubb in the lineup for now. I'm worried about Sanders, too. I mean, Sanders had Jalen Hurts on his team, and he wasn't playing Dallas's defense last week. Sanders was playing Chicago's defense, and Sanders only had 1 fantasy point. 11 rushes, 42 yards. And he lost a fumble on his only catch of the day, and they credited him with negative 13 receiving yards on the play. Against Chicago. This week he's playing Dallas without his quarterback. So that doesn't sound very good. Kind of makes me want to do this. You know? Kind of makes me want to put McKinnon in there with Chubb and Eckler and bench Sanders. 1 point last week. He's playing Dallas this week. So now we're starting Chubb and McKinnon and Eckler. He has all these rushing touchdowns, and he's got 3 weeks in a row without a rushing touchdown. Don't you think this guy misses the end zone? Don't you think the coaches are going, holy shit, Nick Chubb hasn't scored a touchdown for 3 games. We're doing something wrong. I mean, only 10 points in this game and then only 13 points in this week. Their offense is not looking great. Why am I making all these waiver moves here, dropping Chuba Hubbard for these quarterbacks if we're just going to go with Deshaun Watson anyway? Maybe I should just stick with Deshaun Watson and not waste the waiver on that. And just switch my kicker out and don't even use the waiver. Have the waiver for next week. But they do have Trevor Lawrence as the number 10 quarterback and Deshaun Watson as the number 17 quarterback this week. But it's only a difference of 1.8 points. That's what I'm trying to say about the quarterbacks, is that it almost doesn't matter. 1.8 points between Watson and Lawrence. 0.8 points between Daniel Jones and Trevor Lawrence. It's just ridiculous. If you look at the difference between the 10th running back or the 8th running back and the 15th running back, it's going to be a lot different, right? Okay, 2 points. So quarterbacks are just closer. They're just closer together in how they score. So maybe we're doing all this work for nothing. Maybe we should just say this is the week the Browns do it. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm sticking with the Browns guys. This is the Browns week. Although I got Cooper on the bench here, don't I? Now I want to start Cooper too. It's just a weird thing. We don't know what's going to happen this week, and it's definitely not based off of what's happened in previous weeks. Just because Nick Chubb had 80 yards and 0 touchdowns last week doesn't mean he won't have 150 and 3 touchdowns this week. It has nothing to do with it. It's matchups and what they're going to do this week and whatever. There's a lot of luck involved. Well, Beer, my theory on that was that they paid $300 million for Deshaun Watson. They already know what they have with Nick Chubb. Right now, they're testing out their quarterback. They're trying to see what Deshaun Watson can do. They're trying to get him on the same page with the receivers. I think the Browns are just setting up for next year. Which is why I was talking myself into just benching Chubb. And I was talking myself, you wouldn't play Lawrence against the Jets. Why not? Beer, just keep in mind, I'm doing this for 4 hours, and I've already talked about all these conversations like 30 times over and run in a circle about it as far as I can possibly take it to this point where you're asking. I know you don't know that, you're just hopping in now, but what you're asking, like, we just talked for 3 hours about this to the point where I'm like getting dehydrated over here and stuff about it. I think we're worrying too much about the quarterback in general. I think the difference in points between Brock Purdy and Trevor Lawrence and Deshaun Watson and Daniel Jones this week is probably going to be super negligible. Let's look at last week's points. Quarterback. Or let's do the last 4 weeks. Last 4 weeks, quarterbacks. Average. Let's take a look. Okay, so Jalen Hurts, the guy who just got hurt on my team, was scoring 6 fantasy points more than any other quarterback. He was absolutely annihilating over the last 6 weeks and was going to bring me home the championship, I guess. But he just got hurt, so that sucks. But look at all these other quarterbacks. Look how close the points are. I mean, Allen and... there's Trevor Lawrence, by the way, over the last 4 weeks, Beer. 25 points a game. He threw 4 touchdowns against Dallas last week. Are we that worried about the Jets? 23 points for Mahomes, 23 points for Kirk Cousins. It doesn't matter if you have Mahomes or Kirk Cousins on your team. They scored the same amount of fantasy points over the last 4 weeks. Burrow, 22. Fields, 22. Geno, 20. Zach Wilson, 20. Jared Goff, 20. Herbert, 20. Mike White, the other Jets guy, 18. Dak Prescott, 18. Brock Purdy, 18. Tom Brady, 17. Tua, 15. That's the guy we're like really trying to get. He's worse than the rest of these guys over the last 4 weeks. So like the quarterbacks, they all kind of score points. Yeah, it's just less significant. I'm putting all this energy into it today. I'm definitely upset that I've lost Jalen Hurts because he was scoring us all those points. So we have to manage that over there. And then also over here, we have this Deshaun Watson situation where the offense in general has not been looking very good, and he has not looked very good. And now we've got Nick Chubb on both teams who hasn't been looking very good. And now we're talking real money is on the line this week, and I've got to figure out who to play. And it's gambling. We're gambling. It's a guess, We're guessing. And it's fun, but like part of me now is saying, why are you dropping your Chuba Hubbard share? Why don't you just keep him away from the other teams? He can get 17 rushes for one of these teams and beat you in the playoffs. Why don't you just keep Chuba Hubbard? Why don't you just keep Deshaun Watson? Who cares about Trevor Lawrence and Brock Purdy? Let somebody else get them. And we don't really like Lawrence's matchup this week against the Jets on a short week. That's true. Why don't we just stick with Deshaun Watson here? Do we start Chubb and Deshaun Watson and bench Cooper on the other team? That seems kind of weird. I don't know what to do. I mean, it's a little bit complicated. We have Chubb over here and Deshaun Watson and Njoku, but I'm going to bench him and start Kittle for the Browns. And then over here we have Chubb again, but we don't have Deshaun Watson, and we can't get Deshaun Watson. And we have Jalen Hurts, but he's hurt, so we have to get a different guy. The only other options are like Daniel Jones, or we could go with Minshew. I don't hate the idea of going with Minshew. I don't hate it because I don't know what to say. Let's say the team looks a little bit worse this week against Dallas than they would have if they had Jalen Hurts as their quarterback. Are they going to look that much worse? I mean, we know that Minshew isn't going to run the ball 15 times like Jalen Hurts does. It's going to be a different offense. Don't you think the team is hype? They're 2 games ahead. They're 2 games ahead for the number 1 seed. They still need to win this game. Like, they want to cinch that number 1 seed. Minshew's hype. He's going to get to play. The team's been doing good. Don't you think they're in good spirits about it? They have the opportunity to rest their star quarterback with a hurt shoulder before the playoffs, as opposed to a lot of other teams. If a lot of other teams had a quarterback with a hurt shoulder right now, that motherfucker would be playing. He'd be getting a shot in his arm before the game, and he'd be playing because they don't have anything near cinched up. They would be needing to win to get in the playoffs, and he'd be all banged up for the playoffs. I don't think that them losing Jalen Hurts for this game is going to make the Eagles be like, oh, let's just not even show up against Dallas. Let's just not even show up. And Dallas's defense just lost to Trevor Lawrence last week, gave up 4 passing touchdowns. So Minshew doesn't give any fucks. And they're probably telling him, like, bro, if we lose this game, who gives a fuck? We're going to beat Dallas's ass in the playoffs, and we'll win one of these other games, and we'll get in, man. We just, like, let's go out there and play. I don't think they're going to be all nervous about letting him throw it or letting him do this. The game isn't that important of a game. Like, it is, but it kind of isn't. They might just let Minshew go out there and let it rip. And no matter what Minshew does, it doesn't even matter because they're probably going to see Dallas again in the playoffs, and Minshew ain't going to be the quarterback in the playoffs when they play Dallas next. It's actually kind of good for the Eagles in a way. Like, let's say Hurts was healthy for this game, and the Eagles were playing Dallas. Don't you think that could be a possible playoff matchup, Philly and Dallas? And Philly already has the 2-game lead. This is what I want to say to you, is maybe Jalen Hurts isn't even that hurt. Because this is a good game to not play him anyway. This is a good game to lose on purpose. This happens all the time in the NFL. With a division rival, they play twice a year, and that second game in the year, one of the teams has like the playoff bye locked up pretty much. It's better to not try because you don't want to show them all your plays. You don't want to take that secret play in your playbook if you're Philly and do it this week against Dallas when this game is so unimportant compared to the game that's coming against Dallas 3 weeks from now in the playoffs, or 4 weeks from now in the playoffs, or whatever. That's when you want to be opening up your playbook and fucking pulling out all the stops and doing all the tricky stuff. This is a week for just, you almost don't even want to win. You don't want to... There was a game, I was a Dolphins fan growing up with Dan Marino, and they played the Broncos in like week 16 or something, week 15. And I remember the Dolphins blew them out, and I was stoked because I hated John Elway and I loved Marino and the Dolphins. And I remember my dad telling me that he thought that the Broncos didn't really play because they knew they were going to play the Broncos were like the number 1 seed with John Elway and Terrell Davis and that team, right? And so they knew they were going to play the Dolphins like in the first round of the playoffs or second round of the playoffs like a few weeks later. So the Broncos just played vanilla all game and just ran the ball, normal running play, didn't do anything fancy. The Eagles, now their quarterback's hurt. Well, they got Minshew out there. That's going to be a completely different offense. They can call whatever play they want. Minshew could just throw a bomb to whoever. Who cares? Throw a pick. We don't care. Let's lose the game. I don't care. To me, they're going to be excited. Minshew's going to let it loose. They've got a lot of weapons on that offense, a lot of fast little buggers out there that Minshew can distribute the ball to, and they should be stoked. So, part of me says Minshew is the guy I should grab. Because, especially on this team, because we have Minshew and Hurts then on this team. We already said we kind of don't like playing Trevor Lawrence on a short week. We already said we kind of don't like Trevor Lawrence's matchup this week or next week against Houston. Houston's been very good against quarterbacks this year with fantasy football. I know I'm taking way too long on this aggressive fish, but I keep going back and forth. Now I want Minshew. I realize that the quarterback decision is kind of close, and I just want the guy who's going to give me the fucking ceiling. The ceiling could end up being Minshew. He could have 4 touchdown passes, and the Eagles roll over the Cowboys, and we didn't have Jalen Hurts and we beat your ass. That could be what happens. Doesn't have to be all dreadful because they got no Jalen Hurts. Yeah, they are inconsistent. Oh, even if they beat the Eagles, won't be Minshew will get points. I know. We just need some points from somebody. We just need some points from somebody, Beer, and we don't really care who it is. But playing Trevor Lawrence on a short week against a good defense could be a recipe for a bad game. Or like, has Trevor Lawrence played on TV that much? You know, like I'm not saying he's going to get nervous, but it's a nationally televised Thursday night game. Or I guess if you have Amazon Prime, it's the only football game on to watch at the bar or whatever. So, has he ever done that before? I don't know if he has. And it's a short week against a good defense. The Jets play hard. They got playoff hopes on the line, too. Over aggressive fish, I know. These people think I'm like a cartoon character. It's funny as shit. You do it, too. You guys all do it. We just need to know what to do, and we don't know what to do. And the answer at the end of the day is that it doesn't even matter that much. We just don't want a quarterback to get us 0 points because that could fuck us. And we also are trying to get a quarterback that can maybe get us some ceiling. I know I'm doing this Trevor Lawrence, Daniel Jones thing here, but I just can't even imagine playing Daniel Jones. I can't even imagine playing him. I've been sitting here for 4 hours looking at this, and I genuinely am not interested in doing this for much longer. I want to play some video games right now and hang out, but I have to figure this out. I'm saying it's kind of weird. So you got a decision to make. All the decisions are kind of close to the same thing anyway. It's not like one is obviously better than the other. You just need somebody to get it done. You got 3 or 4 options. You just need someone to do it. How do you pick? Like, you do have a choice, and the choice could matter. If you pick the wrong thing, you know. It's like saying who's going to score more points in the NBA this year, you know, or I don't know what to say. It's like, who's going to throw more touchdowns this year? Or who would you bet on scoring more touchdowns this year? Tom Brady in his prime or Peyton Manning's prime? It's like, I don't know. They're fucking both, like, you know? They're both going to be top 5. Yeah, what'd you get, bro? Some ribs? They weren't that good? Oh, yeah, no. Well, usually you're all excited about it. It sounds happy. Outback ribs should be alright, yeah? No. Outback's good, man. I like their mushrooms. I like their fried mushrooms, Outback. I wish I could ask that fantasy flock bro which quarterback. And I wish Boris Chen's rankings are out. He doesn't have them out. Everyone had Lawrence higher than a lot of these other guys. And they had Daniel Jones just 2 people behind Lawrence. And then they had Deshaun Watson back there, and they had Minshew lower than Watson. Minshew is probably... This is the thing about Minshew, is that Minshew's been in the league a few years. We know he's capped. We know he's... We know he's never going to be a superstar kind of thing. We already know this about him. He's like a Nick Foles. He did his thing. He won a Super Bowl, but he's just not that guy. I think that we're fine. We're just making sure we're fine. I don't think we want Minshew. I think we should just... We probably should stay away from the Philly-Dallas game and bench Sanders, though. Like, it probably is, like, just... They might not even try to win. He might be like, well, fuck it. Jalen Hurts is... The coach might be like, well, fuck it. We don't want to open up our playbook on these motherfuckers anyway, because we could be playing them in the damn championship game or some shit with the Super Bowl on the line a month from now. We're not going to show these guys what we got. We're not going to show them our fancy blitz packages on defense. We're not going to show them our fancy running plays on offense. We got Minshew at quarterback. Hurts is healing his shoulder. Like, I could see Philly just, like, straight up hamming it in. Like, that's actually in the range of outcomes here. Is Philly just not giving a fuck and they just let Dallas beat them because they just don't care? When are we doing the unban request? What do you mean? So, and we didn't even think about this over the first 3 hours about this possibility with these range of outcomes. I think that's the thing, is that there's a wide range of outcomes, and what you start doing when you start thinking about this fantasy football stuff is you start to get excited over the range of outcomes and certain things in the range of outcomes, and you start to harp on one thing, this and that and the other. if you there's still a lot of outcomes you still haven't considered yet, and then once you start considering more and more outcomes, then you're like, oh shit, okay, well this is something that could happen where this really can't happen over here. Basically, I think we're trying to find like the safe play. And while Trevor Lawrence has a bad matchup, he's still a safe play because he's well coached and he's been throwing the ball 40 times every week for the last 6 weeks, and he's the number 3 quarterback overall. And Trevor Lawrence is still the safe play. Definitely safer than Minshew and definitely safer than Deshaun Watson. Daniel Jones is a safe play because the over-under in the Minnesota Giants game is higher than almost every other over-under, and the mob is never wrong, so there's definitely going to be points scored. And Daniel Jones does run the ball some, and he's 40 yards rushing a game. He could get a rushing touchdown. That's 6 points. That's amazing. So I think that Lawrence and Daniel Jones in that other league being at the top of the pecking order to replace Jalen Hurts makes sense. I think we're going to go with one of those two guys. Trevor Lawrence and Brock Purdy over here instead of Watson, I think makes sense. Although we might just rather play Watson over Purdy. Okay, it's actually pretty split. It looks like so far only 16 experts have weighed in, but so far 60% of them say Purdy. So yeah, I mean, Purdy might be safer than Deshaun Watson. Who are the Niners playing? They're playing Washington. Washington has a pretty good defense, though, don't they? Yeah, Washington's given up the fewest points to tight ends all year. Shit, we got Kittle playing against the number 1 defense against tight ends. Ha! New Orleans is the second best against tight ends. Well, how about that? Don't I have people banned or blocked on YouTube? What? What are you asking me, you fucking troll? Can you formulate a sentence alright over there? What are you asking me? When are we doing the unban request? What unban request? Are there unban requests on YouTube? Who requested to be unbanned? Don't you have people banned or blocked on YouTube? Yeah, sometimes when accounts come in here and talk a bunch of shit to me, or like that porn bot comes by, I block them. So obviously the answer is yes. So why are you asking me a question you know the answer to? One out Russ. Oh, you want your friend unbanned. So now we're getting to you actually asking a real question instead of some internet troll question now. We're getting there. So you want to ask something to me about your friend? I'll give you another try at it. If you only knew now that Hurts was going to be out next week as well when you could drop him. Oh, yeah, I know, right? Well, and do we even want to... this question is still a pain in the ass, Beer. Because exactly, what am I going to do next week now, too? Because Lawrence is playing the Texans next week, and that's a really, really tough matchup. And how about this? Jalen Hurts, if he comes back from being hurt this week to play next week, do we really want to play him in his first game back from an injury? What if he gets re-banged up? What if he gets re-injured? It's definitely caused a little bit of an issue here with my studly teams 1 week before the fucking playoffs, but it's not going to stop us. It's not going to stop us from winning. We're just going to make sure that whatever quarterback we play has a high floor and will get us some points. We're not going to win or lose this thing based on Jalen Hurts being there or not being there. We need Tyreek Hill to show out. We need Josh Jacobs to show out. We need Eckler to show out. Those are the guys. We need those guys to score. Would the 30 points from Jalen Hurts help us? Fuck yeah, it would. But fuck yeah, the 30 points from Jalen Hurts would help us. But you know, we outscored this guy by 23, and we outscored this guy by 30. We outscored this guy by fucking 40. We're blowing these guys out. We outscored this guy by 30. Jalen Hurts scored 30 points. As long as we have a quarterback that scores us 10, we're still going to win by 10 points. You know? We just need some points from somebody. I think we've put this fucking quest to rest. At least with the quarterbacks. Whatever, Lawrence or Jones, I don't care. Next week, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. We're going to be the only guy really shopping quarterback. I doubt there's going to be some quarterback on the free agency after this week that everyone's going to be like, oh, let's go grab him and fuck ship don't die over on his quarterback for the playoffs. Like, I don't think there's really going to be a guy. Quarterback. Let's look at week 17 projected. Show all the players. Trevor Lawrence, Tua. So Trevor Lawrence is projected more points against Houston than Tua is against New England. That's interesting because I thought Houston would be a tough matchup. I think the projections are starting to say that Lawrence is the dude. That's what gets me excited about getting him. Hopefully getting him is that he's just doing it. I mean, 40 attempts, 37 attempts, 31 attempts, 42 attempts, 42 attempts. He's their offense and he's going, he's going fucking 300-yard games in the last 5 games, 10 touchdowns, 1 pick. Oh, shit. I mean, since this game, it's 5, 7, 10. It's 13 touchdowns to 1 pick. Here, it's 14. Since this Denver game. And you know what? Denver has one of the best defenses in the NFL this year. All of Denver's games have been low scoring. And I think Trevor Lawrence had some injuries on his offense too, didn't he? They had an injury to... they've just been sorting themselves out. The coach is making decisions. You can tell that they're improving. They had some injuries to the receiving core, I'm pretty sure, for a while. And then also they had Robinson and Etienne, but then they decided to get rid of Robinson. They traded him to the Jets. I think the Jags have been... You know what I mean? Their team is obviously changing, evolving. I think they're playing way better football now than they were at the beginning of the season. And that bodes well for Trevor Lawrence. It is a short week, but I mean, aren't the Jags excited? They've won 3 out of the last 4 games. They can make the playoffs still, right? Lawrence's big day against the Cowboys is far more impressive than his big day against the Titans a week earlier, given the big upgrade in defensive strength. Lawrence gets another difficult matchup against the Jets next week, but will be productive if he plays as well as he has the last 2 weeks. We just need him to produce. If he has a 16-point week instead of a 33-point week, that's fine. We'll take the 16 points. I wish it were 33, but we'll take the 16. And you know what? It might fucking be 33, man, because he's doing really fucking well right now. Yeah, it's an important game Thursday for both teams. I don't know what to say, Beer. I think we have to pick the best of all the evils here. We've been looking at this for 4 hours. I don't want to do this anymore. I can't believe that I'm considering playing Daniel. This is the thing that's really irking me. It's like I'm actually considering playing Daniel Jones as my starting fantasy quarterback in fantasy playoffs with thousands on the line. Like, there's no way anyone else is doing that. There's just no way. But, I mean, I guess if you have Jalen Hurts right now, you got to scrap for somebody, right? Here's another thing that is pretty far-fetched from happening but might happen that we need to keep our eye on. What if one of these other teams in the league drop their quarterback for some reason? And they're better than all the options we talked about. Right? That's a long shot, but also something to look at. Anyway, we're probably going to be on this video game hype for the rest of the night, and then we'll be awake when the waivers clear, and then we got to take care of this at 3 a.m. He just picked up Aaron Rodgers 2 days ago. Wait, what? Oh, this guy picked up Trevor Lawrence. This guy picked up Trevor Lawrence fucking 3 days ago and then dropped him right before the weekend. That's the only reason why Lawrence is even available over here. We almost didn't even have a chance at Lawrence here. We would just be rolling with Deshaun Watson unless we decided to go with Brock Purdy over here. That's the thing that's kind of bothering you too, is like we got Deshaun Watson, we rostered Deshaun Watson, why don't we just go with Deshaun Watson? Is he going to do much worse than how much worse can he do than this? Like, I don't know. It could be better this week. What do you think about Deshaun Watson, Beer? Is he like going to start playing good football soon? The Browns kind of look like shit lately. I don't like that I'm starting these Browns players when they haven't been scoring any points and they just look like shit. I wish I knew better as to what to do. It's not easy figuring out what to do here. It's just not easy sorting this out, you know? It's just not. It's a tough one. Mahomes, Allen, Fields, Burrow, Herbert. Tua is available in the one league. We're not going to be able to get him. Geno, Kirk, Dak, Lawrence is available in both leagues. We're trying to get him. Rodgers, Daniel Jones, we're trying to get. Tom Brady, Goff, Purdy, we're trying to get in the other league, and then that's it. We have Watson rostered. So all the quarterbacks that we were discussing that we have on our teams that we're trying to pick up are all top 17 options for this week. They're in the top half of the league. Okay. There's Minshew at 21. We mentioned Minshew. They have him listed at 21. I don't think we want Minshew though. I don't think we want the Eagles at all. We figured out that the Eagles might not even try this week. So all the quarterbacks we talked about that are on our team or that are actually available are top 17 quarterbacks. We can't ask for much better than this anyway. We got to pick one of them. It shouldn't really matter which one we pick. Watson's still learning the offense. I know. The thing that I like about Watson Beer is that they paid $300 million for him. That's what I like about him. They're going to give him the ball this week. He's going to try. I'm not saying that he's going to do better than last week, but I mean, you remember watching him play 3 years ago and how good he was. He was on a really, really, really bad Houston Texans team with no DeAndre Hopkins because they had just shipped him to Arizona. The year after they traded the year that they traded DeAndre Hopkins to Arizona, that all the wind came out of the Texans' sails. They were like, oh my God, we just traded away our best fucking player, one of our best fucking players. Watson might be the best one, but Hopkins was his guy. And then it was Watson and a bunch of randos. He had Brandon Cooks, and he had, who's that other guy? Will Fuller the fourth. Do you remember him? Will Fuller the fourth. And he had like Randall Cobb. And who was his fucking running back 3 years ago? I don't fucking know. It wasn't this guy they got this year. It was a lot better. Pierce. It was somebody else. I don't even know who it was. It was like fucking, I'm going to think of his name, I think. I hope so. It was like Lamar Miller. The guy who played for the Dolphins went to the Texans. Lamar Miller. And then they had one other guy, too. It was a bunch of bums, and Deshaun Watson was like a top 5 quarterback, and they didn't win like any games. I'm pretty sure they sucked, but they won more games than you'd think they would have, and he was like a highlight reel. He was like an absolute highlight reel. And Brandon Cooks had like his best year ever. Like Will Fuller, like Brandon Cooks and Will Fuller both had over 1,000 yards. It was like, what? And Watson was running the ball too. So, and he's getting the rushes. If you look at the rushes, Beer, if you look at quarterback, season average, all players, look at rushes per game, all the quarterbacks, rushing attempts per game this year. Look at Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, is top 10 rushing attempts per game from all the quarterbacks. Now, obviously, he's only played 3 games. It's a small sample. But we're talking Jalen Hurts, Justin Fields, Lamar Jackson, Tyler Huntley, Trey Lance, Josh Allen, Daniel Jones, and Marcus Mariota are the only quarterbacks that have more rushing attempts per game than Deshaun Watson this year. He even has, he has more than Murray. He's running the ball more than Kyler Murray is right now. Deshaun Watson is running the ball more than Kyler Murray runs the ball right now, currently. So I probably just want to start Deshaun Watson. So we're making these moves for Lawrence and Brock Purdy and this and that, but I think that's more like of insurance. Like, we don't know if we can really start Watson next week. If Watson has another bad game this week, we're not going to play him against Washington's defense, right? But then we'd have Lawrence against Houston's defense. I'm not so sure about that. But anyway, I think we do need to collect a couple of quarterbacks here since we're in such a bad situation. Deshaun Watson isn't doing so great, and Jalen Hurts got hurt. So we need to roster more quarterbacks now, which is really unfortunate because I had 3 quarterbacks on both of these teams 3 weeks ago and then started dropping them because I thought I was good to go with Kyler Murray and Hurts. He needed those massages after all those games. Yeah, exactly. I think we're just done looking at this. We wish our quarterback situation was better. We're going to hold on to Hurts on the other team, and we're going to have Lawrence or Daniel Jones, whoever we get off waiver. If Tua somehow clears waivers and we're able to get him, then we're going to drop whichever quarterback we picked up from the waivers, either Lawrence or Jones. We're going to drop them for Tua and play Tua this week. In this league, we're going to drop Chuba Hubbard for either Lawrence or Purdy. And I guess if we get Lawrence in that other league that has Jalen Hurts and we get Lawrence over here, we're just going to start Lawrence in both leagues and say, let's fucking go Trevor Lawrence. If we don't get Trevor Lawrence in the other league and we get him over here, then, I don't know, we could start Deshaun Watson this week over Trevor Lawrence because we like it better or something, and then we could see how that pans out, and then maybe we end up starting Trevor Lawrence next week instead of Deshaun Watson. And whatever, we'd have a choice, right? And so there you go. If we got 2 in the other league, same thing. If we get Purdy over here, we don't get Trevor Lawrence, then yeah, we have a decision. If we get Lawrence in the other league and Purdy over here, then we have a decision. Do we start Watson or Purdy? I think we might just go with Watson. I think even if we get Trevor Lawrence in the other league, we might still want to just go with Watson. 6 rushing attempts a game, pretty good. 6 rushing attempts a game, not too shabby. And he's been playing so bad, he can only play better than what he's been playing, and he had 17 points and 13 fantasy points. He's producing because they're trying. That's the thing that I like about him, is that they're gonna give him the ball. He's the quarterback anyway, obviously, and then they paid $300 million for him. They want to see what they got with him. They are going to be testing out the playbook with him. What plays does he like? What plays doesn't he like? How's he doing with this receiver over there? How's he doing with this receiver over here? He's gonna be doing it. He's doing the thing. He's a big part of their offense. So that's what kind of makes me want to stick with Watson no matter what. But I don't think it's a bad idea to pick up a Lawrence or a Purdy over here just in case Watson continues to screw the pooch, and then next week we can have a better option than, except, Watson at Washington's not going to be good. If Watson fucking goes off this week against New Orleans, then I'm like, hell yeah, baby, let's play him against Washington. Fuck Washington's defense. They haven't had to deal with Deshaun yet. We'd be happy about it, right? Anyway, either way you scratch it, Deshaun Watson is only projected 1.8 points less than Trevor Lawrence. So if our big decision is, oh my god, who do I start, Trevor Lawrence or Deshaun Watson? We're talking about 1 point here. I mean, all the quarterbacks are going to be throwing the ball. All the quarterbacks are going to probably have a couple of touchdowns. So it's just the way that goes. Alright, we done with this shit, fools. We done with this shit. We've been playing this Dragon Quest XI game for forever, and I feel like we should just beat the game because we never beat games. And we're near the end of the game, and we just need to complete the game. And we actually... Thank you. Have a good night. Oh, So I guess I feel like we should just fucking finish this game out. out of here. Why do you always snoop on my food? Go. You jerk. You know what you're doing. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, I don't know. We spent a lot of time on something that probably isn't going to end up mattering too much because it's just a couple of points. What matters is that Jalen Hurts was scoring us 30 points a game for the last 6 weeks, and he fucking got hurt on us. That's what matters. That's what sucks. But when we got all this money on the line and we have decisions like that, when a player go down like that, we have to do everything we can to look at all the options. And then depending on, I don't know, my opponents might pick up some of those guys. They might not. My opponents might drop some players that we're interested in, although I doubt it. Damn, yo. Beer, that's a pretty funny comment, man. I don't feel like super de-duper excited about playing this game because we've been playing it so much. I'm just ready for a new game, but at the same time, we kind of need to finish it out, and I do have some food here I need to eat, and this is kind of the perfect game to play while you're eating food. We're at the end of the game. I did look up some shit online. I was like, is this game ever going to end? Like, what the fuck's going on? I guess, yeah, we rolled the credits. We beat 103 hours. Holy shit. Yeah, we met the Timekeeper, Time Spear, we gotta do past events. There's a lot of shit we gotta do now. We already beat the game, technically, but there's more to it, I guess? I don't know. We haven't played this game for a long time, man. I think I just came here just because, I don't know, it was just some random place to go. Speak to your friends in the Tower of Lost Time. Where was that? The Tower of Lost Time. I don't remember where to go. If I were the Tower of Lost Time, where would I be? What's where the dungeon used to be? What's over here? Can we disembark here? No? I don't know where the Tower of Lost Time is. Is that it? Lost Land. This might be where we want to go. I don't know. We'll figure something out. This could be good. Because we have the, we have, like, the piece to the door now. Or did we already do this and I forgot? I don't know. We'll find out. I think maybe we're already here. The second time around. I mean, this might be the Tower of Lost Time here. It says the Lost Land. That's probably it. Yeah, Tower of Lost Time. Speak to your friends in the Tower of Lost Time. I thought we already did this. Where do I need to talk to them at? Oh, we're pretty serious. I don't think we took this red path last time. I think we only took the blue path. Oh. Okay. Nice. So now we gotta go all the way back? What's the point of having to travel around this place this way? Where are these people I'm supposed to fucking talk to? Or maybe I knew I was supposed to do this, but I wanted to go do something else first, and I just forget what it was. What? Oh, where else did I want to go? Oh, maybe I had quests I wanted to do. Hold on. I bet you that was it. Oh, we don't have that, though. I'm just ready to be done with this fucking game, you know? Yeah, sure, we'll do it. Send us on our way. I'm just ready to play a different game, you know?
Okay.
Speedrunning Dark Souls sounds like a fun idea for later, but I don't... Like, it keeps crashing my fucking PC every time I try to speedrun it. Oh yeah, and our controller's fucked. I need a better controller.
We know you well enough by now not to try and talk you out of this.
Yeah.
But you'd better not mess this up. You go back there and you save.
Yeah, this is on Steam.
Save us all.
Why? Yeah, but as opposed to console? I have a PlayStation 3 like buried under a bunch of crap over here. We used to stream games from that too, using this capture card I got. I have a bunch of games over here I haven't even played, haven't even opened. We have a lot of games to play. Games are fun. There's no time for them though. We're supposed to be like adults and shit now, but these games sure are fun. I'm taking the night off tonight, so gaming it is. Oh, I have to go fight on my own. I don't know. I don't care. I just want to finish this game. I mean, technically already beat the game.
The decision is made. Then you must know
What happens when you get to 100K? What's your strategy for like game selection? What sites do you play on? What buy-ins do you play in? What format of games do you play? What games do you avoid?
that some
How are you figuring all that stuff out?
will remain.
Or are you experimenting? You know that I don't think much of you. Really?
Memories,
I don't know where you're getting that from.
the record of your adventures thus far.
Yes, I'm asking.
Your knowledge of battle and all that you have learned. And last of all,
Go for the smaller fields. So what about Ignition? Ignition has pretty big fields. What do you do about that? Do you try to find the cheaper, like the cheaper, smaller fields and shit on there, as opposed to like, well, what do you do about like the Crazy 8s and the Lucky 7s on Ignition? Those are good tournaments, but there's a shitload of people, right? Does that mean you play 33s and bigger, or 33s and smaller? What are you trying to tell me there? How does the structure cancel out the field? Do you just buy in at the very end? When do you buy in? Under 33s. 20 to 40 bigs preferred. What do you mean 10 to 15 for the 8s and 7s? You mean the $8 and $7 buy-ins? Yeah, but a lot of people say that we might be losing at deep stack, but that other players are losing even worse at deep stack, you know? But maybe not. I don't know. I'm asking you because, yeah, I'm going to know your strategy. There's lots of different poker players thinking about these things. There's got to be a right answer in there somewhere. If all of you are saying the same thing and I'm saying the same thing, maybe we're right about something. I don't know. I feel like the Ignition field is so soft that You could buy in at almost any point in the tournament and it would be plus EV, you know? That's how I kind of feel about Ignition. You've been buying on, you've been buying in a little bit deeper and just being careful and just trying to pick off the fish. Yeah. Let the fish dump the chips to you in a silly spot. I don't know, man. Sounds good. I mean, we want to be playing a lot of tournaments, you know? So if we're going to buy in and then we're not going to buy in anymore, then we're limiting our volume. But I guess at some point, maybe it's too high variance of a bullet, but I don't know. I used to buy into all these tournaments last minute, and it felt like it went pretty good. But now I think they maybe changed the structure or something, or players have gotten better at shorter stack, or I don't know. Yeah, I saw you Saturday, you didn't ship it. That's awesome, man. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's gonna happen that way. I don't know. I just wish we knew the best, you know. But yeah, smaller fields seem smart. Smaller fields seem smart. Staying away from ACR seems smart. So what sites do you like to play on? You play on Global and Ignition? Every site and structure is different, so my buy-in strat is different. Well, how do you figure all this out? How do you figure out the math for... Oh, this tournament structure means that we're going to be more turbo-y. This tournament structure, we're a little bit deeper. What are the things that affect when you buy in? Like, if you know... Basically, so, like, if it's going to be super turbo-y and you're going to be super short on chips, then you won't buy in at the last minute, pretty much is what you're saying, because there'll be too much of a crapshoot. You want to buy in earlier. But if it's got, like, a deeper structure and you're close to making the money when you buy in late, then you don't mind buying in late. Like, shit like that. Is that true? Yes, I hear you listing things, but what are the... Like, the shorter the runtime, the more you're likely to buy in or not buy in, or you know what I mean? Like, what do you want? An 8-minute blind structure on ACR is nothing like an 8-minute structure on Iggy. What do you mean? Like, ACR's levels don't have, like, the jumps aren't as big, kind of thing? You'll pass on a lot of tourneys as long as as soon as your table count gets to a certain spot, then you just stop looking at other tourneys. So what do you do? Like max out at 6, or do you go for more? Sword of Light will not survive the journey. What? That's bullshit. That's terrible. That's what we need. It's the worst news I've heard for a while.
Retain possession of its twin,
what?
the Sword of Shadow.
Oh, but we get the Sword of Shadows.
This will surely prove to be a more than worthy weapon.
Wow. So that'll work out.
Now you know all that I. What else is...
I think we're gonna buy a new controller tomorrow, and then we can do the speed running we need to do it.
Join me by the spear.
Used to do 12, nowadays 6. Tried 4 for about a week and it was torture. Even the tournaments of global are 10-minute blinds I consider turbos. So you like the turbos or don't like the turbos? Or are you saying you do prefer the turbos, but if they're too turbo-y and too crazy, you just need to make sure to buy in a little bit earlier and you don't like max late regging those? There's some tournaments that seem to have some sort of a sweet spot where you buy in at the very end, you've got like 15 bigs, whatever, and then you can sneak in and then you can go from there. I kind of like that. Well, global, everything is pretty much a turbo. Do you buy in the global tournaments right away? You do, don't you? Why don't you wait till, like if it's 30-minute late reg on global, why don't you wait to the end of the 30 minutes and then buy in? Why do you buy in at the beginning? Or does it just depend on how many tables you have up? You like max late regging global. Oh, okay, I thought you did the opposite. Yeah, I like max late regging global too. Why would we use our one bullet any sooner? And they give you like 20 bigs anyway. When you're ready, join me by the spear. I guess we're ready. We just want to beat the game, and honestly, we just want to play another game. I'm by the spear. Yes, I don't care. Are you absolutely certain? No. I mean, so there's more things we have to do? I don't get it. What does this game want from me? It's post-game. After vanquishing the Lord of Shadows, the party gathers in Arborea for a remembrance celebration. You'll earn the Savior of all Erdrea trophy. When the scene of Arborea ends, visit with the townspeople and talk to your party members. The world has been set right. At the last bastion, you can view a scene with King Carnelian. If you go to Don Rodrigo's villa in Porta Valor, you can see a scene in his upstairs room. Stop by the grave site in the Dungeons of the Ruins for another scene. Go to the Viking hideout for one last scene before moving on. The mini medal you picked up in the Fortress of Fear should bring you a total of 75. Show them, you'll stamp your album, reward you with a Circle of Serendipity. This accessory adds a boost to enchants of encountering rarefied monsters. Wow. I don't have all the mini medals, so I must have missed some. Tower of Lost Time. Speak to each of your companions. Answer twice when asked if you would like to return to the past. So we go to Arborea of the past. I mean... So whatever. I guess this is where we're supposed to go. Oh, shit.
Step forward, luminary, and into the past.
I'm ready to be done with this game.
Wait!
When you meet me in the past, we will be enemies again. But know this, I stand ready to pledge myself to your cause once more. To be your sword, your shield, your unswerving companion.
Yes, very dramatic, Hendrik, honey. Now, if you've quite finished frowning and swearing oaths...
You don't generally have to look for more attorneys to keep a type of count. Global's gotta be the nuts. What do you mean? Why is Global so good? I can't win on there right now.
I look forward to seeing
Maybe I'll start winning on there soon, though.
in the past.
I know you can do this. I know you won't let anything stand in your way. And the us's of the past will be there for you whenever you need us. Now, if I know your grandfather, he'll have a few words to say before you go.
You've grown into a fine figure of a man, laddie.
Oh, you're saying just there's a lot of bad players on there playing. They just go on there, hop on for a few games. People have no idea what they're doing.
You've my own flesh and blood after all.
Bunch of randos on there. Do you play $50 buy-ins, or do you stay away from those?
I suppose I began this journey with you, feeling that
Do you think that it gets really sweaty once you start getting into the $50 buy-ins, or are you more so doing it because it's just better for your bankroll at the moment?
but it became
Well, do you think the
so much more.
Do you think the $50 buy-ins are as beatable as the 30s, or do you think they're tougher?
The time we've spent. So please,
Oh,
you don't mind?
something about a credit card making use. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never had a credit card either. I'm older than you. I don't know anything about anything, dude. I'm just like barely getting by. I don't know. Nobody told me anything. Nobody taught me anything. I don't know what to do. Here I am, trying to pay my bills and play poker. It's been working okay for 6 years.
I hope you'll take me along with
You think they're beatable too? It's just better for the bankroll management right now. Gotcha. Same for you. I've been abandoned. I don't know what to do. Somebody fucking help me.
The time of departure is upon us. Luminary, take the sword of light in hand.
Ollie, stop getting ideas about my food and go lay down. I'm not fucking around. Get out of here. You have multiple couches you're allowed to lie on right now. And you come near my food.
Wait, laddie.
I'm so over this game. It was fun while it lasted. But all good things must come to an
This
end.
isn't goodbye. Not by a long shot. See you on the other side.
Take care, and remember, we'll be waiting for you.
Take this cur, this harbinger of calamity, and cast him into the furthest corner of the dungeon.
Let's do this. I believe in you. I believe in the Luminary.
We of Arborea swear to protect you. While we live, none shall defeat you.
Friends, shipmates, amigos, Svard thrust and the rainbow await. Destiny.
Why are you getting so hyped about these credit cards?
I don't know how Mordegon's planning on achieving eternal life, but I know one thing. We're going
Failure to financially educate how credit works.
You must defeat him. The
what does
fate
that
of
mean?
our world depends upon it. Good luck.
Oh, you're saying people aren't getting the financial education they need as much as the like 2 + 2 = 4 and the whatever else you get in school. What's the greatest failure of the lower class? What's the greatest failure of them all? What is this? This is old. It's garbage. Record your activities? I don't care. I'm ready for this game to be over. I think sometimes you just kind of want to play, you know... Sometimes you want to play, like, a turn-based RPG, which is what this game is, and sometimes you want to fucking, like, actually run and jump and shoot, and you want to be doing things. I was always told never to get a credit card, and that's terrible advice. Yeah, I was kind of told not to get one either. Why is it terrible advice? How does the credit card help you? Yeah, they'd always say you're going to swipe something on your credit card, then you're not going to pay it back, then you're going to go in debt, and yada yada yada. I've never been in debt, but I've been getting behind on bills and stuff. But I've never, like, accumulated debt, like, from a credit card or anything. Is it... So, how does it help, though? Why does it matter? You get money back or something for using it? Like, I already get credit from paying my bills and stuff. I'm pretty sure my credit score looks okay, even though it was looking shitty for a while because I did get behind on my bills. How's the credit card helpful? You get money back. How? And leverage. How do you get leverage? Because you've been paying something off for your whole life or something? I bought a house. I've been paying the house off. Isn't that enough leverage for what? I mean, I've been living in this house for 12 years, paying the bills and shit. I got behind my bills for a while, and my credit was not good, and my leverage would have been non-existent, but I'm pretty sure I got it back now. What do we need leverage for? What are we leveraging? How do we gain this leverage? Do I need to go get a credit card tomorrow? Are you a credit card shill? Do you work for a credit card company? This must be what this is about. I'm searching for Father Benedictus. Why would it have been better? What's happening with the credit cards that it's good to get them? It helps with, like, managing the poker bankroll. You put it on your credit card and you pay it when you can pay it. Type shit, is that what you mean? I can see that. A little more flexibility or something with how you're paying your bills if you put things on a credit card. But you gotta make sure you pay them off in time. When you don't do that, right? That's why I was always warned to never get one. Just pay it all off right when it's due. That's what my parents would say. You pay that bill. You pay it every time, and you live super cheaply, and you never ask for anything more, and you never play poker for a living. Ever, ever, ever. What does 1% utilization mean? Come on, man. You're speaking to a layman here. I'm a mere poker player. Which I don't even know if I'm a poker player anymore. What's going on with me not being able to win at poker? What's going on with my quarterbacks getting hurt 1 week before the fantasy playoffs when they've been my quarterback the whole fucking year? You know what I mean? Like, what's up with this losing with pocket aces and pocket kings in the final two tables every day? How do we get through all that shit?
What do you think you're up to? Waltzing in here with that great
I'm so ready to be done with this game. I just want a different game. This game is phenomenal. The graphics are great, the gameplay is great, it's a joy to play. Right, so this chick is alive in the past again.
What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Stop staring at me like that, will you? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Oh, I see. So you'll leave a $20 balance on the card? I don't get it. What do you mean?
We've got important
2K balance when the statement day comes, and make sure I pay the balance down to 20. So 1% utilization. So basically you're saying you won't get dinged too much on the fees if you keep it to 1% or lower on what you're not paying? Why wouldn't you just pay it all off? Why would you leave 20 bucks there? Okay.
There you We couldn't find you anywhere.
Because then that's how they report it. Okay, I'm listening.
Well, don't look so surprised to see us. We've been right here all along, you know.
What's with that sword? You're supposed to be the good guy, remember?
Look, man, I don't know what to say. I just need to find a good woman, dude, you know? I'm not going to find her while I'm on the fucking computer playing poker. I need the woman to take care of all this for me. That's what the deal is supposed to be. I make her laugh, I'm there for her in the ways I need to be there for her, or whatever. And then she takes care of this stuff.
Shall we get going?
Because I'm just already over... I don't even want to talk to you about this anymore. I don't care. I don't have any desire to be a financial mogul. I know that I made a lot of money playing poker a few years back, or I've been paying my bills with poker. That's great. I can't believe I've been able to do that. Right now, it's not looking so great, and I wish the poker business would get better. And if the poker business is better, then everything's better. God, look at this sword we got now. What's a great sword? We don't use great swords. We've actually gotten to the point where we haven't played this game in so long that and we did so much with it, I just don't feel like the desire to play it at all. I just don't. I don't care. She has to be very responsible and diligent. She'll have to be all those things. That's why she's so hard to find. Play Final Fantasy X. Dude, do you know how that would go? It would probably take us like 35 hours of gameplay to even get close to the Blitzball. I didn't really like Final Fantasy X as much as a lot of the other ones. What the hell is this chest doing here? A mini medal? We've never been down this path before? This is weird. We've obviously been down here before. Why did we never turn this way? It's really strange. I'm just over this game. There's a lot of fucking optional content we could still do. You try to fight all the different monsters and fucking whatever. There's things we could do, but Bigot, he didn't like FFX because Waka was black. Waka wasn't black, was he? I thought he was like supposed to be Hawaiian or something. If the character in the game was black, that would make me like it even more, dude. I'm like reverse racist. It's the white peeps in these video games I got a problem with. Blasphemy, Satan, bigot. Yeah. Doesn't make you a good person throwing all those adjectives at me without any factual basis. Call me what you will. I know who I am. What is this area that we somehow never went to? I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Oh yeah, this chest has been here the whole game. I do remember this. Well, how the fuck do we get over there? Or is this bridge actually open now? I'm so confused. Or is it, like, supposed to be a thing like we're in the past, so all the chests are replenished? Like, even though we've been through here before, they're gonna act like we haven't been through here before? Or was this bridge never here? I don't know. We already found a magic circle before. So that's an old item. I think everything has been respawned or something. You didn't even want to talk about Kamari. Yeah. Kamari was blue, dude. You got something against blue guys? Open the path to Yggdrasil. Why? Why do we care? I thought we already beat the game. Graphics in this game pretty good. I want to play a newer game. I might buy a game or something. Like, I have a bunch of games in my wish list. And, my grandma just sent me a check in the mail for Christmas, and I told her I'd get an ice cream treat with it, so my ice cream treat could be a video game, couldn't it? There's like a new RPG that's come out, or a couple new ones that are on the wish list that... Yeah, so all these chests have respawned. I mean, I just don't want to play this game anymore. I mean, it's that simple. Like, we've played this game a lot. It's a very good game. We've already found all these items 10 times over. We have fucking 191,000 gold. I mean... There's not much more we can do. I didn't say it, goody goody gumdrop, so I was thinking it. There's one monster here we haven't fought. Huh. Oh shit, there's liquid metal slimes here. So over this game. I just want to be doing more fighting, you know, or something. Or I'm ready for new menus, new weapons, new characters, new story, something to be interested in. This game was great, but it was great while it lasted, man. I don't think there's anything that they're even going to show me that they're going to do in the game that's going to make me want to play it for very much longer. I mean, we're just crushing it. I mean, look at me go. So you have 5 games up. You could play the Boski, that has 30 minutes of reg left, or you could wait 12 minutes and play the 22 1K Turbo on Global.
Oh, God, this trudging up hills is playing havoc with my old...
But would you max late reg the Boski, or is that bad because you're only going to have like 8 big blinds? I thought you said to stay away from ACR anyway. 22 1K on Turbo and Global. Why don't you just bust one of those 5 games you have up, and then you can play both those games. Play aggressive in those 5 games you got, you know? Try to run up a stack. If you bust, then you just play a new game. Most of the time, these pussies are folding, man. That's my little pro tip for the night. If I get 7th in the Boski, you'd get $300. Why are you getting 7th? It's a 22 10K is $350 up top with a 2-hour run time. Yeah, so $1 per hour, Boski's not going to be doing as good as this global tournament. I mean, those tournaments like on Global Poker are definitely going to be best for $1 per hour, but yeah, you're capped a little bit on, well, I don't know what to say.
Serena, why don't you play that song?
$1 per hour is the thing we want.
The one you always used to play when we were children.
Yeah, fuck ACR, dudes. The way that I see it, after all my experiences with this tournament poker over the last 5 years, is ACR is a place where you take that bankroll that you've built up and you try to make it even bigger. If we're trying to scrap and we're trying to play these lower games and we're trying to win, 300's exciting to win and 200's exciting to win, we want to rack up a bunch of those as we can against bad players, small fields, high ROI, low variance. Fuck ACR. We shouldn't even play on ACR. We should just play on Global, and I don't know what to say about Ignition. I used to think that max late regging Ignition was amazing, but now I don't think it's as good as it used to be. Then maybe we need to start buying into Ignition tournaments earlier, but you're going to need to be more bankrolled for Ignition tournaments because the field sizes are so big. Or maybe what we do is we don't play any $30 buy-ins and $20 buy-ins on Ignition. Maybe you play the $5 and the $10 buy-ins on Ignition, and you play the 30s and 20s on Global. Maybe that's what you do to maximize your $1 per hour, because you're going to be just so crushing the Ignition tournaments. You're going to have like 100% ROI in the long run. I don't know. I don't know what the best formula is. That's why I'm bouncing it off you and asking. You just need to win a fucking tournament, too. It's like, it doesn't matter what site, what it is. We don't fucking care. Just let us win. Let us win some.
You play an instrument too, Veronica?
Yeah, I think we scrap on the smaller field sites. Every Game Poker, Sportsbook Poker, Global Poker. Maybe even just say fuck Ignition and fuck Acer. Fuck both of them. Yep, they have the big guarantees to get you all excited and stuff. But you get to sit down at the Every Game Poker tournament and you only got to beat like 20 people and you make $500 sometimes. And there's some bad players around. There's a lot of good players around. There's a lot of bad players around too. Oh, I see. So you take it, yeah, if it's a bigger field site, more higher variance site, then keep the buy-ins chilling, yeah. Otherwise, you're going to be on Ignition going $22 and then rebuy, another $22 and then rebuy, another $22, and you're going to have 10 big blinds on Ignition and ACR. But Global, you're buying in once, and then you're good to go. But at the same time, you need to be playing a lot of games. So if you're just playing Global and you're not playing those other sites, now how are you getting the volume in? Because Global, you're only buying in once. There's only so many tournaments an hour. It's hard to get good volume. Global's Night Turbos overlaid, do they? That's good to know. I think that can be kind of a thing, too, over Aggressive Fish. Playing at different times of the day. We're always playing at this, like, 6 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Eastern. Everybody's playing at that time. All the good players are playing at that time. The good players play a lot, but they don't play 24/7. They got to go to sleep sometime. I almost feel like it could be good sometimes for us to change it up and play like the overnight games on the shitty sites and play like the early AM games when the Sharks will be away and like try to scoop that money. Define a lot of games. Well, if we play 5,000 tournaments this year at a $20 average buy-in, that's a $100,000 investment, and if we have a 30% ROI, we make $30K on the year. If we play 10,000 tournaments this year at a $20 average buy-in. That's a $2,000 investment. And now, even if our ROI went down, even if our ROI, because of more games or whatever, went from 30% to 25%, okay, so now we have a 25% ROI at a $200,000 investment. Now we're making $50K a year instead of $30K a year. So what I'm saying to you is, I don't want to say volume is everything, but the part of the math problem that's going to get us to make the most amount of money in a year is the volume. We need to play 100 tournaments in a day, man. Fuck this 20 tournaments in a day. Let's play 100 of them. Because even if that hurts your ROI, even if your ROI goes from 30% to 25% because you're playing too many tables and you're an idiot and you fucked up a couple spots, you lose 20% of your, or you lose 16% of your ROI. It goes from 30 to 25, which is a 16% decrease. You still are going to make more money with the more tables. Just simply by playing more tables, you'll make more money. Also, you'll go through the variance quicker in a way. So hear me out on this one. So let's say we're getting ready to go on a downswing. Well, instead of it taking you all month to realize you're having a shitty month and you're on a downswing, if you're playing twice as many games, it might only take you 2 weeks to go all the way down through the shit and then up out of the shit again. You get to go through the you get to go through the ups and downs of poker faster, which could make it less tilting, I think. More volume, I think, could actually make it less tilting. Now, here's a happy here's kind of a compromise here, and this is what my buddy used to tell me to do back in the day. He would tell me that if I was just firing up a session and I was fresh and I was just getting going for the day, he would say, pull those fucking tables up, man. Let's get 6 tables up. Let's get 8 tables up. Let's get 10 tables up, whatever. Let's get the tournaments rolling. Then, if you end up getting a few really, really good runs, where you're like fucking chip leading the Boski with 2 levels left in late reg, you know, or you're like, got a big stack in the global, whatever it is. Now, yeah, maybe you have a couple more tournaments that you could pull up, but it would be way better for our money. It would be way better if we just focused on the runs we had, slowed down the table load a little bit, keep it to 5 games, 4 games, whatever. Focus on the fucking table where we got a chance at making $1,000 right now or $500 right now, whatever. And then once that table goes away, then start pulling up all, then start getting back into the grind again. Kind of have like a little ebb and flow to it. But I gotta say, it's easier said than done playing in the US when you only have a certain amount of options, because when there's 20 minutes left in late reg in that Boski or in that global tournament or whatever, you feel the pressure to, like, I feel the pressure anyway to get in those games. I don't want to let those games pass me by. Like, you were just talking about how you have 5 games and you could reg the Boski or you could reg that game. If I was you, I'd be regging both of them. Because I know that I want to play 50 games a day, not 40. And if I can add those 2 and they don't run at any other time, then I want to get in. But at the same time, I don't want to tell you that, and it's bad advice because that's just one table too many for you, and now you should be focusing on this bubble spot over here, but you can't do it because your Boski table's up over there. It could actually be worse. Yeah, I don't know, man. We gotta figure it out. I'm doing pretty well in every game poker right now, and it's smaller fields, and I'm not doing that well on global poker right now, and it's smaller fields, and I feel like if I just keep at it, like those 2 sites in particular, every game in global, I feel like I can fucking know the players and pay attention every day and run it up, but I am a little bit worried about the volume. There's only so many global tournaments a day, there's only so many every game poker tournaments a day. But I do think it's kind of better, because at least when you're buying in, it's like 1 bullet most of the time, and you're going to get like a very good ROI. On Ignition, you know, it could take a long time to realize that shit, because, I mean, I got to a final table the other night on Ignition with like $2,000 up top, and some asshole limp called my jam with ace-2 offsuit covered and crippled me when he hit a full house on me with ace-2 offsuit. His play was terrible. It was like a 1,000 entrant field or some shit, and somehow this fish beat me, and it took me like 8 hours to get that far in the fucking tournament, and I lost to some asshole with ace-2. It feels so tilting. When you're on these smaller field, it just feels better to be in the smaller field tournaments, see the same people every day, no anonymous bullshit in a 1,000-person field where you get beat by ace-deuce, and you fucking play them, and you beat them, and, you know. Lost your confidence in 12 table. The 12's too much, man. It's just too much. Or how about this? You're better at poker than you used to be when you first started playing poker online and shit, and you were learning how to do it. 12 was probably fine because you weren't even playing that great anyway, and you're coasting through a lot of the clicks, and you're just like being a nit probably. Now, you know, there's a lot more spots, you know, there's bubbles to pay attention to, you know, the ranges for this, ranges for that. Now you have a lot more to like pay attention to and strategize on. So 12 tables would just be too much, man. You wouldn't be able to think through the spots. You gotta have time to think through the spots. 12 is just too many. Yeah, I know what you mean. No, we definitely have to...
This is the altar.
I mean, I haven't been playing really more than 6 lately, and I used to always do 10 or 8. Always.
Go on, laddie. Get the orbs out. Let's see what happens, Shep.
This game is just cutscene after cutscene after cutscene at this point right now. It's just like dragging on. It's a very beautiful game. The gameplay was fun, but I'm just ready for something different.
Made of rainbows. It's beautiful. Looks like it's finally time for our date with Destiny. Come on, we'd better not keep Yggdrasil waiting.
My plan is to do the best I can in these every game and global poker tournaments over the next few weeks. Get some money from these fantasy football teams and just keep it going. And then, I don't know, at some point we'll Sadie into something on global, and we'll bink the blitz for 5K, or we'll bink this, and we'll get it going a little bit better. Then we'll start maybe putting money on Ignition, fucking around on there, and then it can happen fast. Before you know it, all of a sudden you win that tournament over there, and you win that tournament over there, and your situation's way better than it was. It's like, just gonna keep studying the hands. Keep studying the hands, especially the ICM spots. Keep studying the hands, especially the ICM spots, and we'll be fine. What does Yggdrasil do? The hell was that? Completely restores all HP to all allies. Wow. Another cutscene? No way.
So this is the heart of Yggdrasil. It's strange. I feel like I've been here before.
We have been here before.
I know what you mean. It's weirdly familiar.
We've literally been here. You don't remember though, because you just trip balls through time.
The source of all life. I guess that makes sense. very nice. The naughty thing gave me a shock.
Aye, and so it should. I doubt the World Tree would let any but the one who bears her mark near her holiest of holies. After all, only he can wield the weapon destined to dispel the darkness. The Sword of Light.
This is a dry time for regging. More than enough options in the USA. I'm just telling you, man, volume reigns. But I'm worried about the ignition. I used to just max late reg ignition, man, and that was fine. Okay, so I would have my global shit, I'd have my other sites I played on, and then on ignition I would just buy in at the very end of late reg one time, and I would try to sneak in the money and go from there. And it always made me a ton of money, but I feel like now it's not as good. Like they changed the structure, or people are better at short stack, or more people are buying in late than used to, or I don't know, whatever. Something about it just... I'm always buying in late, and then I have no chips, and then I don't make it in there. But maybe we need to do a better job of, like, really just trying to sneak in, having to be our main strategy. I need to just stop playing hands.
Helen. Damn you, Jasper. How did you find us? Find you? Did you witless vermin not realize I was following you all along?
So they're making us replay through this part of the game, but this time we're sitting here with the Sword of Shadows. Instead of not... Oh! Okay, I think they're bringing us back to the part of the game where the evil guy really fucking got super evil and fucked us all up, and Veronica died. We wanted to go back to before Veronica died to save her. This is where Veronica got killed, and the whole world went to shit, was right here. But this time we have the Sword of Darkness on us. We didn't have this last time. So maybe we can protect what's happening here with the Sword of Darkness and changes the rest of the game type shit. The graphics on this game are fucking great, I gotta say.
My powers. Repelled. But how?
The Sword of Shadows.
Wait. That sword.
Yeah, it's a sword.
Very impressive. But it will take more than a showy new weapon to defeat me.
Actually, I don't think that it will.
Come, Luminary. All of you. Prepare for the end. The Tree of Life shall be your place of death.
No. It shan't. I don't even care. I know we're so strong. Sword of Succor. What? That's new. Oh, why are we wielding this sword if I switched it to the other sword? I guess they make you use this sword in the fight, huh? Instant pep. Well, whatever. Let's use the pep power. Oh, the dark barrier is there. What? No! I did not mean to do that. I don't care about this game. Missed.
Look out below!
Until the dark barrier is broken with the Sword of Shadows, it said. Okay. I didn't know that. Oh, I should have cured Veronica. Whatever. Attack anyone but Veronica, bro. What a dick. So that breaks the barrier. Doesn't have anything to steal. Stop killing her. What the fuck? Why isn't she in her swimsuit? You know how hard it was to get that swimsuit for her? I mean, the schoolgirl outfit's okay, but we wanted the swimsuit. Why is she only doing 40 damage? They all have like their old weapons and old armor and shit or some shit. I don't fucking know what the hell's going on with this. Arboria's blessing hype. You know what we could play is that new Crash Bandicoot too. I didn't think about that. That new Crash Bandicoot could be pretty lit.
May heaven's winds propel thee hence!
Oh shit. Well, why is he using the Hocus Lucas? And this is way better. Why is he equipped with this other staff? I don't remember if there was a reason. There must have been a reason. I don't remember what the fuck it was. Yeah, we had him in some better defense. They changed all my shit. These staves are better. Now we're actually doing damage. Why were they equipped with this old shit? Whoa. Like, why are we still doing this? We already beat the fucking game. I'm surprised that you play ACR but not BetOnline. Dude, I've barely played ACR at all. I tried to get on BetOnline the other day. I couldn't load the site up. It, like, was giving me some weird error. Is BetOnline a good place?
what do we have here?
What has Jasper led us into? What happened here?
Your pal showed his true colors. That's what happened. He's no servant of Heliodor. He sold his soul to the forces of evil.
The Luminary is not your enemy. It was Jasper all along.
Curse you.
So this is how you repay your king? With treachery?
Master, help me.
Faithless cur! You would dare to betray me? Betray your kingdom? Death is more than you deserve. I am grateful to you, Hendrik. If you had not brought me here, I may never have learned the truth. If not for your intervention, who knows how long it might have continued? Who knows how much damage might have been wrought?
I was merely doing my duty, sire. I only wish he had been unmasked.
There's 30 accounts with your face as their avatar. Why?
It seems I owe you an apology.
So it might be good for me to play there, huh?
I have visited
You'd all
a
spaz
grave
out
of
on me when I
justice
play a
upon-
hand.
It was Jasper who spoke of the Dark Spawn, who poisoned me against you.
That shit's funny, man.
I see now that all this was merely part of his wicked scheme.
Father.
Oh, Jade! My beloved daughter. How is it that I did not see you there? Today is a day of surprises indeed. Come, let me look at you. You have suffered greatly, Lord Robert. The fall of Dundrasil and all that has happened since were tragic events indeed. But it is time to put them behind us and face the future. Would you not agree?
Sorry, Your Majesty, but I'll be putting nothing behind me until I've dealt with the cause of it all. Mordegon.
Ah, yes. Mordegon. Doubtless Jasper bent the knee to that fiend. I see now that he is the source of the evil that afflicts our world. No doubt, he is out there even as we speak. Lying low, biding his time. But we have the Luminary on our side.
No, we want to end this fucking game, bro. We don't want to reclaim a Sword of Light. We want to move on. Oh. Oh, man. Another cutscene. You just hit a button, and then it's like another 10-minute cutscene, and then you hit another button. There's another 10-minute cutscene. You hit the button again. Some more cutscenes after that. Do we want to play another RPG, or do we want to play Crash Bandicoot? Crash Bandicoot could be fun, because we know there's going to be a lot of different levels and shit. And, I mean, Crash Bandicoot's a classic series. I heard that this new game, Crash Bandicoot game, is pretty good. Guess we just see, like, what's on sale.
Take a closer look.
See what's on sale. Everything was on sale around Thanksgiving, and I couldn't buy anything, but I was like, damn, this is the time to buy stuff. I wonder if it'll be like that around Christmas, too. Probably be some games on sale on Steam. Oh my god, this game's just dragging on and on, you guys. I mean, if I was still, like, you know, adventuring around, looking for different items, different enemies to fight, and still exploring the game, I'd still be into it, but it's just... This end game has just gone on for so long.
We must celebrate your triumph.
Must we?
You're inviting us back to the castle.
For another cutscene?
Of course, Lord Robert. You are the defenders of Yggdrasil, the unmaskers of the traitor Jasper. Your great deeds deserve recognition.
So, we just needed to come back in time and then kill this guy with the Sword of Shadows before he could fuck the world up and kill Veronica. So now Veronica's saved, and now we go celebrate, and that's the end of the game? We feast, and then it's over? Run credits again? Then I have a feeling it's going to have a new game plus. Oh, the pendant.
I have wronged you, but in time I will make amends. I swear it.
We will go ahead and begin the preparations. We look forward to welcoming you in Heliodor.
What does this game want from us, man? We still haven't figured out how to open all those locked doors.
Honored luminary. It gives me
Dudes,
to think.
I'm skipping this shit, man.
I owe you. As a small token of my...
Yes, sir.
Holy fuck.
We've been dying to see you. I was so worried about you. I heard all these horrible stories.
I hate this chick's accent.
You might be. Right after you left the village, this horrible man called Jasper came with all these soldiers. I'll never forget his eyes. They were so cold.
His eyes.
He ordered us all to
She's
gather
like
in the middle
Yiddish
of
or
the
something. I
village,
don't know.
and then he... But Sir Hendrik came to the rescue. They still locked us up in the castle, but...
Okay, good story. Wrap it up.
We've been through an awful lot, love.
I'm sure you have. I've been through a lot too. Have you ever played No Limit Texas Hold'em TTs?
From this day forth.
Yeah. Celebrate me. Is the game over? Why is this chick not in her swimsuit like she's supposed to be? The guests of honor. Wow. Oh man. This game is a big fucking troll, but alright. Seems like fun. I'm ready for the next game. Coming with me? Something doesn't seem quite right. Uh-oh. Looks like there's room for two in here. No? Alright, fine. Suit yourself. Crash Bandicoot, do you think that's the way to go? I mean, I know if we do Crash Bandicoot... I don't know. I don't know what I'm in the mood for. I'll tell you this. I don't know. I'm a little torn. Part of me says we should do a new RPG. It'd be fun to get into a new adventure, new story, new characters, new guns, new knives, new weapons. There's a couple of RPGs on my library list for Steam that look pretty fucking good that we haven't played. But also this Crash Bandicoot could be good too.
What is this? Why can I not touch the
And
sword?
you know in Crash Bandicoot will actually be running around and jumping and doing stuff as opposed to all this talking, but...
Accursed luminary, give it to me.
Oh,
Give
shit.
me the sword of light. It belongs to me.
What's going on in here?
Okay, so this guy is still evil, which makes sense. Because that's how it was the first time through.
Princess, what is the meaning of this?
He's the devil.
I knew it. You're not my father.
Oh, it's
Look
him.
at you. You're a monster, not a man.
Light are ye?
Lied
So
to
this
you.
whole thing was a sham? The
This whole game.
banquet, the speeches.
Yep. Sham time. Sham wow.
He disappeared.
I mean, we've been playing this game for like an hour and nothing's happened. And that's how it's been for like the last 20 hours of gameplay.
Something tells me he won't have gone far.
Doesn't mean Goat God can't carry any more items. Like, okay. What do you mean? I don't fucking get it. Like, okay. I don't remember what equipment I had on them. They put them all back to their old equipment. It's annoying. No, he gets an ambassador? Okay. He was using knives. Isn't he? No, we wanted to use the claws, but she had better claws than this. Yeah, she was using the crimson claws. Why'd they give her these old claws? And we gave her the bathing suit. You can dual wield boomerangs? That's cool.
Run around you. We've got you cornered. Now let the king go and show us your true form.
Oh, yeah. Nigel laughing. It's like we already killed this guy. But now we have to go back in time and kill him back in time, so I guess we can save Veronica. I don't know. Does it? You promise? I feel like I'm wasting my time. Dude, I agree with this Mordegon guy on this one.
Very well. Come to Mordegon like good little lambs and die. Mordegon, so it's you. I've waited years for this day to come.
Not only Jasper, but His Majesty too. Your deception shall not go unpunished, devil.
You have been a serviceable puppet over the years, Hendrik. But it is time you joined your wretched kinfolk in hell.
You mean it was you? You who massacred my people?
He's a people massacrer.
It was all you, wasn't it? The destruction of Dundrasil. The families torn apart.
Oh, yeah.
You've stolen so much from so many. And now you're going to pay.
Oh, yeah, now I remember why we're pissed at this
stand
guy.
with you, Luminary. My loved ones, my countrymen, they must be avenged.
I'm with you too. This is the guy who's had it in for you all this time, right?
I guess so.
Let's show him who he's been
I
messing
don't know, I don't remember. The game's been so long. I've lost all desire to give a shit about killing this guy, and I just want to end the game.
What are you waiting for? Come, give me your power, that I may rule over this world unopposed.
No thanks. Oh, so we're like actually fighting him. The only time we fought him in the other game, it was like this crazy ass form he turned into because he had like sucked up all this power and shit, and he turned into this huge fucking monster. This time it's like, it's me, Mordegon. Which is kind of cool. I mean, it's a cool game. I guess I'm glad it kept going a little bit longer. So I'm level 52, but everyone else is lower level? I'm just noticing that as well, because I'm like the only... They said you'll have to go at it alone. So this is... I'm level 52, so I'm going to be like super powerful. Okay, I see what's going on here. I'm fighting with the old friends from the past. It's not really them. But it'll somehow fix the time so that Veronica will be alive. It's like some trippy shit they did in that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio. Mordegon's staff. That's when you just use Quadra Slash and attack all enemies. What you can do about that? There's no way you're as powerful as that. Oh, and that's why they have all their old shit. Although I did give them the new equipment now. They still have the old abilities, right? The old spells. He has a better ability where he can attack everybody, but it's not here now. We can do Crackle to both staves. Let's go in full attack. Let's beat this game. Oh, he's fighting on his own. So we have a 5th character fighting us. It's pretty cool. I think the game might almost be over. Mordegon's staff is assessing the situation. We don't care. We're too strong, dude. Go ahead and crit me. We should try to slow this guy down, maybe. We should speed ourselves up, for sure. Well, we gotta go to the Quadra Slash with this guy. It's too good. We need to get in an Accelerattle, and we need to get in a heal here. Yeah, he doesn't even have as good heal move, does he? Whatever. Well, the staves are almost dead. I'm gonna go ahead and crackle the staves. She needs to accelerate. See if this will work. Nice. We lowered his spell resistance. Nice, that should kill the staff off. Great, that was perfect. Okay, so now... I don't know. Little Miracle Slash, get a heal in. Okay. I thought that would do more damage. The effects of healing spells have been reversed. What? We can't heal now? Wait, what? How are we supposed to remember that? Effects of healing spells have been reversed. What?
Let the darkness consume you!
Oh, so instead of her getting healed 3 a turn, she gets damaged 3 a turn? Well, isn't that something? Yeah, and there's not. It doesn't even show it in the status. That's really, really whack. We can't heal now. Healing items have been reversed. Oh, is it the same for you? So the Yggdrasil would kill all of our members, huh? Will it kill him if we need a Yggdrasil leaf? I just used one in the last fight. Maybe that's all we gotta do. I'm gonna try it. Yeah, it's on him too, I think. Oh no, that means the spell resistance is down. We need a Yggdrasil leaf. $70 damage. Let's try to slow him down. This guy's gonna kill us. I'm not even kidding. Like, what he just did with this fog is really fucked up. No one has a Yggdrasil leaf. I think it may auto-kill this guy, although probably not, because that'd be too easy. Here's an ally of confusion. Angel Bell. Cures all party members of the effects of confusion. I've been defuddled. Pretty awesome he had that move. Yggdrasil do. What if I gave it to him? Would it kill him? I mean, it's a good idea, but I don't think the game will let us do it. We do need a heal, though, and now how do we heal? The maddening... What did it say? The maddening mist? The effects of maddening cloud. How do we get rid of this maddening cloud? It doesn't say anything about it here. None of those moves are going to work. Or he's defense. That doesn't really matter. This is my first Dragon Quest game. No, I played Dragon Quest 8 a little bit for the PS2 way back in the day. Dragon Quest 8 was like super advertised. I was a kid, saw it on TV. It looked cool. I was already getting into RPGs. But I'm not like a huge Dragon Quest fan or anything. Like, I don't know much about the series, but I did play Dragon Quest 8 and it was really, really fucking good. And it's been a long time since I've played it, and I don't know if I've ever even beaten it, so shit, that could be another fun game to play. This Dragon Quest 11 was really good too, but I'm kind of ready to move on to another game at this point. Yeah, 8's pretty good. You can use different weapons and stuff for the different characters, just like this. I mean, apparently it's a very popular series in Japan. It's just not as popular here. So he tried to cast a spell on me. I reflected the spell, but then it didn't hit him because he's protected by his fog, and then he fucking killed him off anyway. What? Is this part of the storyline? He's gonna kill us. What's the trash can mean? His spell resistance is down, but I don't know what the trash can means. I think it means it takes the spells and dumps them in the fucking trash. Because he's protected by this bullshit fog. And now we can't res this guy because of the cloud. Is that what we're supposed to use the Yggdrasil for? Wait for 3 people to die, and then pop the Yggdrasil? Doesn't make it through the mist. How do we get rid of this fucking mist? Jesus. What the fuck are we supposed to even do? I'm like legit confused. He's protected by a barrier. We can't cast spells on him. We can't res anyone because of the fog. The effect is reversed because of the fog. They're just like killing us off. Snub effect wore off. The guy who cures people of confusion is dead. I think the snub effect... Wait, what? The snub effect, I think, is what was... So he took away our acceleration. Why would he be affected? What the fuck? I mean, we're not caring about the game to the point where we're just gonna die now. I don't get what we're supposed to do. He's blocking everything and we're taking damage when we heal. Somehow that attacked him though. I think his snub wore off. I think the snub is what cost us the snub is what kept us from casting spells on him. So we dropped his agility. She's still fucking confused. Now she's pissed off. Maybe I was supposed to kill them off on purpose. As soon as that thing happens where they can't heal anymore. Oh, did he heal? Oh, are we back to being able to heal now? Oh, so whatever happened with the fog is gone. Well, how do we know that? It was damaging us. It was doing a reverse effect. She reflected the spell in it. Dude, the game couldn't have done anything more confusing to us there. Like, what the fuck? It was just confusing, you know? It was just confusing. 69 points of damage. You gonna tell me that's some sort of accident? This game hits for 69 damage more than any RPG I've ever played, that's for sure. Stop attacking us. So the mist is back. Healing spells, other beneficial effects have been reversed. I mean, what do you even say about that? I thought this was a joke fight at first, and now I realize that it's a real fight, and that we're probably just gonna die, and then I'm just never gonna play this game again. That's what I'm realizing is happening right now. It's too long since we played it. We forgot why we cared and what we're supposed to do. Are those staves not dead yet? His agility returned to normal, and he's pepped up. Oh, so now we're just dead. Snub. That's the thing that protects him from having spells cast on him. That staff is not dead yet. Yeah, I think we took too long of a break on this one, but here's the thing. We actually beat the game, and they rolled the credits. We actually beat the game, and they rolled the credits. And we thought the game was over. Oh, the standalone party that we could have subbed in the whole time. I forgot about subbing in characters, too. I didn't even think it was a real fight. It's been like 25,000 years of cutscenes all night, and then they're like, here's the hardest fight ever. Okay, my bad. Is it my turn yet? I mean, holy shit, right? Unsaved progress. Are you sure you want to end the game? Yeah, because it doesn't even matter that we had unsaved progress, because we played the game for like 2 hours tonight, and actually nothing happened until that fight. So we could just skip every cutscene and be right back at that fight, so... We're actually just going to reload at the most recent load, and then we're actually going to take a second and look at our party members and protect them from confusion and whatever. Make sure our items are right, and then we'll be okay. Which, we have 190,000 gold on us, and we could probably use some better items, so we should have fucking went shopping before we came here and shit, but like, whatever. I don't care. I say I don't care, but I'm still playing the game, so it's like... If I don't care, I should just stop playing it. But like, we're so strong. This guy's gonna get punked out. We're gonna get this guy. Just make sure we're a little bit ready. All right. Removes beneficial effects from the enemies sometimes. Are they going to let me zoom anywhere? Are they going to let me do this? Nice. So let's get ready for this fight, and let's kill this guy, because seriously, fuck this game. Fuck this game for a lot of reasons, good reasons. We'll be ready for this fight this time. We're going to get prepped. Alright, let's take a look at the situation and the equipment. The Ogre Shield reduces fire and ice damage, and it gives us pretty good block chance, but that isn't going to matter for this fight. I mean, I guess the, his staves or whatever can do spells on us, but like, we kill those staves off pretty fast. The only thing we had a problem with was him and his bullshit. Anyway, this doesn't matter. Sleep, insta-kill, prevented from casting spells. Chance of being paralyzed. We need to be protected from confusion. Chance of being cursed. Oops. %50 chance of reflecting damage taken. Why wouldn't we be wearing this? Flex incoming spells. Twinkling tuxedo. Oops, what the fuck did I just do? So, we don't want the restorative now either. We'll figure out the accessories later. %8 chance of confusing an enemy when attacking. I don't think that's going to work on this guy. Protects from insta-kill. Staff of Resurrection resurrects a fallen ally with a 50% success rate when used as an item in battle. Brazilian dress code protects you from being confused by 20%. Whatever. Getting ready to start overthinking it. I guess I do want to check through all the character stuff because some of them have unique things to them that can protect them from confusion maybe. Just like that Brazilian dress coat was unique to Rab. Alright, so we need him to be in the main party with that reflection thing he's got going on. So he's got... We need him in there. We need Sylvandu in there. We need her in there. It's got to be the lineup. And we pretty much just want this guy to be stronger. We're thinking strength here. Maybe we should give him the critical hit chance. Just unequip whoever's not in the party. Because we're going with these 4, and they're going to get the job done. We're not going to need to swap out. Hope not anyway. We want this guy to be strong. Could give him the crit chance. Oh, I'm going to switch something out. Alright, so he's got the crit chance now, and then what else do we like? So we got critical chance, evasion chance. The crit chance is more important than the evasion chance. Let's see what's better than this. Chance of being confused reduced. Star of Clarity. Need Stars of Clarity. Dogged Collar gives 12 attack. But that's like, what, 3% increase this part of the game? It's not that great. It's not going to be a game changer for us. Okay, so we need Stars of Clarity for everybody. Giving him the Assassin seems about right. So we want to give this guy a Star of Clarity. We want her to have a Star of Clarity. And we want him to have a Star of Clarity as well. So we need... we already have 1, but... Where's it at? Oh, there's a Ring of Clarity. Whoa, why didn't we see these? Oh, because I just stopped going because I was like, oh, we already looked through it all, but we really hadn't. I was wrong. We gotta keep going. Ring of Clarity. Okay. Star of Clarity is 25%. Ring of Clarity 3 is 50%. So, that's so awesome. So, you can equip these guys with Ring of Clarities and Star of Clarities to increase their chance of being confused. And then the only character that has a piece of equipment that protects them from confusion is Rab, who has this Drazilian dress coat that protects him from being, or it decreases the chance of him being confused by 20%. So he's going to get extra protection from confuse than everybody else does, and he happens to be the person who has the Defuddle spell. Cures all party members of the effects of confusion. I'm pretty sure he's the only character in the game that has that. Defuddle. She has Dedazzle. He has Defuddle. The whole point of him having Defuddle is so that he can be the one protecting in this fight. It's got to be meant for this one fight that they're all getting confused and fucked around on. Forge accessories. Actually, let's go back this way first. So we've made all the swords we can make, starred them out. Great sword. Okay, we need to do this. Let's get to smithing. Man, we're gonna end up playing this game for 20 hours tonight, aren't we? Oh shit. Holy shit, you know what I just found? I just found another Xbox controller over here. I just found another Xbox controller over here collecting dust. Which makes me think that this is some old shitty controller, but all the buttons feel really good. Is this like, did I buy two controllers and then never used this? This feels like I've never even used it. What the fuck? Dude, so we may have found a controller to fucking speedrun Dark Souls with. Unless it's broken, I just don't realize it. Why is it just sitting over there? It looks fine. I'm like actually confused. It's the same kind of controller, Xbox for PC. I don't remember ever seeing this little button down here. Oh, this one's got it. This one's got it too. Wow, we may have just found our speedrunning controller. We may have just found our speedrunning controller if that controller isn't broken in some way and I just haven't figured it out yet. That's pretty exciting. What do we want to do here? Holy shit. Power of next strike is doubled. shit, too much. Oh. Yes. Holy shit, we did it. I can't believe I just saw a controller sitting over there. I wonder if I really had a spare controller and didn't know it. I was like rich last year and now I'm poor, so it's like weird. I have like random Xbox controllers laying around sometimes. And then I like really need a controller. I'm like, oh, I can't get one. I need to save my money. And it's like, oh, yeah, you can. There's one right there. Pretty convenient. Okay, so that's done. Darting Dagger. Oh shit, we need more Gates of Illusion. Oh no, we need Deaf Dagger and we need Gold Nugget. We probably already have the Deaf Dagger. I mean, I guess we're saying we don't, but I figured we did have it. Oh, the Deaf Dagger, we need one more. Yeah, we can go get the Deaf Dagger now, I think, because we got the mini medals. Got the mini medal for the Deaf Dagger. Okay. Let's make this. Yeah, so we just possibly found a speedrunning controller. That gets me pretty hype. We might be speedrunning Dark Souls tonight, if I can get that controller to work. Wow. How is it not brilliant? What? Oh, this wasn't in the green yet. There we go. I was like, what is going on here? Goddess's Tiara. Takes one sparkly sap, whatever. Let's make it. I know we can do it. Whoops. Versus, let's Sizzly Puff it. Let's go. Even though I don't think I'm ever going to play this game again, let's go. The smithing was the best part of this whole game. The forge. Princess's dress. This is tough to make, huh? Takes slipweed. She's the only one who can wear it. Does she not have it? We just snap gave her the bathing suit, didn't we? Oh, Emperor's attire. We haven't made those yet. King's coat, speed coat. Spirit Bracer. Increases max MP. Okay. Just the Rings of Clarity. Rings of Clarity, and then there was like Star of Clarity. We need Lucida shards. Whatever. Let's just make what we can make. Where's this Ring of Clarity? We can make... we need more Angel Bell. We want to make one of these. Whatever. Let's just make one and try to see if we can beat it. I'm not trying to sit here and do this for too long. And then we'll just, whatever, we'll improve on the ones that we have. Let's back it out. Alright, he's good to go. Ring and a star. And then we really want Rab. We really want Rab to be the one set up for this, though. So let's Star Clarity, Ring Clarity. Or Sylvando, Ring Clarity. I thought I had 2 Rings of Clarity. Oh, it's on Sylvando. Okay. Alright. Rework an item. Ring of Clarity. Whoa. I did not expect that. Where's the critical one? Crack shot. Why wouldn't it give it to me? Crackshot Bash almost cost us.
Wait, what? There we go. Give him something that gives him agility. Give him the fucking agility ring. Star ring. Give him whatever. We need to increase his attack. But I don't know. Maybe just giving her a thing she's not going to use it just makes sense. Okay, he's got that. She's got nothing. That's alright. We can't... Alright, so anyway, we need to improve on this ring. .69 defense, so yeah. Definitely not something that the devs did on purpose. They just picked any random number, you know, they're like 69 sounds good. Yep, fine, 69 defense, that's what it'll be. It's been decided. Brilliant Spirit Racer first try hype. This controller feels like it's never fucking been used. I don't understand what this controller is doing over here. Seriously, it's just sitting over there by my computer collecting dust. And I don't feel like it's been used, because the buttons feel so, like, not used. It's fucking crazy. Made the Spirit Bracer, yeah.
So unlucky. Come on. Fuck this game. Everything it stands for. Anyway, I don't even think we want him using this staff. So the Goat God can res, Serena can res, and Rab can res. Savando can't. So we want to actually... We want to give Sylvando this staff. Siren Staff. +3. Huh. Well, okay then. That was pretty sick. Perfect. I thought... I'm confused. That's for agility. The meteorite bracer. This increases HP. Life bracer. Oh shit, the Marquise's mittens protect you from being confused. Only the girls can wear it. So she needs this. The Marquise's mittens. It's only for the chicks. No way. See, there's all sorts of hidden gems in here. I thought he already had the assassin equipped, so I'm a little confused by that. Critical spell chance increased. Warlock. He does have it. Do I have multiple? I'm so confused. Assassin +3. Assassin +3. I have 2 of these? When did I get 2 of these? I never knew I had 2 of these. When did I get 2 of these? Do we have extra equipment because they gave us equipment from back where we were in that part of the game or something? Oh yeah, meteorite bracer is better for agility. Okay. Also, they have these, like, transfer equipment bag, yeah. Transfer equipment bag, yeah. All this shit doesn't need to be here.
Angel bells. Angel bells. This game is such a troll. I mean, I'm not even interested in really playing anymore, and I'm like sitting here interested in playing more. Angel bells cure confusion. We got the Death Dagger. Did I do like an item dupe by accident? Look, there's 2 Warlock 3s.
It's carried by Jade. What? Jeez. Angel bells. Okay. Okay, so we're protected more from confusion now, and we have items that cure confusion. Reflecting damage.
Ooh. 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 Let's give this another go, I guess. We can't skip this? Okay, whatever.
No more giving us the runaround, you. We've got you cornered.
Now let the king go and show us your true form, fiend.
There's no skipping this.
Unmasked at last. But consider.
Mordegon, so it's you. I've waited years for this day to come.
Not only Jasper, but His Majesty too.
Okay, okay. Tell me that we're more prepared. We can just kill this guy this time. Be done with this. Damn, she's fucking stacked, yo.
I'm with
Mordegon draws near. Okay. Alright. $69 damage. Get me out of here, dude. I wish he would have attacked his staff. Wow, no reflection there. Let's go for double accelerate here. Sizzling again. He reflected it. Oh my god, he critted him. Now we want to do the quadra slash.
Make heaven's winds propel thee hence!
heal while we can. So like that does nothing because we're not even facing any physical attacks. This guy's a fucking mage. This Frizzle doesn't bother me that much. Sizzle and Frizzle. So he can just keep their health up. You should take care of at least one of the staves. One on the left is weak. Oh, it's still alive? Yeah. Okay, here's this purple mist bullshit. So we can't heal anymore. Until this mist goes away. Why did he only do 1 damage? That was really weird. I feel like I should use her pet power before it goes away. But that won't attack the staves, though. Wow, they're still alive. Okay, now that one's dead, right? Yes, okay. Damn, didn't kill it. Nice. Punch slash all day. Alright, his staves are dead. Alright, here's the confuse spell. Okay, Rab was like highly protected. I don't think it got any of them. Okay, now he's surrounded by the mist. So when he's surrounded by the mist... Yeah, no one's confused. Everyone was fucking protected. You know what? We need to bring Eric in here. I think we should sub him out maybe now. Because Eric can do the Boulder Bringer on this guy. Oh no, not when the mist is up. I bet he can't cast it. We need to get the Boulder Bringer up before the mist goes up. Or was he able to cast Boulder Bringer on him with the mist up? I don't know. I guess we should fucking try it. What's Eric's defense? 167? That's not very good. He has more HP than she does, though. Let's do this before it goes away. I don't know if it's going to do any damage to him with the mist up, but maybe it will. Wow, it did do damage with the mist up. So maybe the Boulder Bringer will work too. Forbearance. Okay. He's going to intercept the attacks. I'm guessing the mist is still up there? I don't know what to do. Do we just regular attack this guy? Do we want to get the physical characters in there? Is that what they're wanting us to do? Switch them out? Is this where we want to switch the lineup? Is that what this fight's wanting us to do? I think I just figured it out. I think I just actually figured it out. They want you to put 4 people out there, and then when he does this mist bullshit, I think they want you to sub out the characters with the buffs and put in the characters that don't have buffs, because these characters can't heal anyway. They're like lambs at the slaughter, just like he said. You're going to be lambs at the slaughter. Okay. Well, then let's put in the characters that do physical damage, like Jade, right? And now she can do physical attacks and maybe fuck him up. Eric's in there. We could sub out like Serena for Veronica or something, but yeah, you get to save the buff. Yeah, maybe we should. What's her defense? 139? Oh, that's pretty bad.
try this out. Oh, now it's over to him. So now it's just him and him. Okay. He's protected by the mist. Should we do a regular attack? Just do a regular attack. Attack him with the Sword of Light. He protected the goat god. He's intercepting the attacks. Okay, let's see if this will work while he's got the mist in front of him. Because it might. Nah, won't make it through the mist. Well, we had to try. Can we blow him a kiss or do anything like that? With the blow kiss move? Can we charm him? We do the backflip, leg sweep, the puff puff. I don't think that's gonna work. I think we should just attack. Yeah, so we do like 60 damage. Oh, she's taking damage because that usually heals her. Forgot that was on the claws. Wonder if any of this shit would work out. Resistance to spells. I mean, that's getting ready to be handy. Whatever, we just want her out here to fucking take some hits and hang out. Yeah, whatever. Do 11 damage. We're not gonna be able to steal from this guy, right? No. Alright, so now he's not his snub effect is gone. She got confused, but we'll just sub her out. What is this? Okay, no, that's fine, we don't care. It got rid of our acceleration, but we already subbed out 2 characters, right? So now we're doing lineup. She's confused, so we gotta get her out of there. Let's get... Oh shit, they won't let us do that. Ha! Fucking pieces of shit. Alright. Sub her out. We want Eric to stay out there because we want him to... No, just cancel this. Cancel this. Cancel this. Cancel this. Cancel this. Cancel this. Just take our time. So take your time, game. He can cure her with the Angel Bell. Just do it. Get her cured. Get her cured up. Okay. He can actually be decelerated possibly now. Nice. We need to sub her out. We need Eric to stay in. Don't need to sub her out, but I'd like to accelerate again. That's the reason why I want her subbed out. And that puts Sylvando in there, he's got more HP. Just it costs you though. The swoosh, you can do the spells, you can't. Yeah, right.
Is there anything I can do to help?
I don't know. Mist clears. Oh, so the snub effect wore off. Yeah, the mist clear. Yeah, that's what was supposed to happen. Okay, Boulder Bringer. So we need Eric to do Boulder Bringer, and then we can sub him out. Okay, Mortigan's turn. So the staves are back, which is fine. Now we're gonna sub Eric out for Rab, and we'll have 3 spellcasters out there. Good. He attacked the guy that doesn't even matter. It's her turn again. So it's time to cast a spell here. We should do Boom, right? Boulderbringer's already out there. Oh, this is his turn. So it's Quadra Slash time. Serena's already accelerated from before. So it's her turn. Do we swoosh the staves or do we bring Rab in? I think we swoosh the staves. Stave swooshing. He's frizzling. Nice. Assessing the situation, you guys are in trouble. He shielded the whole party. The guy who's not even... He doesn't even really have a health bar for us. I mean, it's Quadra Slash all day in this spot, right? Okay, this is going well. I think we're going to win the fight this time. We just needed to get protected from confusion. Alright, now we can sub this guy out. They keep attacking the side character. It's fucking amazing. It's amazing RNG. They're attacking him again. He's the only guy that we want, like, doesn't really attack us when he does that. Oh, they're already accelerated. Oh. She's not that strong. Acceleration hasn't been mattering much. Doesn't seem like it has been anyway. This is bad. This is kind of a confusing part of the game. Like, oh, we can still cast spells. We can still cast spells. It seems like he only does this when the staves get killed off, right? It's like him trying to buy time to res the staves. I wonder if we could just leave him in that first form and not bring him to this form. But maybe this is good, because maybe if we didn't bring him to this form, he'd be like doing worse magic to us and shit. Let's just try to slow him down. Nice. See, that's good. Just slow his ass down a little bit. And then put in some attackers here. We got him! He's dead already. Just had to protect from confusion, man.
Fabulous, darling.
Things are looking up.
I just keep getting better.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I'm ready to speedrun some Dark Souls. We found a spare controller that might actually be a functioning controller. It might actually be a controller that I've never used. Because I could totally see myself buying 2 controllers back in the day, because I knew that the one controller was going to break at me at some point. I was going to need another one, just like I do with the mice for the computer, because I'm on the computer all the time. I was buying like 2 at a time. This controller doesn't look like it's been worked in at all. Like, fresh out the box. It's the same controller as this. I'm sure I just bought 2 of them and never used this one, and now this controller's broken. I was wondering when I could get another one. I actually already have one.
Father. Father.
Oh, man.
Jade.
That's really her.
Wait. The child. There is
Father, you must... I need to look after him. We'll meet here at...
Yep, look after him, look after him.
Oof, those two are going to...
Yep, lots to catch up on. Yep, we get rest later on. Yeah. Oh man, this is so cool. This is so close. Here today, Mordegun tomorrow. We went back in time and thwarted his plot. Cool. King wants to speak to you in the throne room. Okay, fine. That's how this game is making me feel. Like, I just want to sprint through the fucking door and not talk to anyone and just beat this fucking game.
I know the truth.
Which
now.
I think we kind of already did. This is some bonus game, post-game bullshit.
If not,
Go back in time and save Veronica. Alright.
a true hero, you are a
Yep. I am the Goat God. Bow before me.
You really did it, huh?
We did it.
What's the matter, Veronica? I don't know. I just welled up.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
We did it. We saved the day. We beat the game again. Oh, did I just skip? They're gonna let me skip that cutscene? That looks like it might actually be cool. Alright. Tower of Time. The threads of time have been woven.
What's going on?
I sense something awful.
Oh god,
What was
please.
it Mordegun said
What
just
could be
before
worse
he
than the
died?
game trolling us for this long?
Something about not being the only one who defied the flow of time, right?
What? There's another end boss?
Your Highness, please.
Okay, I actually
you
wanna
must
watch
come
this.
Quickly. It's Erdwin's lantern.
Now I'm getting interested in the game again. Oh shit.
What?
No, what is this? Some shit is actually continuing to go down?
Upstairs, quickly!
What? No. It doesn't look good. What? Yeah, fuck it, we'll save. Yeah, we'll save right here over the same log. We just don't want to have to go sit through all that again if we have to fight something here. You understand, man? Yeah, we're gonna keep playing, dude. Balcony. Oops. The balcony is, oh my good God. It can't be. It can't be.
gonna be a dragon, right? It's Dragon Quest after all. Brazilian Sovereign. Thank you very much. Take that. It's okay.
This sky, I have never seen its like.
Look! Over there!
Erdwin's lantern! It's falling!
Mordegon destroyed me.
What?
But Mordegon is no more.
So now he's back because we killed Mordegon? Dude.
Now is my time. Now I am whole again.
This is insane. Holy fuck. Wow, that was fucking cool. I was just talking so much mad shit about this game. I'm so glad that that went down like that.
Erdwin's lantern has fallen. I fear this bodes ill for us all. I dare make this request of no other, Luminary. I must ask that you investigate. The Great Star fell to Earth in the Celestial Sands. They can be seen from the Emerald Coast. That must be your first port of call.
Sire, I would ask your leave to join this expedition. I cannot atone for all that I have done. But perhaps in joining you, I might repay my debt at least in part. Luminary, I will be your sword, your shield, your unswerving companion.
Thank you, Hendrik. Your loyalty will not go unnoticed. Got him back. Let's fucking go. I don't want to play anymore. Where the fuck is this Emerald Coast? Head to Emerald Coast. Oh, here we go. What? Oh, there's gonna be another cutscene. What's up, tits? No cutscene. They're not letting us zoom to the Emerald Coast, but I bet you they're letting us zoom near the Emerald Coast. Oh, no? So where's this cutscene at? Let's just leave and go to the Heliodor region, I guess. They want us to run through town? Do we need to check out the shops? Should we check out the shops on the way out, I guess? The game went from being a big fucking dog shitty trolley ass game for a while there to now it got all of a sudden really good again. I guess you gotta wait around for the good parts. Anything good, man? No, he's got old bullshit. Oh wait, no, he's got some new stuff. Great Helm. Wow. It's our first time seeing that. Gigant Armor. Wow, reduces 15% from all that magic. It's pretty fucking cool, man. It's a nice selection. This guy's got the Dragon Slayer sword and the Lord Sword Great Sword and Dragon Claws. Does that mean we're fighting dragons soon? Damage dealt to dragon family monsters increased by 40%. Holy shit. That's a lot. 40%. This is 10% for the Dragon Claws. This sword does 40% damage to dragons. That's insanity. Lord Sword increases chance of critical hit. This Dragon Slayer is the fucking thing to get, man. Yeah, I'll buy this. This is insane. It's so deadly to dragons. It's craziness. No, I don't want to equip it, but if we fight a dragon, we're going to equip it. That was crazy to find. Wow. Holy shit. Holy shit, man. Oh yeah, where's our lineup? We need Jade in the lineup, yeah, and then, Rab, right? Oh, we need Eric in there, too. Oh, yeah, whatever. Oh, I didn't mean to fucking do that. I hate misclicking that. Ugh. I don't care. There's so many fucking options. It's not gonna matter that much. Get us out of this fucking game. This game's been going on for fucking ever. Stop by the item shop, but I doubt we're gonna need anything or want anything. You got anything good, man? All the normal stuff. Alright. So is there gonna be some crazy cutscene or something when we try to leave this town? It's weird that they won't let us zoom, but there's also been no cutscene. I'm guessing there's gonna be like a cutscene when we leave this door. There you go. Cutscene. Alright. It's making sense now. Well, speaking of dragons, I guess we'll give him the fucking dragon sword. Anyone else got something that does damage to dragons? Oh, we could have given her the dragon claws, right? Ha! All new monsters here. That's pretty crazy. Guess we would get at these fucking claws. Let's save and let's switch out the controller so I can get this other controller working and make sure it works. And we can speedrun some Dark Souls too, man. Shit. I might go kill this dragon and then save again and then do that. I mean, I guess we could just continue playing this another time. I am kind of enjoying playing it again now. It's hard to get back into it when you haven't played it for a while, but then once you start getting into the swing of things again, it gets really fucking fun, really fast. So she's got the dragon claws now. I think there's somebody who has, I don't know. Whatever, that should be good enough anyway. I'm not worried about this little old dragon. Oh, wait, I saved, right? Yeah, so let's switch out this, controller. Looks like we got a brand spanking new controller here. Wow. A gift from the gods. Guys doing? Oh, they're everywhere. Why would we want to come over here? Delicious black dragon. Damn. %% more to dragons, only did 108. Just have some strong defense. Knocked the goat god down. Should try to steal. One damage. What? What's going on with that? Stole serpent skin. Damn.
Surrender your soul!
Whoa, that was a fucking big move.
We're not done yet!
Why is she doing 1 damage?
Surrender your soul!
We did it, darlings!
More serpent skin. Serpent soul.
You have my sword.
Insta kill. Malicious gremlins. There's a bird too. What are those things? Who the hell are you? Dragon Lord claws are even better than the Dragon claws I just bought her, so I shouldn't have bought. We need the Beastmaster claws. How do we get those? Beastmaster claws. We've never gotten the Beastmaster claws before. It must be for sale somewhere. Shit. This game is still trolling us, man. This game is still trolling us. Meteorite Bracer is 5 stars to improve it. It's insanity. Game doesn't end, man. They're just like cycling through the same enemies, making them stronger, giving them different names, and making you upgrade your sword to another sword to another sword, and then the next dragon sword does 40% damage. The one before that did 30% damage. This one does 40% damage, and they're just gonna keep it going for all eternity. So, this has been fun. I want to try to speedrun this Dark Souls game now that I found this controller. I'm kind of stoked to try this out. So I guess I'm going to try it out. The last few times I've done this, it's crashed the computer, so... hopefully it doesn't crash the computer this time. It likes to crash the computer. Well, it was crashing the computer when we were using the it was crashing the computer when we were using the PlayStation controller. So I'm hoping that it doesn't crash it this time. Okay. Pulling up some guides and shit.